Did you take a nap today? How was nap? All right. Oh, I was up late. My friend from Australia was here, and my friend from Canada, and yeah, Zoot and Riser, and we played games all night, and just we like each other, so we spent a lot of time together. And then um, the night before, my friend from Canada, Riser, he and I were up till like 7 in the morning, so it just throws my hours. It absolutely it throws my hours off, and um, I mean it's okay. And then yeah, and Then I've got to redo my my streams. I've got to pray. I've got to build robots, and then my day kind of starts. Oh, I just have to restart it. So every 12 hours, I have to restart it so that it saves the footage online. Hey, how has TikTok been? Yes, that's good. It's moving up slowly. Word, girl. I understand. He's in competition with you. He yesterday wanted me to check, and I checked for him. You're technically in hours number two, and in experience you're number one. What's the difference? Your guess is as good as mine. I think it's how much you talk while you're in the the stream. Like you're more. I'm not sure though. And then but he spends a lot of time in here. He's gonna be tough to beat. His like because he's always in here and he's got multiple accounts. So, but he still only has like half as much time as you do. That's well, you can only do so much, right? But the thing is, he had a period of time where he was gone for a few weeks, so you can make it up. So it's a nice little competition. He and I watched we watched a football game yesterday, and then we watched a baseball game, really late baseball game, and he's a nice person. He is a computer whiz. He's got so many different computers, and I mean, he's streaming right. He's not even there right now, and he's streaming on multiple accounts. That's hard to do. Like you know how hard it for yeah, but I mean, like what he's doing where it's watch stream. That's difficult to do because it takes a lot of processing power on your device. So he likes computers. I understand. So, yeah, that's. I. What are you doing this weekend? Anything special? Yeah, I've heard of it. Okay. Why specifically are you wearing a mask tomorrow? Okay, but nothing in particular, just because of all the people. I gotcha. I got you. She a teacher? Oh, okay. That seems like a cool job. I very well. N85. Are you going to? Do you think other people have masks on? Okay. I've got. Is it hot? Yeah. All right. Then then you are a soldier wearing that mask in that kind of temperature. That's well better. Absolutely. Yeah, you don't want to get sick. Uh, uh, Brandon. Brandon. One of his streams went down. He just restarted. I'm looking at my box. Yeah. So yesterday, welcome. Oh, that's Brandon. Um. Okay. So yesterday, how you living, fool? What's good, son? Oh, not right now. No, I will when I have some time. Brandon is our sports expert. Brandon gets every game from everywhere in the world. He's yeah, he loves sports. So he does really. That's a, yeah. Don't you have another? Oh, okay. What's the score? Okay. Okay. I'm sure I could probably find what it is just a moment. It is. Da-da-da-da. Um, look. Wow, he's got three. He's got three different lives going. That is. I've never known anybody to have that many lives going. Brandon, that's a record. Oh, okay. It's well, this is the Cubs are up 6-4. Wow, Brandon, you have more computing power than anybody I know. Yeah, you are, big dog. Brandon, you going? Brandon, you going to that high school football game tonight? Are you going to that high school football game tonight? Oh, wow, cool. Okay, very cool. Yeah, Brandon, he's gonna go to it, but he's gonna share it in here. Okay, very cool. Brandon is a sports guru. He loves the Baltimore Ravens. Yeah, he loves the Baltimore Ravens. We've learned that, and he wa- and he likes the Cubs. Who do you like in basketball? Okay, so he likes the Celtics, and then who do you like in hockey? And he likes the Nashville Predators. So those are four completely unrelated teams, and I love it. And he likes the University of Kentucky. Yeah, so I love it. He has all his team. Why do you like Boston Celtics? Kevin Garnett. Oh, Jason Tatum. Tatum. Okay. Okay, very well. How about you, Miss Aquarius? What basketball team do you like? Oh, come on. Okay. Yeah, good on you. Yeah, Rajon Rondo. Excellent. Very well. It's tough to be a Hawks fan. Yeah, he is. You do whatever you want to do, Brandon. Abs- You do whatever makes you happy, big dog. Well, you're very welcome. Me, Casa. Yeah, Miss Aquarius and I know that very well. Yeah, I like all the sports. Yeah, well, we appreciate it. That's good. That's right. That's right. He just took out one of his streams. Yeah, he likes game shows a lot too. Let me see if it looks. I'm checking. Okay. Brandon's got it. No doubt. Same here, my man. It happens. We, Miss Aquarius and I both know that Discord is imperfect and it doesn't always work. So we are very understanding. Your local church is in here? And they're in Discord? Oh, okay. I got you. All right. Well, that's whatever you want. As a well, I'm Jewish. I'm Jewish, so that's not really what we practice. But if it makes you happy, Brandon, you do what makes you happy. There, there you go. All right, there you go. Yeah, they're winning. We watched the game yesterday, Miss Aquarius. It went to 12 innings, which is a lot. That's three more than it normally is supposed to go. And the team won in the bottom of the 12th, and it was very. All right, Miss Aquarius. All right, Brandon. I'm gonna go do my activities. I'm here if you guys need me. I know, Miss Aquarius, you might be in a nap soon, so enjoy that, my friend. There you go. I understand. Yeah, karaoke. That's correct. Well, that's what happens. You have 4 dogs, Brandon? Okay, so you've got 3 dogs now. Well, that's great. Princess, sweet names. Uh, Juju. I love that name. Oh, very cool. That's very nice. You're a sweetheart. Um,
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Great finally meet you, man. Great to meet you. It's a trip, and walking in, and I'm thinking, how is it possible that our paths didn't cross all those years? I mean, it's conceivable we were in the same venue or the same building or at the same party or probably something.
I kind of avoided parties. I avoid basically everything. I avoided parties. I avoided premieres. Anything where there's a red carpet. Like, even if I was in a movie, I wouldn't go on the red carpet. I'd go in through the back door.
Seriously?
Yeah, I don't like.
Wow.
I don't like all that fucking look over here, look over here. That is just too fake for me. It just, whatever allergy I have to that flares, and I'm like, I'm going in through the back door. Fuck this.
Yeah. No, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. They stopped showing me where the back door was because I support a similar entrance thing. It's just too weird. But it's look over here, look over here. It's that thing. Something happens in that moment.
Yeah.
And I think it's like it brings you as close to possibly sterilization as you can get without surgery.
I think it's bad for you.
Yeah.
I think it's legit. I think it's like radiation.
Yeah.
Like you can take a little bit of it, but you don't want to be working the X-ray machine your whole life.
No. And then there's always that one lady who keeps calling you back to her.
Right. Charlie.
Right. Far left.
Yeah.
And you've looked at her like 7 times already. And then I'm out there thinking, if it took me this many takes to get a scene right, nobody would ever hire me. You wouldn't get past the first day.
Well, they want to get a million pictures just to get that perfect one with just a little bit of side eye to you, just a little something.
Right.
Little purse with the lips, little something.
One that kind
that's
of
the
you're
one.
responding to something.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. But then they choose. Which one do they always choose? The one that's absolute dog shit.
Yeah, the one with your mouth open.
Exactly.
Or your eyes closed.
Yeah.
What I really don't like is the people who like it. Not that I don't like them, is that I don't want to ever see that in myself. And so when I'd be around them, I would just go, I got to get out of here.
Right.
Freak me out. The trappings.
Yeah. I mean, is there, because it feels like that system's been in place for over 100 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is there another way to do it?
Probably not. Now people like it. Photographers like it. The press likes it. It's a big thing. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of lights flashing. It seems legit.
Right.
Yeah.
I just, I can never feel relaxed when everybody's yelling.
Right.
That's just
totally unnatural.
It's completely unnatural.
The only way that would be happening in real life is if, like, you were on trial. Like you were being paraded in front of a bunch of people. Jim, there he is. Look over here. It's odd. It's very odd.
Yeah. It's a form of a perp walk, isn't it?
A little bit of a perp walk,
yeah.
And just a little bit of a mental illness exhibition.
Right.
Yeah.
I just had it for the first time, would have been last Thursday.
The first time ever?
No, for the first time in
a long time.
in maybe over a decade. At the Netflix premiere for the
Yeah.
It was kind of cool. Like the first, 34 seconds. I was like, okay, I remember this. And then it was like, I fucking remember this. Wow. Damn. And then I'm just beating right on my floor, and it's just, I can feel myself start to sweat.
Miss Aquarius,
I'm questioning the whole outfit.
that's an absolutely stunning painting behind you. Oh, okay, well, it's beautiful. Oh, is that real or is that just on the computer? That's beautiful. You're welcome. That's absolutely gorgeous. I gotcha. You love Aquarius. Are you on the Aquarius subreddit? I know you do. Do you get guys who come up to you and ask you your sign? Yes, I have. It's becoming more and more popular. People want to make sure they're compatible with other people. So, Miss Aquarius, I build bots and it's like fishing. It's like I work really hard and I never know if they're going to work because it's a numbers game. It's like I build these bots and send out messages to 10,000 people and maybe 3 of them will read it. You know how it is because you get them all the time. I'm not paying attention to that. That's too much to read. all that other garbage. And I get that. So yesterday, I was just sometimes I sit in here and I'll be like, it'll be quiet, and I'll just be like, I could spam these people and keep doing it and keep doing it and keep doing it, but at a certain point, they know who I am and they don't care about my Discord, and I get that. So I am like, you know what? I'm gonna try Twitch. I'm gonna try to build a bot on Twitch and see how that goes. And Miss Aquarius, I built this bot, and within 3 hours, I had somebody in here, which is like life changing for me. That's like really, really, really fast. And I was just thrilled, and that's big. We're approaching 2,000 people in this Discord, and I'm really proud of that because it's so hard to get people in your Discord. It is so hard. Firstly, not a lot of people use Discord, like in comparison to like all of the internet. It's just there's some people like, yeah, I have a Facebook, but I don't do anything else or whatever. So to get people to get a Discord is really hard. And then to get them to join your Discord is very difficult. And to get them to stay is even more difficult because it's like, I don't want anything having to do with that or whatever. So um, I'm really happy with that. And so we, that in like a year, well, technically like a year and 3 months or something like that, we've gotten 2,000 people in here. And that is a lot of people. That is a lot of people. I mean, I have friends of mine who don't like who try to promote their own Discords. They don't do it the way that I do it though. And they'll get like 60 people in their Discord, which is still good. It's still 60 still good. I'm not hating on that, but to get like thousands of people is a really big deal. And especially too because you have to be 18 to be at least in this call. And so I have to reject like one of every three people who come in here because they're not 18. There's this one girl who came in a couple days ago. She's she came in and she sounded young. And I'm like, how old are you? And she's like 18. And when I hear like 18, that's like, no, you aren't 18. You would just say that you're 18. And usually I'm smart enough to be like, or like a kid isn't smart enough to be like, I'm 25. Like if you say 25, like that's a random number, but everybody says 18. So I'm like, you're not 18 or something like that. And she's like, no, I am. I'm like, all right. And what year were you born? She's like 2007. And I'm like, oh, well, that would make you 18, like barely. But okay. I'm like, did you have a birthday earlier this year? She's like, yeah, it's January 27th. I'm like, so you're really 18? She's like, yeah, I'm a senior in high school, but I turned 18 earlier this year. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, how you doing? And then I know, I know I'm breaking. I know, no, I'm breaking up. I know. No, I am. It's all the stuff that I got going. Um, so anyway, so we talked, and whenever I'm able to talk to someone who's like 18, 19, I really try to push them to get into IT, into information technology, because they can make a lot of money better than, I'm not, better than a lot of other jobs, and they can become independent because they get a skill set that allows them to move from other positions. So we talked about that. And then she came in yesterday and she was all really excited because she got a girlfriend, and that's her thing. She she was really happy about that. So um but uh but so I'll get people like that. But then last night, in the middle of the night, somebody came in. Now it says you have to be 18 years old. Like there's only so much I can do. And this person came in, and I'm like, how old are you? And they're like 7. I'm like, you're 7 years old? Oh, baby, you got to get out of here. Like, you cannot be in here. Who's giving you an iPad at 7 years old? And how are you able to? How are you able to maneuver this? Oh, I'm sure. I'm I'm sure. So if I didn't kick out kids, we'd have way over 2,000 people by now. But I don't want them in here. There was one kid who came in. He was like 17 and like 306. I've had people who are like they're like 17 and 360 days. and they're like, "Can I please be in?" I'm like, "Come back, come back in 5 days." Can you hear me? Yeah, it's you. Can you hear me now? That's okay. It could be a combination of my end and your end. So I get some people who come in here and they're like, "I'm 17. I turn 18 in 3 days or 5 days." And I'm like, "Well, then come back in 3 days or 5 days. I'll still be here." And then they come in, and then it's cool. Um, but yeah, it's just so hard to get people in your Discord. Ms. Aquarius, of anything that I do online, getting people to come to your to stay in your Discord is the hardest because, well, I don't know how other people do it. Like basically, I'm always in here, so there's always something to do. I'll talk with you. We'll play a game. We'll do something. But like for the other Discords that are just kind of dead, there's nothing going on there. I don't know how they do it. Like how I guess it's just like a core group of friends that kind of do things, and I get that. Then you get these really big Discords, and people make money on their Discords, like a lot of money, through promotion and stuff. So they'll be like Chill Bar is a really good example. When you join Chill Bar, you'll get a bunch of invitations to join other Discords as well, and people pay them to be on that list, so they get more and more people. Anyway, Discord's just oh I it it's not easy though. Meaning like you need a big. I know you are. Boy, I love Miss Aquarius. Boy, do I love that tapestry. Yeah, I've got my projector though. That's what I use. At least back here for the cameras that are. I get that. Yeah, it's what up, big dog? What'd you? Oh, you're in Aiden's planet. Oh, tight. Very cool. I'm waving to you. Uh, you're amazing, man. Brandon is excellent. Brandon is a technological guru. He knows what is going on. He he is good. You do what you need to do. Okay, you do that. I've got to say some quick prayers. I'm here though. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Berkshire put Machuto Lampad. That's right. What's going on? Just live with the street dog. Every day's a holiday. Every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods? Oh, it's over? Wow. Okay, very well. I bet you were really happy in 2016 when they won. Yeah, that was a long time coming. Okie dokie. I did, my friend. I saw that. Yep. Yeah, I see. Okay. Good on you, girl. There you go. Excellent. Yes, ma'am. It's one of the most important parts of the day. Word, girl. That is right. What up? Yes, ma'am. He's a good-looking dude. Yeah, we know the Cubs won, big dog. I know he is.
A 22-year-old man from Utah has been arrested on suspicion of killing conservative activist and media personality Charlie Kirk. Private Robinson reportedly held deep disdain for Kirk's political views. ABC's Pierre Thomas says police were able to use the public cell and social media in finding the suspect.
His father saw some of these images and basically confronted his son and asked him if it was him. And there was a back and forth that went on there. The father eventually reached out to the pastor and also out to the member of the Marshall's task force and they were able to talk to this young man to the point of surrendering himself.
Utah Governor Spencer Cox says Robinson had become more political in the run-up to the shooting and mentioned during a dinner with family that Kirk could be visiting Utah. News brought to you by Sellers and Mail. The fate of face masks for law enforcement is now in the hands of Governor Newsom.
The state legislature passed a pair of bills that would ban law enforcement officers, including federal immigration agents, from wearing anything to conceal their identity. But there's an exemption for SWAT officers. Critics say banning face masks would put law enforcement in harm's way, and criminals may seek to identify those officers and then retaliate violently. Newsom now has the bill on his desk. Jason Campidonia, KFI News.
A month after sending troops into Washington, D.C., President Trump now says he'll deploy the National Guard to Memphis, Tennessee, to fight crime. Trump told Fox News this morning he preferred Chicago, but pivoted after resistance. Polls show that most Americans oppose using armed troops in cities. President Trump is scheduled to meet with the Prime Minister of Qatar in New York. ABC's Karen Travers reports they'll talk about the aftermath of the Israeli strike against Hamas in Qatar's capital city earlier this week. The meeting comes on the heels of the Prime Minister and Qatar's Minister of Foreign Affairs sitting down today at the White House with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. The White House this week issued a strong rebuke of Israel's striking Qatar Tuesday, saying it doesn't advance Israel or America's goals. The White House says the president views Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the U.S. and he felt badly about the location of Israel's attack. The Vatican will play host to a concert featuring some of music's biggest names. ABC's James Longman reports the Jubilee year for the Vatican, which means pilgrims from all over the world are coming to talk about important things.
And this weekend is the global meeting on fraternity, which means that global leaders, activists, and scholars come together to discuss ways to bring us all together. And Pharrell Williams is the co-director of this event to say that the idea here is for the music to send a message of unity and of grace.
The concert at St. Peter's Square tomorrow streams on Disney Plus. We're going to go to the 22 next.
I've always talked about Sweet James excellent attorneys, and for good reason. And here's a story that proves why you should never face an insurance company alone if you're hurt in an accident. One of my listeners was seriously injured in a trucking accident. Guess what the insurance company offered him for his injuries? Zero. Nothing. Imagine. Of course you can imagine. Happens to everybody. So he called Sweet James, and they got him the medical care he needed and secured him a whopping $10 million victory. In the legal system, having the right attorney makes all the difference. That's why we call the firm known for consistently delivering the top results in the state. Call 800-9-million, 800-9-million. You pay a dime until they win your case. Every case is unique, and they can't promise an outcome. But you need to have an experienced team by your side. And don't wait to call, because waiting may hurt your case. You call Sweet James, 800-9-million, 800-9-million, 800-9-000-000, sweetjames.com.
Southland weather for KFI sunny tomorrow. Highs mid-70s for around 80 for Metro LA. Low to mid-80s in the valleys, mid-80s for around 90 in the high desert. Low 70s in the beaches, around 80 in Lindosi. Low to upper 80s in the IE. Right now, just got to get over to the right shoulder. Still pretty slow from East Brooker Street. Also in Anaheim on the 57 north of Lincoln Avenue. That's a free in the right lane. In Pasadena, 210 East and Sierra Madre Villa Avenue. New accident making its way over to the right shoulder. It's going to stay slow as you make your way all the way over to 57. Sherman Oaks, 101 Southbound after Van Nuys Boulevard, got that hit run clear. And Granada Hills, 5 North out of Oxford Street. New accident in the carpool lane. He's going to be blocked. With Southern California's most accurate traffic report, I'm Jimmy Armin.
I'm Dan. He's Ty. Hello. And we're the Solid Verbal College Football Podcast. Tune in for preview, recaps, and insights you won't hear anywhere else. And all the emotional support you need as a college football. Join us all season long as we ride the roller coaster of this ridiculous sport. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search the Solid Verbal College Football Podcast, and listen. We don't just love college football, Ty. We live it.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I tell them that I know that they're the ones who are running the largest child abuse websites on the darknet. The Jones exposed the darkest corners of the internet.
That's your playroom floor. That's your baby's clothes. That's my house.
The police hunt down online predators. We train people who use I give you red. Subscribe wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen for all of his podcasts for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Records, milestones, first, last, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio? What's going on, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's take a look back on this day in sports history, September 12th. We'll start off today in 1979. Carl Yastrzemski of the Boston Red Sox records his 3,000th career hit. The Hall of Famer would finish his career 4 years later, 3,419 hits. Today in 1987, Martina Navratilova wins her second straight and fourth overall U.S. Open singles title with a 7-6, 6-1 victory over Steffi Graf. It would be her last U.S. Open title. And today in 2010, Houston running back Arian Foster rushes for a franchise record 231 yards and 3 touchdowns in the Texans' 34-24 victory over the defending AFC champion Indianapolis Colts. Foster is the first player in NFL history to rush for at least 200 yards and 2 or 3 touchdowns in an opening weekend. Now you know. Today in sports history on iHeartRadio.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles see a path forward by telling on someone else. The CI is based on blind trust. It can have deadly consequences. I'm Dugan Arnett, investigative reporter for Boston Globe Spotlight TV. And I am going to bring you inside the scene. The story of one sin at the forefront of America's struggle.
Constantly doing anything, okay? They lie. They just lie. Play something out.
You're on to that smart enough. I don't want to go to hell.
They want to be labeled a rat. Run around here.
This Spotlight. Niche City. Investigative series from Boston Globe.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
We're cutting through the noise to get you the news. The FBI and our partners are proud to stand here today together to bring justice to the family of Charlie Kirk and others. We're going to be digging into the online history that may link itself to what sort of political meetings they had. If you're only hearing part of the story, you're not listening to KFI. Inscriptions on 3 unfired casings read, "Hey fascist!" exclamation point. "Catch!" exclamation point. This is what happens when you let good cops be cops. KFI News is on it. KFI 644 stimulating talk. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. You're on everything from 1 to 4. to refineries closing. We have the oil pipeline in danger of drying up because there's so little oil being transported through it. He completely shut down oil drilling. I think there were only 7 permits filed in California last year. And suddenly, he's running for president. And how does he last more than 30 seconds in a debate when the first Democratic candidate running against him says, how come gas is $2.98 in my state and it's $5 in your state, or it's $8 in your state, or it's $10 in your state? And that's what has this immature little boy panic, is he wants to be Mr. President. Systematic, consistent, overwhelming attack and dismantle the oil industry in the state. The state where we used to have over 40 refineries and now potentially 6. Trump has his mandate, and the price of gas is now lower in the U.S. when you adjust for inflation. It's lower in the U.S. than it has been in 20 years. People out of California gas at prices that are low. And we are paying $4.50 to $5 a gallon. And that's just an average. Came out of LAX the other night, and all stations along the Sepulveda Boulevard driving northward 525. So I don't know where the gas is going for cheaper than $4.50. Must be somewhere. I haven't seen it. Somewhere it averages out. Maybe, I don't know. So now he's passing a law. We're getting the legislature to pass a law that's they might pay off Valero to keep their Venetia pipeline running. They tried to get an outside buyer a few weeks ago, which was a huge joke. There's literally nobody in the world wanted to buy the Venetia refinery. That's like a 30-second conversation. This is Gavin Newsom. Want to buy a refinery? And they said, no. You have an extreme policy over-regulating oil companies in your state. No. Taxes are extremely high. No. They can get a buyer. Around the world, 200 nations, everybody said no. It's like when they went trying to find some company or some nation to invest in high-speed rail. They all said no. Why? Because California's political climate and all the corruption. How's he going to run for president? So, they'll find a buyer. Now he's offering Valero $200 million of tax money to run the place. And now, the environmental groups, these people are crazy. They're upset because Newsom is turned on. They're still fighting. It says here, environmental groups, including a campaign backed by Jane Fonda. Well, isn't that nice of her? This old bag must be worth like $100 billion. And she's trying to drive up the price of gas for people who are making $12 an hour. What?
She does look pretty darn good for her age.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call her.
If you have 37 construction workers on a forklift putting her face together,
That's
I never got this thing about Jane Fonda. She makes pronouncements. People go, oh, wow, isn't that wonderful? Jane Fonda is one of the reasons you're paying $5 an hour gas. It's because she finances these protest groups or these environmental groups. And then reduce them. And, the pressure on Newsom, they also bribe Newsom with campaign contributions.
Pardon me.
Democratic legislators are turning. Henry Stern, who's the Democrat, said, call me for it, but I've seen the light of what you're talking about. Just tell Republicans, Kern County should be unleashed state allow more oil drilling. An idea to streamline environmental permitting for new oil wells. Environmental justice groups and environment. You know who gets screwed by this is poor people. Even the illegal aliens get screwed by this because they can't afford. Jake Fonda can afford $1 a gallon gas. So who the hell is this forcing the little unwashed peasants out there to pay $5, potentially $8 or $10 to get? Because she says so. Because she doesn't think oil should be burned to power the economy. Well, first of all, I think she's 87 years old. What's her stake in determining our future? She's not going to be around. Once she goes down in the box, we're left with just too much.
We don't know if she's going to be down in the box. She may be cremated. She may become a tree.
We all know, I guess. But once she becomes a tree, but we all need something. And the idea that you're trying to finance groups who want to destroy our ability to drill and process oil, I don't know what's wrong with you. Out here, like 25% of the state is in poverty. And you're charging them $5 for gas. Of course, that 25%, the ones that are legal, don't forget to do some. So I really don't understand anything. I understand why left wingers vote for progressive stuff because all the damage that comes out of progressive policies doesn't bother them. They're living high up on their hilltop mansions, which you can appreciate.
You can.
I don't have a hilltop.
You have a mansion. I don't have a mansion.
You have a hilltop. It's safer on a hilltop. One of the activists, Cassie Siegel, director of the Center for Biological Diversity, what is particularly gut-wrenching about this moment is it follows on the heels of some real leadership on the policies we need, strong leadership from the government. This is gut-wrenching. Trying to get the price of gas down below $5. This is gut-wrenching. How much money does Cassie Siegel make? Has she got some wealthy husband who can pay $20 a gallon for gas? Doesn't bother her. These people are dangerous. They actually have the power to dismantle the oil industry, and they have to a very great extent. Cassie Siegel and Jim Fonda, they dismantled the oil industry by pumping so much money into Democratic campaigns in this state. And then we're paying $5, $8, $10 a gallon now. Why? And when are all the people in the state going to say enough of this crap? Because the 49 states don't have this problem. Just us, by ourselves. Don't look it up. Mark Boston, KFI 24 Heritage.
Here is the latest. A man from Utah has been arrested in connection with killing Charlie Kirk, and 3 members of a suspected burglary ring from South America have been arrested. Look, more at the top of the hour. Southland weather, KFI sunny again tomorrow, high 70s and 80s, maybe a couple 90s. This report brought to you by Think It Up. From your Toyota dealer's traffic center, find a Toyota hybrid sedan, truck, or SUV that is right for you at Toyota.com. Crash on the net in Ontario.
Let's go outside and Carbon and Archibald Avenue. They are getting it over the right shoulder. It was blocking the middle lanes. They just got to go for the right shoulder. In Chino, 60 West after Reservoir Street. Heads up, a table was in the middle lanes. They were there on 605 South of Washington. A new wreck there. It's going to be on the lane. And in Bellflower, 605 South of Delandra Boulevard. Some metal debris is in the second lane from your left. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Jenny Harmon.
America's #1 app for radio is iHeart. Live radio, trusted DJs, breaking news, live play-by-play, plus the station you're listening to right now, anytime, anywhere. Join the millions who already have it. The free iHeart Radio app today. #1 for radio.
Here's that song again. Here's that song again. For the 100th time today. Here's that song again.
iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
One killer. It's been 4 days since these bodies were found, and there's no arrests this morning. They were afraid to fish down in that area. The night of horror that shocked the country with its brutality and its mystery. And why? The family was targeted, and then targeted while they were sleeping. Whoever that is, that's the family. Oh, they understand. And they had secrets they could lead someone to want them dead. Or something. Oh, this is a story about a family that lost. They never under the name.
What happened? What happened?
And podcasts all in
What happened?
your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience Android app. There's another way.
Well,
Apple CarPlay
fortunately,
app goes a lot.
good job. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Get your beauty rest. Yes, ma'am.
Make sure you can still access all the content
Sweet. Excellent.
Plug or pair your iPhone with your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car. Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Take below the surface in central Mississippi, and odds are good you'll find a burnt orange color. That's on you. It's called Yazoo clay. There's one thing it's known for: wreaking havoc on anything very thin. It's the strangest, most destructive soil I've ever dug in. You never get what you expect. Over the years, Yazoo clay has held and destroyed lots of Mississippi secrets. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands of them, on the site of the old state asylum.
They may have thought they only found 1,000, and then once they're going, okay, wait, 2,000, wait, 7,000.
And all this begs the question: just how do you lose track of 7,000 graves? Mississippi keeps secrets as old as the soil itself. So can the truth ever really be uncovered? The story is much more complicated and nuanced than that. I'm Larison Campbell, and this is Under Yazoo Clay. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
TMI Kansas-Lee or stimulating charges. Coming up tonight at 9 p.m. on Later with Bone Telling is a name that will be called classic. Test your cinematic knowledge along with the Later crew to set off your weekend. The fun and foolishness starts right at 9 p.m. on Later with Bone Telling. Chuck Culture can't buy me. I'm subscribed live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. But coming up after 3 o'clock, there's a multi-million-dollar cleanup budget here in Los Angeles. And LA is still disgusting and filled with trash. Why is this? We're going to talk to Jamie Page from West Side Girl. Maybe she can explain why there's so much garbage on the streets of Los Angeles, considering how much money they supposedly pay to keep it clean. And we are the second dirtiest city in America. All right, here's the animals. Pennsylvania man. He has been banned from bringing into Walmart his emotional support alligator.
Emotional support alligator.
Yes, this is a true story. There's photos. His name is Wesley Silva. He's 60 years old. 60-year-old man walks around with an alligator.
Now I can be ignorant here, but can alligators need water? I mean, I know that they go out of water.
They go out of water, you know, they can't.
Do they have to go back in?
I guess eventually. He has a pet named Jin Seoshi. Looks like some type of Japanese name. And he wanted to bring his alligator into the Walmart. Walmart people noticed it. You see the people at Walmart?
I think they would notice an alligator. And I didn't know that there were alligators in this.
Right. That's a good point. He says this has never been an issue in the past in town. We've gone to restaurants.
Oh, come on. How big is this alligator?
Inside the alligator. It fits in this shopping cart though. This
Baby?
it's 32 pounds. And the alligator wears a gray dress. It's a photo of the alligator looking pretty hot, pretty hot in a gray dress. And Silva pushes her around in a shopping cart. There's a photo showing that Jin Seoshi, the alligator, is wearing a shirt with a harness. That's he's a little too close to the alligator. And he says that the restaurants have never objected. We've been to Denny's. She's a star there. She gets VIP treatment. Well, of course she is. Who's going to go up to the alligator and say,
Yes.
"Are you hungry?" Oh, man, we don't serve alligator. He says, so he's on a leash. And he's very upset with Walmart. Walmart's response is, the safety of our customers is our highest priority.
What's Walmart going to do when that alligator takes a chomp out of a customer?
We welcome service animals in our stores, but it's unacceptable, there's that word again, to expose members of the public to potential danger. So alligators are not permitted on our premises.
How can an alligator be I mean, what kind of a support animal is that?
I don't know about the emotional relationship with the two of them. Apparently, they're very close. Walmart says they only welcome service animals like dogs and miniature horses. Oof.
Well, I would rather see a miniature horse. I love horses.
Miniature horses are fine. The animals are really gone to me.
Oh, that's
Your husband.
You guys are very similar in a lot of ways.
He's correct. Animals should not be grocery stores. There was a dog in our grocery store in my neighborhood, and it was barking like crazy. And animals have diseases, fleas, ticks, worms.
You have a
Bacteria. Yes, but it doesn't want it near my food. So claims nobody else has protested in public. And
great alligator.
that's just it. And he doesn't know why everybody treats him so nicely. Because if he's nutty enough, push an alligator around in a dress in a shopping cart, he might be nutty enough to send the alligator out to attack. He got the gift, but wasn't able to take care of it.
It's a hand-me-down.
That's right. It's just been passed around the neighborhood. And he has been strolling around town for 3.5 years. Alligators can grow 12 feet long and weigh as much as 1,000 pounds. There is no state law against owning an alligator. Now, the second time in Pennsylvania, this has happened in recent years. A Phillies fan was denied entry into the Phillies ballpark in 2023. He tried to go through the stadium's gate with his emotional support alligator.
Never heard of this. You know, I love animals.
alligators. I don't think they should be for it.
I had an alligator dish for lunch.
Oh,
On the other day, in New Jersey, and the place where we got married. It was this hotel restaurant menu, and we were going to it occasionally to play a wedding, and one time they had it on the menu, so I
there
asked,
it is.
oh, now you want to
Yes, because I don't want to hear about this.
it really upsets you that I ate alligator?
Yes, absolutely.
Number one, it's like, if like 24-hour news. KSINKOSTHD2 Los Angeles, Orange County, more stimulating talk.
The search is over. Dr. Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Investigators have announced that a 22-year-old man from Utah has been arrested on suspicion of shooting and killing conservative activist and media personality Charlie Kirk. ABC's Peter Thomas's police were able to lean on the public and Tyler Robinson's own family in finding him.
Once they got a clear image where someone know this person could see him, the full face, gait, shirt, clothing, all these kinds of things, my sources said somebody's going to know this person. I guarantee it.
Robinson reportedly held deep disdain for Kirk's politics and become more interested in politics in the run-up to the shooting earlier this week. A large homeless camp in Koreatown has frustrated neighbors who say it has attempts toward garden a barbecue.
The underwear choice, all of it. It's just like every decision I made leading up to that was completely wrong.
Yeah.
And it's all being documented, you know.
It's so odd. Yeah. What's really funny when you first walked into the studio, you brought up a tweet that I had sent in 2011. I think this is when you were going crazy.
Yeah.
And I think this is also when my friend Russell Peters was doing those tours with you.
Oh, that's
And
right.
it said, I need to get Charlie Sheen on my podcast. That was a long shot. What a wicked dream. Everybody knows him. Help me hook it up. Well, here we are, 14 years later.
You know, it takes what it takes, right?
Yeah, it's funny because back then I had no guests. I think I had Anthony Bourdain was the only real guest that I had last time. Yeah, he was 2011 as well.
And how many shows had you done by then?
Not that many by then. I don't know.
So were you just doing solo shows, just like covering topics?
I would do it mostly with my friends, mostly with other comics. We would just sit and talk shit, and then
At
eventually,
like your house?
yeah, it was at my house back then. Yeah.
So it looked nothing like this.
No. It slowly had to get out of it. It's like I had too many weirdos that I had to bring by my house, and I have young kids at the time. They were really young. I was like, this is too strange. Bring these weirdos by my house. And, it was just too odd. I was like, maybe some people should know exactly where I sleep.
Right. Yeah. And it's interesting because driving here, I was buried in my phone just, for the right reasons. So I have no idea where we are. So it was kind of like a version of being blindfolded with a sack over my head,
Yeah, that's probably how we should do it.
Can you imagine that, like, I'm the guy they're blaming for introducing this?
Just put everybody in a blindfold and put them in the back of an SUV.
Right.
And
And make the guy drive a few circles around in like some neighborhood right over there.
But we did it. We're here. Those things that you did with Russell Peters were so fascinating. The whole thing was so fascinating. I watched the Netflix thing. I watched the first episode. And the whole experience of watching the guy from Platoon, the guy that everybody knows this is like this gigantic, super cool movie star, hot shots, all these different things. To watch you just, not just go off the rails with drugs, but like be super open about it. You were like the first guy super open about it, and everybody just embraced it. Instead of it being like, oh, Charlie Sheen's doing drugs, that's so sad. It was like, we love him. Keep going. It was kind of crazy. All the Tiger Blood stuff and winning. Everybody was saying winning all the time. And what was that like for you? Was it the worst kind of reinforcement? Or did it were you surprised by it?
That's a great way to describe it. It is, the worst kind of reinforcement. Yeah, it was like unintentionally or otherwise celebrating the guy's demise.
Right.
You know, and I guess the train wreck was so spectacular, there was such a spectacle that they couldn't turn away. But they were also being invited in to follow it down the tracks.
Yeah.
You know, and somebody asked me about it. And I don't know if I was the conductor, if I was riding a caboose, or both simultaneously. It was a trip because thinking back on it, it's, some of it just kind of exists in just Polaroid snapshots that kind of drift past through the mist. Other moments are in high def, but kind of seen through tunnel vision. Like there was an energy. There was an energy I tapped into that felt like I was playing a role, but I couldn't figure out what the plot was. Who my co-stars were. Where somebody show up with like a page one rewrite.
Right.
That's what we fucking need. And it got away from me. And had it not been encouraged, I think it could have been curtailed. It could have been shut down a lot sooner.
Right. You become kind of captured to the image.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there was something that just recently I stumbled onto. I was in some way, I was being bullied. It had a bullying kind of energy about it, and it had never been that guy.
How so?
The way I was attacking people, I was challenging people. I was a tough guy on the block, and had all these soldiers, and this whole cadre behind me, and it was like, fighting people into the ring in our bedroom ring. What are we doing,
You're not coke. That's among cocaine behavior.
Among other things. And I think there was a whole testosterone component as well that was out of hand, just out of control. Because there's, what they recommend, like a quarter-sized dollop, like every other day. There's a line in the book where I say I was slathering that shit on like a fucking Pond's commercial.
Oh, so you were using the cream?
Yeah, which is hard to measure.
It's not just hard to measure; it gets on other people. I read this story about this guy who was on TRT cream, and his child started like showing signs of premature development, and they realized that this kid's testosterone level was through the roof because it's through the dermis, right? It's through the skin. So he's getting it on his arms, and then he's hugging his child, and the kid is getting juiced.
Like, what were the kids' numbers? Do we know?
We don't know. I don't think they released that, but they said that it probably permanently affected the kid's development.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because this kid is like experiencing puberty at 3. You're getting bombarded with testosterone.
Sure.
While your dad is holding you.
Same.
Yeah.
Is that part of the reason they recommend like an inner thigh application?
I guess then the only person would get it is the person you're having sex with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Or your horse.
Right. Or your horse. It's probably good for the horse.
Right.
So there was testosterone and cocaine together at the same time. That sounds like a combination of hubris.
And a lot of rage.
And a lot of rage.
But the rage, I think, it's interesting because when you finally get some distance from something, you start to realize that it wasn't really so much about what you said it was about in the moment. And I really realized it wasn't about the job, it wasn't about junk. It was about all the stuff in my personal life. It was about trying to just be a certain guy at work, be a certain guy at home, and then just never having the time to be a certain guy with me. And I just couldn't find any place to find any refuge or solace or any type of just a moment to breathe, just to decompress.
That's all important.
Yeah, and it's not in the book because I don't remember it well enough to put it in the book, and that was kind of how I decided what's in there and what's not, right? Or if something just isn't true, it's not in the book, and so, but I was trying to just kind of, like, I went through 2 divorces and had 4 children during that run of 8 years, and so
That's crazy.
it's insane, yeah, and they both, they fell apart for various reasons and whatever, but there wasn't time to heal the last one before the next one
Right.
kicked off. But that's all on me. You know what I'm saying? That's all on me making those decisions.
Yeah.
It's one of the through lines of the book. Is it really comes down to really being all about choices. But then yeah, but it's just for it to be just talking about the bullying stuff, for it to be so directed at a guy who, if you really break it down, what did he really do to me? He created this environment with a dream character in an amazing show, or so people tell me, right? That was, the toast of the town, right? And all he asked from me was to just, just show up, be responsible, know your lines, hit your marks, do your fucking job, those were the only demands. Essentially, the stuff I told him before I took the job that I was going to do. So, and then I turned into that. It's really difficult to really look back on that and figure out why it got that far, how it got that far.
I can help you out.
Okay.
Testosterone and cocaine. Yeah. Having all kinds of conversations with people in here that'll tell you exactly what you're doing is correct.
Right.
Sorry, I talked to Chuck. Did you ever sorry?
I was really grateful to do that.
So that's
carrying that around.
Yo. Oh, man.
He hired me for a show he had a few years ago called Bookie with Sebastian Maniscalco, right?
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so I played myself, did a few scenes, did a cameo, did some fun stuff, and just back on a set with Chuck, and it was it just felt like it did in the early part.
Oh, that's cool. Good on him for not holding a grudge too. Yeah, that's awesome.
Sorry, I lost that thought earlier.
No. Well, it's a complicated thing to think about. Like, why did I go off the rails? It's like, and it's very reasonable. Here's the thing. I don't think anybody but Charlie Sheen knows what it's like to be Charlie Sheen. And in my estimation, there are a scant few people that have become massive superstars at a young age and came through it sane. I don't know anybody. Everybody, I know people that have regained equilibrium and got their footing back, and now they're on the right track. But no one gets through without a hiccup. Everyone kind of goes crazy because you're living in this completely alien world that no one can help you navigate.
Even if you watch the people closest to you go through it, most of your life, and just right over there,
yes,
in the next room,
right,
or in the same room,
right, and a bunch of your friends.
Yes,
doesn't matter. It's still bananas. It's still an alien world that you live in that no one that you run into during the day except the people like that can understand.
Right.
Which people are always like, why do celebrities hang out with each other? Well, because to them they're the only people that are normal. Yeah. They're the only people that I get it. I can't go to the supermarket either. I get it. I get fucking TMC to the airport as well. It's it's normal for them because everybody else is like, whoa, it's Charlie Sheen. They're just captivated. You kind of need to be around people that understand what that life is like. But the problem is, they're all going crazy too.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's not. It's a great support group. To a degree. You know what I'm saying? I think you can rely on them for the things that you have in common.
Right.
But maybe take the more complicated shit. Just right across the street.
Yeah.
To the experts.
Yeah. You can't rely on them for everything.
No.
Because they're going through it too.
Can I just get a tissue?
Yeah, sure. Jimmy, you got a box? No worries. Getting sweaty? Is it hot in here? Turn the AC on.
I'll tell you exactly what happened. I lost that thought, and I tried to cover, and I realized he's not buying this, and then I started sweating. I started fucking sweating. So I'm just gonna.
It's all right, man. Just say you lost your thought. It's all good. It happens all the time. It happens to me too.
Why is that though? Is our brain already trying to figure out the next thing that's going to attach to it? By doing so, it took the main thing and just dismissed it.
Perhaps.
Okay.
It's also brains are just not that good.
Huh.
You know, they're pretty good compared to chimpanzees and dogs and stuff like that. But you know, they have a lot of issues. Just like we were talking about your memories. Like my memories of my whole life are like a series of blurry snapshots. I go, oh yeah, and then we went there. Oh yeah, that happened. Oh yeah. There's very few memories that I have that are like rock solid memories.
Right. Yeah. I totally get that. And there's a little thing in the book where I talk about memories are tricky.
Mm-hmm.
And is it a story someone told me? Is it me in that moment, or is it a creased photo I saw in an old album in the 70s or 80s? Was the memory given to me, or did I create it?
Right. Yeah, and there's also the real possibility that you have false memories, and people do that all the time. And they've even shown that they can introduce memories into people's minds, and then with enough sort of encouragement or revisiting it, that person will accept it as a pure memory.
And that it actually happened to them.
Yeah, and they'll talk about it like outside of that, and they'll have no knowledge that it was a false memory.
Wow.
Yeah, because it's just not a good system. It's a system designed to keep you away from scary things. Like there's the wolf. Oh, get away from the wolf. You know wolves are bad. Oh, I remember wolves are bad. That's the spider that's poison. Get away from that spider. That spider that's poison. But like day to day, everyday normal shit. It's like, how much of a memory does it really need to keep? It's just your brain's just not that good.
And then so do certain memories then get overlaid with a newer version of that. Okay.
Yeah, they get narratives, and you start repeating the memory, and your memory becomes of you repeating the memory.
Wow.
So it's like you don't even really have a memory anymore. You know how to say it.
Okay. Didn't that happen with that one Kaczynski witness?
Did it? With a Unabomber witness?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, because that's why the first composite that was put out really ultimately wound up looking nothing like the actual guy.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, there was a thing where her memory was corrupted by a different description from somebody else.
This episode is brought to you by Paleo Valley. It is not easy finding a snack that's healthy and tastes good, but that's where Paleo Valley's 100% grass-fed beef sticks come in. You might be shocked to find out that most of the other leading brands you might grab at Costco use things like citric acid, lactic acid, and even black mold as preservatives, but not Paleo Valley. They use old world methods of fermenting their sticks so that they're shelf stable without using chemicals or questionable ingredients. Fermentation is also good for your gut. Did I mention these guys have over 55 million beef sticks sold? So yeah, a lot of people are into them, and if you're not, no worries, because they offer a 60-day money-back guarantee. Go to paleovalley.com and use the code Rogan to get 20% off, or find them on Amazon. Give them a shot, and you'll see why everybody's hooked. Well, there's also the factor that the Unabomber was such a traumatic event that this person was probably super freaked out, which is when your memory is the worst. Interesting. Yeah, that's why eyewitness accounts of like murders and chaos, they're really bad. Right? They're really bad. Very unreliable.
There's some really awful percentage about even when they wind up in a courtroom.
Yeah.
Like the determining, like the final nail from the person. That guy, that it's like sometimes it's as high as like 60% that they're just wrong.
Yeah, and then they'll convince themselves that they're right because they've already said it, so then the ego gets involved. And then, it's just traumatic events leave you're in a high state of anxiety and you're not thinking clearly. Right. You're freaked out. And you need And, you know, like when they have events like say like 9/11, if you were anywhere near that and you saw like people jump off the buildings and fall to their deaths, or like your memories of that are probably really clear because it was fucking crazy. But your memories of people that you might have saw that were running away, or maybe you saw a guy in a van and he looked fishy, or maybe this or maybe that. It's like, and then a few days go by and you probably haven't slept well, you're all freaked out. Your memory's probably a mess. It's probably filled with news now, and then there's other people's eyewitness accounts. And, you don't know what the fuck happened. Right? You obviously like, see someone die, see someone jump off a building, you remember that. But there's some stuff that's just, this is one of the scariest things about transhumanism, is that it's really appealing. And the idea that they give you a little hard drive in your brain. And now from now on, every time you want a memory, you can go just like, you look on your phone, like your iPhone, on this day in 2017, like, oh, look at us, oh, that's cool. You're going to be able to do that in your brain. And the way that we're going to buy into it is because our memory sucks. Because that's how they're going to sell it. Yeah. Yeah. Do you remember your phone number when you were a kid?
But I remember my address because it rhymed.
That's nice.
Yeah, it was 7212 Birdview Avenue, Malibu.
You used to remember your phone number. What happened? It goes away because your memory sucks.
Right. I know my parents' number because I still have a landline.
Oh, they're still rocking the landline.
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
wow.
They have an answering machine.
Whoa.
Yeah, during dinner, they haven't really turned it.
Oh, then people start talking in the background?
Yeah.
This is part of it. It's part of the experience. They're rocking a landline with an answer machine in 2025. That is. It's probably the way to do it. I used to love the answer machine. When you come home, the light would be flashing like someone likes me. Somebody called. Yeah. It was cool. It was like you had a dog coming home to wait, like to visit you when you came home. Like, oh look.
It's like a Deuce Bigelow. It's like he's at his lowest point, and the light is never blinking.
I forgot about that.
You have no new messages.
Yeah, that was a wild time where you could get phone calls. That's the other thing is like you got famous before the internet too, which is a different world. It's a different world because there's not that many of you. There's way less famous people. There's way more famous people now.
Yeah.
You got famous, like super duper famous at 21 years old with no internet.
Trip out.
Yeah, I know. How does anybody expect you to come out normal? Jesus Christ.
And you try, you can't really even explain to someone that wasn't around during all that. You can't really explain what it felt like because they look at it as the things that were missing. And there wasn't anything missing.
Right.
It was about having to really be engaged in everything you were doing. You had to show up to get a like. You had to enter the building.
Right.
You had to go on a talk show. You had to attend the junket. You know what I'm saying? And nobody knew what the behind the scenes of your movie looked like until years later on the DVD feature or the VHS feature.
Right.
They finally saw some of that stuff.
Yeah.
It wasn't all access 24/7, 365.
And for some people, they can't leave it alone. They have to live stream during the day. They're live streaming from their trailer. They're live streaming in their car on the way home. They're like,
What is that about?
they're nuts. They're just locked into this weird new world that we're living in.
But is it because there's genuinely people that are tuning in with enthusiasm, that are looking forward to that live stream in the car ride home, or because the person, or is it a combination?
I think it's those things, and it's also that thing that you said that you didn't ever get, they're scared of. You didn't ever get alone time. Just time to decompress and think. Just be by yourself. No phone, no TV. Just fucking sit on the couch and just like catch your breath. Right. And they don't want that. They're scared of that. I like they're just constantly engaged with something.
I like entire days of that. Ooh, that's nice. Alone on the couch.
Yeah.
Watching
That's
TV.
nice. It's nice to just shut off, right? It really is. It's all work, no play. Not good.
Not good at all.
Not good. Bad for you. And bad for your work too. because it makes you just kind of, it gets dreary. You don't have the same enthusiasm for it anymore. You know, it's like you need discipline, but you also need enthusiasm.
You know what I was going to say earlier? Thanks. Okay, all right. The memory just, dropped another token in the slot. Is that no, it's it doesn't connect.
It doesn't? Let's find out.
Well, no, then I actually forgot it again. How about that? Is that fucking nuts?
It's normal. It's normal. When you first got Platoon, did you have any idea like what the fuck was going to happen?
I didn't.
Was that for people today to understand how big that movie was? Because it was one of the very first realistic war movies, and I think very importantly, it was done by Oliver Stone, who was actually a veteran of the Vietnam War. Remember what you were doing?
Wonderful day.
Yeah, I'm not going to forget it again.
Okay, pardon. Sorry, but it was a different kind of war movie, you know.
Yeah,
much on the lines of your dad's movie.
Yeah,
you know, and that was a very different kind of war movie as well.
Yeah, Apocalypse from here, Platoon. Boots on the ground. The script didn't read like it was going to be a masterpiece. The script read kind of like a docudrama, sort of movie of the week. It didn't read that script and say, "Oh wow, okay, yeah, this is the one. People are gonna really, wow, they're gonna worship this thing." It didn't. Dialogue was very clipped, very specific. You kind of never really knew where you were in the script, in the scene descriptions. The script was so lean. I think it was like barely 100 pages. Really, yeah. But I didn't realize sort of what we were doing until we were actually doing it. Usually I can read a scene and get a sense of, what my responsibilities are going to be, or how we're going to break it down, or at least, how I'm going to see it on the screen. And I couldn't do that with Platoon because all the terrain, all the scenes, everything kind of felt very similar, Well, yeah, the original title was The Platoon. You think it's as big a hit if he keeps the "the"?
Yeah, I don't think it matters. It's a great movie.
Thank you.
It's a great movie. It doesn't matter.
But we started to feel it as we got deeper into it. And Oliver did something brilliant where he decided to film it in continuity. Like from page one, day one, all the way to the final day was the final page. And that gave us a chance to, like, when something was finished, you were done with it. And you didn't have to know how you were going to react or how you already reacted to something that hadn't happened yet.
Right.
And when people died in the movie, they got sent home. They were just, like, the next day, they were just gone. Because he wanted us to feel that sense of just someone gone, that loss, that sadness.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I would know how that felt in the real thing, but we bonded really, we were bonded in a way that because we were the only people that we had in the middle of that country, in the middle of that jungle, in the middle of that movie. So you really missed somebody when they were suddenly gone.
I would love to ask, I've had Oliver on a couple of times, but I would love to ask him what it's like to make a movie about a war that he was starring in. And like what kind of bizarre mental conflicts.
Yeah, he didn't get into any of that stuff?
Not really. I mean, he talked a little bit about his experience in Vietnam, but I don't think we really talked about, did we talk about the making of Platoon? We got so heavy into the JFK assassination that we hardly covered anything else.
Got it.
Especially the last time he was on. The last time he was on was when they were doing that Showtime JFK documentary. It was a Showtime thing, right? Wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah.
It was a multi-part piece that he put together.
I saw it, yeah.
His recall is insane. It's insane. You have a conversation with him. He's pulling up dates. He's got how old is Oliver at this point in time?
upper 70s. I just turned 60. So if he was
78.
78
years old, rock solid memory. I mean, rock solid.
Wow.
The dude was just pulling up dates and names, and Alan Dulles did this, and Harry Ant. Well, it was just like the entire Warren Commission report. It's like citing different passages in it. It's bananas.
That's deep. Yeah. Wow. Has he landed on like what can he point to, or is it several
anybody
factors?
can point to, but there's a lot of people that wanted him dead, and for sure there was a lot of fuckery going on with the Warren Commission. For sure, right? There's a lot of nonsense with the autopsies. There's a lot of nonsense with the single bullet going through both him and Connolly, and leaving more bullet fragments in Connolly's wrist than that magic bullet was missing, the one they found. It's like bullshit. The story's filled with bullshit. And no one really knew how much bullshit it was until they had that video that they played of the Zapruder film on the Geraldo Rivera show.
Yeah.
When Dick Gregory came on and was a comedian, which was pretty wild, came on and had the footage of the Kennedy assassination. Everybody sees Kennedy. His head go back and to the left.
Right.
What happened there?
And you immediately apply just simple common physics to it.
Yeah.
You know, especially anybody who's ever fired a weapon.
Also, it clearly looks like he got shot in the chest, too. Like when he grabs his neck.
Right.
It clearly looks like he got shot right there.
And there's always that talk about doing a trach.
But, there's two different autopsies.
Right.
There's the autopsy in Dallas that says it's an entry wound. And there's the autopsy in Bethesda, Maryland that says it's a tracheotomy.
Interesting.
Yeah, two different autopsies. Yeah, and it also looks like by the time they got to Bethesda, they kind of glued his head back together again, or at least put the pieces back to take a photo of it. It's like more was missing from what they were talking about in Dallas than the Bethesda.
That's the shot where the gloved hand is like looks like it's pointing.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a great book called Best Evidence by David Lifton, and he was an accountant, and he had some sort of assignment involving the Warren Commission report, and so what he decided to do was read the entire thing. And so in the reading of the entire thing, he finds so many contradictions, so many things that don't make any sense, that he starts becoming obsessed. And then he finds out how many people who are witnesses to the assassination wind up dying mysteriously.
Right.
It's off the charts.
Yeah.
Off the charts.
Like 95% of
All those people that were hanging around, like a giant ton of them, died in car accidents, weird fucking...
And who was the guy in the train tower? Bowers, right?
Who's Bowers?
He was the guy that saw Badge Man. He saw people behind the knoll. He saw the exchange of the rifle. He saw
died weird
shit. He died. I think he had a heart attack on a train track, and then, of course, also got hit by the train. I could be wrong, but it was one of those types of things.
But of course, yeah.
And then, who's the guy who's standing there when the curb explodes, like near the underpass?
Oh yeah, that's the guy. That's the reason why they had to come up with the magic bullet theory.
There's a T now. What's his name?
I don't remember. Did he die weird?
Probably.
I don't know if he died weird, but he was hit with a ridge shot.
Right.
Because they knew that the overpass. That's why they had
that adds a bullet.
Yes, they had to add that, and they were okay. How do we fix this?
Right. What
We
about
said only one guy did it. It's only 3 shots, so how do we come up with a reasonable excuse? They came up with the magic bullet.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the architect of that was Spectre.
I think it was our own Spectre. Yeah, I think it was his idea. The wait is over. 2 pound-for-pound kings, 1 epic showdown. Canelo versus Crawford going toe-to-toe at last. And DraftKings Sportsbook is in your corner from the opening bell to the final blow. From the opening bell to the judge's final call, DraftKings has you covered with odds on knockouts, total rounds, method of victory, and more. Never bet on a fight before? Easy. Open the app, look for something simple like who will win, and make your pick. And it's not just fight night. Football is on tap this Sunday, too. One app, all the action. New customers, this one's for you. Bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you sign up today. DraftKings Sportsbook is the home for fight fans and football Sundays. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code ROGAN. That's code ROGAN to get $200 in bonus bets when you bet just $5. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text HOPEN-Y 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Fees may apply in Illinois, void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
That's just bullshit. But back then, you could get away with that. Right. You know, it was pretty easy to just bullshit people.
And you see all the additional cameras, like the Bush Lady, for instance, right? And all that stuff just confiscated.
Yep. Yeah. Well, they had the Zapruder film for a long time. I think Time Life had it. And then somehow or another, Dick Gregory got it.
Was it ever released with missing frames? Wasn't there the jump cut when he goes behind the sign and then it jumps? Because didn't they take out the fatal head hit at some point and then tried to sell that?
Perhaps. They probably did at one point in time. But now, obviously, you can see the whole thing. And then there's also been AI enhanced. I don't know if you've seen the AI enhanced one.
I haven't. No.
It's gruesome.
It's even more gruesome.
It's gruesome. I mean, I think he was shot from multiple angles simultaneously. That's what I think. I think he was shot both from the back and from the front. And I think Lee Harvey Oswald, if he wasn't involved, he certainly wasn't innocent. He was probably the guy that they were going to frame it on, but I think he was in on the whole thing. I mean, I think he killed a cop afterwards as well.
Tippit?
Yeah, Tippit.
Yeah. Have you ever read that thing about, because Tippit's nickname back at the precinct was JFK? Don't read this thing. Then they show the side by side of how much they really look like each other. They're saying he was the body they used for the transfer when they flew with the empty coffin, all that stuff. Yeah, I mean, it is so many just warrants to travel down, and there's so many angles to explore.
There's too many. There's so many rabbit holes to go down.
We were introduced to these kids because Dad played both Kennedys, so we were seeing documentaries at I would have been 10 or 11, Amelia was 13 or 14, and so we've been involved in this thing for a lot longer than we should have been.
Wow.
Yeah, we had access to this stuff.
So it's just nuts that no one was brought to justice, and we know for sure more people were involved than Jack Ruby and Lee Harvey Oswald. There were more people involved, and no one was brought to justice, and they got away with it. We don't want to think that they get away with things like killing the president, but they did
In broad daylight.
Yeah. Blaming it on a lone gunman, a lone nut.
Yeah. Who they already had a full description and rap sheet rundown and everything about him.
They printed articles about him before it was even over. And then the Jack Ruby thing, where Jack Ruby goes completely insane in jail after he's visited by Jolly West, who was the head of MK Ultra, who was routinely dosing people with acid. Jolly West cooked Jack Ruby's brain in jail. It just left him insane.
He's the guy from what's the book? Chaos. From Chaos.
Yeah.
I actually read Chaos before it got all the attention.
Really?
Yeah. A friend of mine gave it to me. All right, I'll read a couple pages. And I was like, oh. Yeah. Oh, okay. This is good. This is one of the best books. Different take.
Yeah.
But I'm curious how you felt about the documentary they did about it.
I didn't watch it.
Okay.
I thought it was going to be too quick. 90 minutes. I didn't think it was enough time. It's only 90 minutes, right?
I thought it was the first episode.
Oh,
So I watched it sort of like a data gathering thing that you usually do with the first episode. You kind of just see what the director's doing and what kind of stuff they're laying out early.
Yeah.
So, and then when it ended and I didn't see that second episode with the timer, right? And I was, and I thought it was complete. I thought it radically underserved the book.
Yeah, maybe they could try again. That needs to be like an 8-part, 2-hour a piece series.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, because it's so nuts. The story is so nuts. Just the provable actual facts are so nuts that very likely Charles Manson was a CIA asset. Very likely they had groomed him when he was in prison and taught him mind control techniques when people were high on acid, taught him how to be sober but pretend he's on acid, and how to interact with these people that are on acid and shape their mind and even get them to commit murder. All of which is fact.
Yeah, no, it's I would say it's insane, but so much of it is, I don't want to say provable, but has enough supporting evidence to make a compelling case. And I love that the guy starts out just like just a kind of a normal celebrity assignment for Premier Magazine, right? Yeah, I've been on that magazine. I had that cover twice. My story didn't wind up like that.
I think story for a magazine, and it was just about the anniversary of the murders.
Exactly.
That's it.
That's what it was.
You know, just give us a piece. You know, so people go, wow, crazy. 25 years later, wow.
Right.
Yeah. And he gets obsessed, and he starts realizing, well, this guy was full of shit, and that guy was corrupted. Oh my God, look at this. And, hold on. Who's Jolly West? You know, like, what's MK Ultra? This is real. Freedom of Information Act. Get the documents. Oh my God. Operation Midnight Climax. The government was running whorehouses. They were running whorehouses and using two-way mirrors and dosing Johns and filming them. And this has to do with Manson? Like, what the fuck was going on? And then you realize that it was all a psyop to try to demonize the peace, love, and stop war movement. And that what they really wanted to do was stop the anti-war movement and do something to curb the cultural change that was happening. And so their strategy was to turn hippies into murderers.
It kind of worked. It kind of worked. Yeah.
It kind of worked.
Yeah. I mean, it's a long way to go, but I think it had the effect they were looking for.
Imagine if they didn't do that. Like, what kind of cultural change would have taken place? Because if you think about what happened between 1950 and 1960, it's like the world becomes a different place in 10 years. Between 1960 and 1970, it's like, what? This world is crazy. The music is crazy. The culture is crazy. The movies are nuts. Everything is wild. It's very psychedelic. And then Nixon comes along in 1970, passes this sweeping Schedule 1 Act, makes all mushrooms and LSD, makes everything illegal, all to stop the Civil War, the civil rights movement and the anti-war movement at the same time when they're doing this Manson stuff. So it was a concerted effort across the board to stop the anti-war movement and to the civil rights movement. They were like, we're losing control and power. And so, I mean, it was an evil thing to do, but you kind of got to give them credit because it's pretty brilliant. Like, they actually pulled it off. You think of serial killer, you think of Manson. You think of the family. Oh, my God, these hippies are murderous. Right? A bunch of murderous freaks on drugs, cutting women's babies out of their stomachs and writing pig on the wall. This is nuts.
Yeah, and they brought the Beatles into it.
And our own goddamn government engineered it. They stopped what was probably one of the most beautiful cultural shifts in this country's history.
It would have organically still kept evolving into the things that would have blossomed out of it.
Yeah, we probably would have rethought government. We probably would have rethought the type of people that we want as leaders. We'd have rethought our involvement in foreign wars. There would be no support for it. We would have rethought what psychedelic drugs can do for you versus the bad aspects of them. We would have rethought everything. We would have. The music would have been a lot better. Music took a big dip.
Yeah,
the music took a big dip after they got rid of the drugs that were good and brought in the coke.
But people do point to the death of the 60s occurred up at Cielo Drive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was effective.
Yeah.
I mean, that completely demonized any peace, love, and, any of that kind of movement. Those people became a real problem now because you're now connected to Manson.
There's instantly zero tolerance.
Mm-hmm. Nuts.
Yeah.
Kind of nuts that it was really all engineered by the government. You know, it's real. That in itself, in and of itself, is a terrible crime. That they sort of engineered society to their benefit so that they could maintain control. And the way they did it is by getting a horrible con who had been in and out of jail his whole life and teaching him how to run a cult.
Right.
A murderous cult.
And setting up at a free clinic in the hate.
Where my wife's mom went. Oh, yes. My wife's mom was a hippie.
You have a connection to this.
Yes. My wife's mom went, she was a hippie in Haight-Ashbury, and she went to the Haight-Ashbury Free Clinic.
Treated at that clinic.
Yes.
Wow.
You know, that clinic didn't shut down until after Tom O'Neill's book came out. That clinic would have been running for over 50 years.
So it ran till like 2022.
Yeah. When did it close? It closed shortly after that book came out. They're like, hey, we're good. Let's get out of here.
I could have gone there while I was reading the book.
Yes, the CIA was running
not
a
a treatment.
clinic. That is so nuts. And that clinic also connected to Jolly West. That clinic also connected to all sorts of other marijuana experiences. San Francisco is where they were doing Operation Midnight Climax. That's where they had a brothel. These are the people that are supposed to be like protect and serve, look out for your best interests.
Right.
Yeah, these motherfuckers are creating Manson and like completely shifting society and turning people into whatever the fuck we became in the 70s and the 80s. Yeah, what came out June 25th, 2019. Yeah.
Everywhere around the world.
Closed July 2019.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Like, fuck. We got busted.
That dude read the foreword and was like, guys, we got a problem.
That's probably how long it took them just to clear the building out.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
try to figure out whether they're going to kill Tom O'Neill.
Right. Has he been on the show?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
wow. Okay.
Yeah.
What's he like?
He's great. He's great. He's actually my good friend Greg Fitzsimmons. He was his neighbor in New York when he first started working on this. And then he became his neighbor also in Venice. Like, he's been his neighbor for like 20 years. So Greg's followed him from this entire journey. And Greg had been telling me about it for years. When's your friend gonna get that fucking book done? And then finally, he says, tells me the whole story, how it took so long.
What's going on, Toaster Question?
Wow, let's go. Wow. So it's
Toaster Question, can you hear me? Yo, Toaster Question, can you hear me? How's your day going? Toaster Question. Toaster Question. Toaster Question. Do you talk? Oh, yeah, now I can hear you. What's going on, big dog? How's your day going? How'd you find out about me, my friend? On Twitch? You're amazing. Excellent. Thank you so much for being here. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Going back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Toaster Question. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Excellent. Well, that's what I do. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's #1 resource, that it overtook petroleum, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, Toaster Question, I'm going to make you financially independent and your friends and family financially independent. If you're not already, I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Excellent. I talk about other things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the betterment of people's lives. I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you, Toaster question? Excellent. I'm also an advocate for futurology. I like to talk about science and technology, especially big ideas like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, intergalactic travel, things like alien disclosure and de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing opportunity. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project, and I find these types of stories to be really interesting. Additionally, I talk about things that may affect you when and your friends and family. When you were born, the average life expectancy for you, Toaster question, was probably about age 80. I want to increase that. And if you want, I want you to be able to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology, all with your consent. Things like oxygen therapy, peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like testosterone replacement therapy, red light therapy, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics. But eventually you may be able to get to 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It's been great. We accomplished all our goals together, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain with your consent, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous and your peripheral nervous system, basically like a CAT scan or an MRI, for later and save that information for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Toaster question, is there may be an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts? Excellent, man. Well, that's great. Well, I'm always live 24/7. Other things that I like, in addition to technology, I love sports. There's a big fight on in about 2 hours. That's going to be on Netflix that we're going to live stream. We watched Thursday night football last night. We'll watch college football. Sunday, of course, the NFL will be big. Monday night football, we're in a bunch of fantasy football teams. When I say we, I and other people in here. So like football a lot, like art. I love music. I talk about live streaming my life. I'm live right now on 22 different YouTube streams alone. So you can watch my life in 365 degrees for the last basically 4 years. And I'm creating the world's largest time capsule or timeline of human society. Essentially, in the past, people would write journals or diaries, and I do the same, but with video. And not only do I archive my life, but I archive world news events. Like I previously said, the death of a queen, birth of AI, coronation of a king, elections, assassinations, everything. I've got a radio that's going 24/7 in the background that basically archives every news event, and just do my best to be an interesting person for people of the future. We've built a really great community here. We're approaching 2,000 people in the Discord, and I just got a new member with you. If you want to know how I did it, I create robots. So I've got like right in front of me, I've got like a bunch of different devices. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got 8 devices just here, right? And then here I've got 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 right there in total. And then another 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. And then like the one behind me. In total, I've got like 33 different devices going at any given time. And many of them are live streaming. Some of them are robots. And just do my best to be able to spread good vibes and love to the world. So that's what I do. How about you? What are your interests? What are your favorite things? Okay. Will you enlighten me? Excellent. So is that on a computer or is that in like virtual reality? Okay. Very cool. Is this a new thing or has this been around for a while? I enlighten me. I've heard actually I think I've heard of it. Excellent. Oh, definitely. I'll go there right now. Um, that's amazing. All right, so worlds.com. I have heard of this, especially because it just had such a simple username, simple um, uh, domain name. Okay, so um, I go to it and it says browser working, Cloudflare working, host error. Um, let's see. Okay, okay. And so, are you a streamer on Twitch? Okay, here and there. So if I may ask, did you get an email from me, or did you get a notification in Twitch, or what alerted you to me? Yeah, exactly. Discord. Yeah, exactly. And did that follow you, and it gave you a notification, or did it email you? Okay, it emailed you. Okay, excellent. Well, that tells me it's working. That's wonderful. So, just to give you an idea of the amount of social media that I have over 100 YouTube accounts, 20 of which are live right now. I've got over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. So it's like a treasure trove for people who want to go down the rabbit hole of what I've done over the course of the last 4 years on the internet. But more than anything, I'm about peace. I'm about positivity. I want to be a positive influence on everyone with whom I interact, either IRL in real life or on the internet. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and just most of all, I want to give people hope. So you should know you don't have to stay. You can go do whatever you want to do. But if you ever need anybody, I'm here for you. And I just want you to know I really appreciate you coming in. And that just want to make sure I'm able to say that. Now, worlds.com is something that you download. I'll look into it more. What other games do you like? Please enlighten me. Oh, yeah, I know what Steam is. Yeah, definitely. Okay. Okay. Okay, so let me make sure I've got the right one. This is sometimes shortened to Gmod. It's a sandbox game. Yeah, and basically it has like a open world aspect. It's like a physics sandbox. Excellent. Well, that's a cool one too. Okay, what got you into these kind of games? Yeah. Oh, the role playing aspect is what got you into it. Okay, I gotcha. Um, do you play any games like Grand Theft Auto or Fortnite or anything like that? Okay, so you are like strictly these role playing games. Okay, excellent. What else do you like to do? Do you play any sports? Okay. Um, so no sports. You really like these games. Do you like social media aside from having a Twitch account and you do a little YouTubing? Um, do you like to? Are you more someone who watches streamers, or are you more someone who streams themselves? Okay, very cool. Do you multi-stream? Like, meaning when you stream, do you stream on multiple platforms simultaneously? Take your time, my man. Okay, excellent. Well, very well. What are your other favorite platforms? In Discord? Yeah, definitely. I get that. Discord's a great platform, and while a lot of people complain about it, it's the best that we have. It has the most amount of features. It's the most stable. So yeah, definitely. What other Discords are you on, if I may ask? Okay, you don't have to name them, but um, are you in similar? Um, did you call it ARM, alternate reality ARGs? Yeah, are you in other ARG discords? Okay. Yeah, no, I understand. I think you can have up to with a normal account like 99 or 100 different discords, and it's easy to lose track of what ones you're in. Okay, so um, do you have other ARG communities of which you're a member, or like friends who are in the ARG community? Okay. Oh, okay. Um, and you may have never heard of this, but it was big maybe 15 years ago, somewhat. There was something called Second Life. Have you ever heard of Second Life? Is that an ARG? Okay. All right. I'm just yeah, okay. Very cool. All right. Would I don't know this is the would this be considered an ARG, The Sims? Okay. In the ARGs of which you're a member that you like to play though, is it more it's probably less realism like The Sims and Second Life and stuff. And probably is it more fantasy? Okay. Very cool. Do you like any board games? Oh, amazing. Okay, well, we play chess in here, and so you'll be able to pick up some games if you want, and I'll play with you when I get some time. Every night in here, some of the members that we have like a big group that comes in at night. So, like right now, it's kind of like midday or so, or getting into the evening for some people. But at night, people come in and we play every night. We do these mini games. So we'll play bowling. Then there are a bunch of other mini games that we play, including chess, checkers, four, like what do you, Connect Four, dice. We'll play things like uh, pick. What is it called? Charades kind of deal. We'll play games like mini golf, table soccer, archery, darts. Um, what else do they have? Poker. We played poker last night, and so I get some people from all over the world, and our hours are all kind of different, and they keep me up all really late at night, especially the people in Australia. But we have a good time. So if you like mini games and stuff like that, you can generally find people in here who are willing to play something with you. Um, Aside from mini games and such, I've done IRL streaming. I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in downtown Los Angeles, at Disneyland, basically everywhere in Southern California. Um, but it is easiest for me to maintain my connectivity and all of the devices that I have, basically just being near the Wi-Fi router. But I have on the stream done quite a bit of IRL streaming. Other things that we like to do in here, we watch movies, television shows. What kind of television shows or movies do you like? Okay. Well, that was, and I may be wrong, but wasn't that like a reality show from years ago? Excellent. Yeah. So that's the one where one of the people is a mole and they like basically all the other people are trying to guess who it is and they vote on him, something like that. Excellent. Okay. So you like the mole? Any other reality television that you like? Oh, okay. Excellent. Yeah, the movie from the 80s. Is that right? Okay, excellent. That's a great movie. It is it's a classic. It's not even a cult classic. It's a classic, and it had a wonderful cast, like of really big actors. So that's excellent. Um, any other television shows that you like? Do you like The Office, Parks and Recreation, anything like that? Okay, excellent. Reason why I mentioned that is The Office is like a spin-off that just started. It's called The Paper, and we watched some of those episodes in here, and you know it's so far so good. So that's on Peacock. If you're not a big sports fan, that's totally fine. But we are, I know, like Brandon streams everything, and he'll stream anything you want. If there's ever a sports game, any kind of sports that you want, we watched earlier today baseball game. Last night we had Thursday night football. Um, so I know you don't play sports. Do you watch any sports? Okay. Do you have a favorite team or a favorite sport? Oh, we just watched them last night. They have an amazing defense this year and offense. They're looking maybe like the strongest team out of the NFC. They look amazing. So you should be proud of them. They look really really good. Their quarterback Justin Fields or Jordan Love look amazing. Their running back Justin, I forget what his name is. He was amazing, and then their their tight end last night had just a huge night. So and then they got a defense that is really really good. They just got like one of the best players in the league from Dallas, so got to be psyched about that. And they are 2-0. They beat the Detroit Lions the first week, and then they beat the Washington Commanders the second week. So definitely, so they're looking strong. All right, so you're a Packers fan to some extent. We've watched, let's see here, three Super Bowls in here, three Olympic games. Do you like the Olympics at all? 100%. Yeah. I'd like, if I'm at least popular enough from streaming, I'd like to live stream because they're going to have some games in Los Angeles. So I'd like to do that. If I'm unable to do that, I'm going to stream the whole thing, every single game. I streamed the Women's World Cup like 2 years ago, and it was amazing. It took place in New Zealand and um, Australia, so all the games were like in the middle of the night, and I got so into it. Toaster question: I would never in a million years thought I'd be so into women's soccer, but I was. And then earlier that year, I streamed the Men's World Cup. So, are you a soccer fan? Okay, excellent. Are you? Do you have like a favorite Premier League team? Okay, excellent. Yeah. So hopefully they do well this year and they can make it into the World Cup. Um, they're one day, you mark my words, Toaster question, when it might be in the next 100 years, I'm not sure, but the United States will be in the World Cup final and it will be the biggest sporting event in the history of the United States. Would you agree that would be giant? Feel free to disagree too if you don't think it would be that big. Oh, absolutely. That's fine. So if the United States men's team made it to a World Cup final, it would be like the biggest sporting event in United States history. It would be really big. That's okay if you're multitasking. I understand. You do you. Please enlighten me. Okay. Okay. Swamp Cinema, Gary's Mod, Swamp Servers. Is it swamp.sv? Okay, very cool. Welcome to the Swamp. We're a unique Gary's Mod gaming community. All right, I'm gonna have to get in here one of these days and check it out. It looks really cool. All right, well, in the meantime, I don't want to take up your or distract you from your games. Feel free to play them in here. Feel free to stream them if you want, or just to be with like-minded individuals. You're always welcome here. I was in the middle of listening to Joe Rogan's interview with Charlie Sheen, so if you hear that in the background, that's what's going on. And just really want you to know how much I appreciate meeting you, Toaster Question. Excellent, excellent. After I do a little bit more programming on my bots, when I get some time, I'm going to take a look. Are you a Joe Rogan fan? Okay, I understand, but you know who I'm referencing. There's some people who don't even know who he is, so excellent. All right, very well. Well, enjoy, my friend, and I'm always here if you need me, okay?
We had him on, and it was incredible. First of all, I listened to the book first before I had him on. I listened to the audio version. I was like, this is nuts. Yeah. This is nuts. Yeah. If this is all true, this is fucking insane. And it's all true. So they really did engineer a murderous cult of hippies.
And almost used the clinic as a casting couch, as an audition process for which girls they thought would be the most vulnerable. Vulnerable.
Yeah. Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy. The CIA was doing that. It's just.
I thought they were supposed to just operate on foreign soil.
I know they were, but sometimes things get messy. But it's like you talk to like your average boomer who just watches cable news and reads the newspaper, they never believe this in a million years.
And they'll hear us talking about it, thinking, "Come on, guys,
No,
come
you're out of
on,
your mind."
come on." And but they also will never read the book.
No, read the book, and then when they never apologize.
Imagine that.
Never apologize for your baseless conspiracy theories that all turned out to be true.
Yeah.
Because, conspiracies are fucking real, okay? This conspiracy theory pejorative that they really started foisting on the American public during the Kennedy assassination was for that very reason. They wanted to make it ridiculous.
That's when the term was coined.
That's when the term became popularized. Right. Apparently the term existed before that. We researched this, right? Didn't we Google the original term of conspiracy theorists? It's quite a bit earlier, but it was never like a thing in the public zeitgeist. Right. It became a thing during the Kennedy assassination because a lot of people were questioning it because it looked weird. Everything. Even the people that hadn't seen the Zapruder film, everything just seemed off. It seemed off, and there was rumblings amongst people that were there. The big one was the shots from the grassy knoll. Many people talked about gunshots.
And that one photo where there's like 15 people pointing to the same spot.
You see smoke here where the bushes are, and it's not a good photo, but it's good enough. Right. You go, it's just it was too uniform. They all were pointing. We heard shots from back there. There is a thing that does happen, especially if you look at Dealey Plaza. Have you ever driven through it?
I have. Yeah,
weird, right?
I've walked the whole crime scene.
It's weird to be there. First of all, it's so little.
You can't believe how close everything is.
It's real little.
And but they sent him into that tight turn and put him into that
convertible
pickle jar.
I mean, completely planned.
And you watch the motorcycle cops drop back. Just drop back.
Which is
there's something I read. Did you ever read The Men Who Killed Kennedy? I think it's Jim Mars. Remember Jim Mars?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you ever have him on?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. Did he pass? I think so. Yeah. He wrote Sci Spies, which was it all about remote viewing?
Oh.
Yeah. He's a trip. He was deep into everything.
I go back and forth on that remote viewing.
I do too. But there's something in one of his books, and I've never been able to find it anywhere else. It's almost like this little detail was scrubbed from the internet, that the Morse code signal for victory right after the fatal headshot went out over every Dallas police radio. Whoa. Have you ever heard that?
No.
Okay, I read that. This is disclaimer. I'm not coming up with this. This is not my original data. But yeah, when I read that was creepy.
That's crazy.
And I don't know that he would have just added that for color. That's not something you just throw out there.
Yeah, that's a weird thing to add. Victory. Well, a lot of people hated Kennedy back then. It's hard for us to reconcile now, today, because we think of him as like one of our greatest presidents. Of course, because he got murdered. We always love him after they get shot. Sure. But when he was alive, this was like half the country fucking hated him. And then there was the Bay of Pigs disaster where we lost a lot of people because Kennedy didn't give him air support. Right. He wasn't told about the invasion until like last moment, and air support was crucial to its success. He denied air support. A bunch of people died that weren't going to die.
Right.
And so those guys on the ground, my friend Evan has a theory. My friend Evan, who owns Black Rifle Coffee, who was a ranger himself.
I've met him.
He's the best. I love
Good
it.
Dude.
I love him to death. But he said, like, those guys, those are hard-nosed killers. And if they think that they lost their brothers because this fucking piece of shit didn't give them the air support that they deserve, it was Kennedy's idea, and you tell them that you want to get that guy killed, like, oh, fucking sign me up. Those guys would do it.
Interesting.
He's like, those would be the type of guys he would have do something like that, and they would probably tell you this would be a perfect place to do it. Right. Tight little turn. Yeah. Anybody who says, by the way, because conspiracies everybody gets binary on this one way or another. I believe this or that. Anybody who says that Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't make that shot has never shot a rifle. You're full of shit. If the rifle's on, it was not that far. I'm not saying he can do it 100 times out of 100. Right. But the possibility of him having that rifle ready, he's got a scope, he's got a rest, The car comes into view. You roll the sight onto his back. You squeeze off around, and you get a headshot in there. That's 100% possible.
Sure.
I just don't buy it.
Right.
I don't buy it. I don't think he acted alone. If he did do it, he might have done it. He might have shot at him. He might have even hit him once. There was other people. He was the patsy, and I think when he said, "I'm just a patsy,"
Right.
the way he said it was not like a guy who murdered somebody. The way he said it was like, I can't believe they set me up.
Exactly. Exactly.
So I think he was in on a bunch of it.
Sure.
I just don't think he pulled the trigger.
Right.
Or if he did pull the trigger, he was one of many people that pulled the trigger. That's what I think.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of other people saying, oh, he couldn't have made those shots because the rifle scope was off. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because I could get your rifle scope to be off in 5 seconds. Okay, if your rifle scope's perfect, is it zeroed in? Bang, I drop it on the ground. Try it again. Yeah. It'll be off by 6 inches at 200 yards.
Yeah.
You're going to move that thing. They're fragile. They require micro adjustments, little Allen wrenches and hex keys and shit.
Right.
People, they don't torque them too much. You get it dialed in perfect.
On a $37 rifle.
Yeah, on a rifle from 1963.
From a bag of magazine.
Yeah, of course that thing can get knocked off. Easy.
Right.
Like almost instantly you can knock that thing off.
There is a thing about the tree, though.
What about the tree?
That he had to shoot through a tree, because what they've done in a lot of the reenactments, supporting that he was the lone gunman, they did cut out part of the tree that Kennedy's behind.
They cut it out for the reenactment?
Yeah.
Really?
So you would have a clear field of view.
But he had a clear field of view for at least a brief amount of time.
Sure.
And that's all you need. That's all you need if you were good and if you practice. And I'm assuming that if you're going to go shoot the president, you'll probably get used to firing off a few rounds. You probably set up a target. So you're not going to just hope that your accuracy is still there from 3 years ago. Yeah, you're going to practice.
Yeah.
So if you're going to practice, you're going to be even quicker at wrapping a new round.
Sure.
He could have done it. I just don't buy it. It just, none of the evidence seems to point in that direction, including all the evidence that they try to fabricate. Like the magic bullet one is nuts. Anybody who's ever shot anything with a bullet who looks at that and believes that went through 2 people and broke bones.
Yeah.
That looks like it got shot into a swimming pool.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it ever hit anything.
No, and I've had people debate me and taking the side of the magic bullet.
They're
look me right in the eyes and believe it, and I'm just like, okay, well, cool. This is where we have to just.
They're out of their mind.
Yeah, we have to walk away.
They're out of their mind. They don't know. I could show them, like, let's go take a bone from a cow. Let's set up a bone from a cow, and I'll shoot it at 100 yards.
One bone.
Yeah,
just one
bone.
Yeah.
And let's take a look at that bullet.
Right. Yeah.
It's not going to look anything like that.
Yeah.
It's going to be all fucked up. And there's the fragments. There's missing fragments from the bullet that are in Connolly's wrist that are more fragments that are missing from the actual bullet they're attributing to the wound.
You can't.
But they did it. That's what's nuts. We can sit here and talk about it until the cows come home.
Do you know about the palm print, though?
No.
That they linked the rifle to Oswald because of a palm print on the
they got
stock.
it when they went to visit him in the morgue.
Yeah, they didn't get it till after the autopsy. It wasn't there, and then surprise.
How convenient.
Yeah.
And also, says who? His fingerprint was on it. You could just say that back then. 1963. Government says we found a fingerprint. Oswald doesn't have a lawyer. No one's representing him. He's dead.
Yeah.
No one's going to say, my client is innocent. He's fucking dead. Okay? Pin it on him. Nobody gives a shit. And everybody just mourned the fact that the president was dead. And then, all of a sudden you got Lyndon Johnson full steam ahead with Vietnam War.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
Yeah, if you usually look at what happens after the major event,
things got very different. They got very different.
That's when you really start to see,
Kennedy was trying to be a real president, and they were like, oh, none of that.
Yeah, it was the Federal Reserve, it was Vietnam, it was like all these big, really important
things. He wanted to get us out. He wanted to kill the CIA. He wanted to do a lot of things.
Yeah.
And they were like, not today, sir. And then that's the real argument is that we haven't really had a president since Kennedy. Everything after that has been the president's more of a The giant machine behind it continues to run exactly as it always has.
Yeah, I mean, just from what I said, there's not a lot you can do about it.
There's nothing you can do about it. You can talk, but look, if they haven't done anything about the Kennedy assassination, you can't do shit.
No.
You can put pressure on people. And you definitely can hurt their chances of getting reelected if people find out that they're very disappointed in you for not supporting this or not telling us about that or lying about this or you were involved in that. Yeah, but other than that, like, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, that's why I don't really weigh in anymore.
It's probably smart.
So, it feels like, I don't know, it's wasted energy.
It definitely is a lot of that. But it's also like a show, You could watch the show. Hey, have you watched the latest episode of the Epstein Files? Like, what's going on?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it turns into
kind of like a show.
It turns into a parlor game also, Right? That's how my dad described the OJ case. He said this is like the greatest parlor game ever.
Right. Boy, I remember watching that verdict on TV live in my apartment with this girl I was dating. She was a really sweet girl, and she couldn't believe that he was innocent.
Yeah.
And she didn't understand it. She was so confused.
Yeah, it didn't
She
line
was
up.
like, no, how? She kept like putting her hands over her face. No.
It completely torqued her whole reality.
Yeah.
I was on a mountaintop in Mexico doing a kind of a low rent sci-fi film called The Arrival.
I love that movie.
Oh, okay.
Don't say that was a low rent movie. I love that movie.
Thank
Who
you.
turned me on to that movie? Dave Foley. Dave Foley, who's a good friend of mine from News Radio.
Okay.
When we were on News Radio together, he fucking loved that movie because this is a so underrated sci-fi movie. I'm like, okay, cool.
Wow.
And I checked it out. It was great. I loved
Thank you. It was the first film that actually incorporated a mashup of puppets and CGI at the same time. Because at that point it was either one or the other, and the other hadn't fully really arrived yet.
Right.
So that was kind of cool. But no, we were. I was so hoping for the day off to be back at the hotel because everybody knew the night before that the verdict was coming, right? So we had to shoot this scene, and there was a prop man, and he had the only. This is '95, right? He had the only cell phone, and it had like half a bar, and it's starting to rain, and he's got his ear, and his buddy's got his phone in LA up to the TV when they're about to read the verdict. So we all gather around the prop man, and we're watching him, and he's kind of leaning to keep the signal, to keep connected, and then we can see when he hears it. He slumps a little bit, right? Takes the phone from his ear and slams it into the mud and screams, "That motherfucker got away with murder."
Wow.
Voice like echoed through the mist. It was gnarly.
That's a wild scene.
That's how I learned about the OJ verdict. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dave Anderson was there with me. He's a buddy I grew up with. He's in the book. He's a two-time Oscar-winning FX makeup artist, And so, if you ever run across Dave the Rave Anderson, ask him about the OJ verdict.
That's just a crazy scene. Imagine a guy reacting like that.
He was our only connection to it. And everybody was so invested in this thing. And it was really hard to go. And that was like, do you remember time of day that might have happened? Kind of late morning, sort of, or was it in the afternoon?
I don't remember at all.
We still had a pretty sizable day to shoot. And it was really hard to regain focus.
Yeah.
Feel like what we were doing still mattered.
Yeah.
Because there was a giant, there was like a murmur in the universe at that point,
Yeah.
Like something, it felt like something had been taken from us.
Yeah.
Yes,
ability.
Did you see the last or the most recent OJ documentary?
No.
It's Murder, Mayhem, and Blood. I think it's got 3.
Murder, Mayhem, and Blood.
Murder, Mayhem, and Lies. Something I'm probably way off with that title. No, it's actually.
But it's the latest OJ documentary.
Well, I guess Manhunt will be the latest. This is the one that was before that, and it's broken down at the crime scene by two like expert veteran recreationists. Yeah, it's a trip. Do you watch any OJ stuff that comes out?
No, I try not to. Yeah,
because
it's just too weird.
Okay. Do you think there was something else there? Or
no, I think he killed his wife.
Yeah.
And he killed Ron Goldman. And he got away with it.
Yeah.
And it's just nuts. It's just, it's weird. You watch him on, like, Naked Gun. And you're like, that guy?
Yeah.
That guy murdered his wife with a knife? Like, what?
Yeah.
And he got away with it? And he's just golfing?
Yeah, it was the follow-up part that didn't really support anything about what he had claimed.
You remember when he was a rapper? You remember the Juice is Loose? You remember that?
Oh gosh, I think I just willed that one out of my.
He had like a king's robe on, and like there's a bunch of hot ladies around him.
Okay, it's coming back to me. Yeah.
He made a rap song.
Wow.
Yeah, he was like embracing the heel role at one point in time after the guilty verdict or the not guilty verdict.
Right. Yeah.
And so he got into like rap.
I mean, probably just for a monetary grab.
I would
right?
imagine.
Yeah.
Let me watch you play it. Play the Juice is Loose. It's so bad.
Oh my God.
Is it off of YouTube? That would be hilarious.
It was part of a TV show. Yeah, I saw another clip.
Oh, that's right.
It was like a prank show. He was trying to prank people. It was like probably
Jackass.
yeah, but I'm trying to think of the thing they had on MTV. That they did with all the celebrities.
Oh, Punk. OJ was doing that? Everybody would just run away screaming. He's the murderer.
A lady like walked up to her hotel room with a knife.
Oh my God, that was one of his scenes. Jesus Christ.
You got juices.
You got juice.
Yeah.
Also, the music video had a bunch of
naked ladies.
Yeah, it was aired on like pay-per-view.
Oh.
The Spice Channel.
Remember the Spice Channel? Yeah. But that whole thing, going from that verdict to try going back to work. Oh my! Yeah, that musical. Look at that. I remember one time we were filming news radio. It was in the middle of that North Hollywood shootout. Do you remember that?
I do. Yeah.
And we were watching it live on TV.
Yeah.
While trying to do a sitcom, and we were like, we probably should take some time off here. There's a fucking war going on in the middle of North Hollywood.
Wow. Yeah,
I think that involved a lot of cocaine and steroids too.
From the brothers.
From the guys.
Yeah.
I know they were definitely on steroids.
Yeah.
But I think there was probably some.
Or meth.
Something like
that. I think
some
meth would have kept them there for a lot longer. Yeah.
For people who don't know the story, these guys, they rob a bank. Is that what they did?
Yeah, but waited.
Yeah.
Like could have driven away. Could have left with all the dough.
And they decided to get in a shootout with the cops.
Yeah.
And killed cops. Right?
Yes.
I mean, and they got killed. A bunch of cops got hit. And the cops were like horribly outgunned.
Oh yeah.
The cops had their 9mm pistols, and these guys have fucking machine guns and bulletproof vests. And,
Kevlar helmets. They had face masks.
Yeah.
Now, do you support that when the dude finally kills himself, that it was a simultaneous sniper shot at the same time?
I never even looked into that. Is that one of the conspiracies?
That's one thing that they claim.
That he got shot and shot himself at the exact same time. It's possible.
But why would they? What does that serve? Like, what does that?
Maybe they were already going to shoot him, and he shot himself. They didn't think he was going to shoot himself, and they pulled the trigger right when he did.
Got it.
That's what I would guess, if that's the case.
But it's not like they have to be let off the hook, because at that point, that dude has to be put down.
Yeah. I mean, one of the guys had already been shot, and he was shot in the leg, and they didn't get him any medical help. They knew he was going to bleed out. I I think that was the case. I think he got shot in his femoral artery.
Yeah, the first guy it says he died by, this is from Wikipedia, he died by suicide via gunshot to the head from his handgun, simultaneously being hit by rifle fire from LAPD officers that was going around striking and severing his spine.
Whoa.
The other guy got shot over 29 times and died from blood loss.
Wow. I mean, what are the odds that
Crazy.
the thing with
Yeah. Well, it sounds like there were a lot of bullets were flying in his direction.
2,000.
Yo, there he is.
2,000.
Yes, sir.
Like, if you're out of
Oh, shout out to your friends. You guys are amazing. Yo, shout out to Rick Rhymes 01 on Swamp Cinema. You're the man, you're the myth, you're the legend. People should want to grow up to be like you. You're amazing. Excellent. If you go in the upper left corner of this Discord, you'll see a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams. If you put that into YouTube, you can see all my content. Well, basically like live. Shout out to you guys. You guys have a wonderful community. If you guys didn't know, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, 20 of which are live right now. I have over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I know that in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was its number one resource, and I have more data than anybody. And if that's true, if that makes me an influential person someday, I'm going to make the whole swamp community exceptionally wealthy. You guys will be able to have condominiums overlooking the swamp or on a deserted island or wherever you want to be. I want to make sure that you're all taken care of exceptionally well, including I want to make sure that you're all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you all have the opportunity to have generational wealth if you don't already have it. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. So if there's any topic or subject near and dear to your heart, I want you guys to be able to ensure that you are able to help whatever the issue or cause is. I talk about things to improve the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is. The name of the cryptocurrency is called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. It's a mouthful. That's kind of its pizzazz, as it's such a long name. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the less fortunate. Additionally, I am an advocate for the Life Share program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. I talk about other things that are fascinating to some people. They're fascinating to me, certainly. Scientific advancements, futurology topics such as anti-gravity, antimatter, alien disclosure, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I talk about things like space tourism, space elevators, space slingshots, things like terraforming of other planets, interstellar space travel. I talk about invisibility cloaks. I talk about replicators, Santa Claus machines, de-extinction technology. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years or by the year 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a really exciting opportunity. Additionally, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will be really exciting to be able to archive. Additionally, they've made headlines with their direwolf project. I'm also an advocate for life extension technology. So this is all with your consent, but anybody watching this right now, especially in the Swamp TV community, you guys should know that I want to make sure that you are able to live longer if you want. So when you all were born, the average life expectancy for you is probably about age 80. I'm going to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology, such as nootropics, things like peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, oxygen therapy, red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, things like ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy, cryonics, cryogenics. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run. Everything that you said took place. We made the swamp community one of the biggest gaming communities on earth, and everybody who became a member didn't just become a millionaire nor a billionaire, but trillionaires. Well, our bodies are starting to break down. What's the next plan? And this is if you want. Again, this is with your consent. Consent's really big. But if you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But what I want you all to know, if you're watching this and you're a member of the Swamp community, is that you may have an opportunity at digital immortality. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask Toaster your questions, and feed them through him, and I'll answer any questions that you have. But I appreciate you all checking me out wherever you are. That's okay. 100%. Yeah, sure. I will do my spiel again. No problem at all. You let me know when they're ready. You're good. Brandon, I'm talking to some people right now. If you would, just listen for a little bit. You should know, Brandon, there's a really big boxing match in about an hour and 15 minutes that we're going to watch, okay? Yeah, he streams. Yep. Excellent. Shout out to Kilburn. Shout out to Rick Rhymes. Shout out to everyone else in the Swamp community. If you don't know who I am, you will. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Going back to the pandemic, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And according to The Economist magazine, data is Earth's #1 resource, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, including Rick Rhymes and everybody else in the swamp community, exceptionally wealthy. I want to make sure that you have independent wealth, that you have generational wealth, your friends, your family. And I want to make sure that you're able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I talk about some things to improve the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, vertical farming, hydroponics, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. Sponsored by cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria for the betterment of the people's lives there. I'm also an advocate for life straws and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. I'm an advocate for all kinds of futurism. I'm a futurist myself. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, transhumanism, things like artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence, things like space tourism, space elevators, things like terraforming of other planets, interstellar space travel, things like transatlantic uh, tunnel systems, perhaps trans-Pacific tunnel systems, a Bering Strait tunnel. I'm an advocate for nuclear power, nuclear fission, nuclear fusion. We talk about things like quantum computing and artificial gravity. We talk about things like cryptocurrency and de-extinction. I'm an advocate for things like, in addition to de-extinction, things like perhaps Santa Claus machines and replicators, invisibility cloaks. If you don't know what de-extinction is, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years or by the year 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a really exciting opportunity. Additionally, they made headlines with their direwolf project. They want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, after the woolly mammoth, which I think is really exciting. I'm an advocate for life extension technology. This is all with your consent, but if you want, we may be able to extend the average life expectancy for someone like you from age 80 to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as agriculture, such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like perhaps pep. Go ahead. You're good. Yeah, I get trolled all the time. No, I'm very real. I'm absolutely serious. No, who's that? Yeah, so by trade, I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps successfully on the App Store and Google Play. I've also had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies. So I've been able to make a good living in my life and be able to buy them. And then essentially from power, we have solar power that allows like actually a rebate from Southern California Edison every year. So the power isn't too big of an issue. Right now, I have over 33 different devices and basically just do my best to archive every aspect of human existence for the past 3.5 years. Does that answer your question? Yeah, that's fine. Just go to YouTube and you can see I'm live on 20 different YouTubes live. Like that's pretty impressive right there. Okay. So, in addition to that, I mean, like these are other robots that I've built on my phone. So, like you can see, like I'm not touching this phone, but it's got a, you'll see it. It works on its own. It's got like a screen clicker on it, and it just automatically, this one here creates clips of people live and then puts my Discord in their clip. And then a lot of times they'll see it and they'll come in here and say, hey, what's going on? I saw, but I mean, as you see, it's clicking on its own. I've also got, I'll show you the robots that I make. Um, so the ones that I have on Twitch, I'll show you, I've got them on Kick and on Twitch. So just one moment, and I'll get this device and show you. Just one, Brandon. Just one moment. I'm gonna tell these guys some stuff. So if you can, just be quiet for a little bit, and then you can talk as much as you want. All right. So here I am. We're gonna flip over here. This device is creating a Kick account. Sometimes Kick runs into an issue where um, it doesn't allow you to create an account immediately. There's an error that shows up. So it's got to go through the terms and conditions. You can see this pink cursor right here, and that's what actually scrolls for me. And it will now scroll down all the terms and terms of service, and then go all the way to the bottom, which it's doing. And then it will press the I accept button. And if it wants to create the account, it'll allow me to create the account. If you see there, it says unknown error, please try again. And that's fine. That just means I created a bunch of accounts too quickly. So what it's going to do now, without me doing anything, it will close this. It will close this and reopen a new Chrome session, and then it'll just do it all again. And then once it logs in, it follows people automatically. It creates a clip of them automatically, and it spams them. Okay, so then over here we have another device. This one. So what happens is you can follow 2,000 people on Twitch simultaneously, like at one time, and unfortunately, this account is at its 2,000th, though it is following people. So this could just be an erroneous message. So it just follows them. You can see the pink cursor automatically follow them. And that's that one. And then this other one I have. Just one moment. Okay, so this one you'll be able to see momentarily. All right, so what this is the one that got Toaster question in here, and I just use macro recorder, so all I hit is play, and then what it's going to do, it goes to a random word generator, so the word history, it copies it, and then it's going to open up a new Twitch page, and it's going to search everybody whose name has the word history in it. And then it can recognize, it's very smart, so it has the ability to differentiate where the follow button is. It has image detection, and so then it just presses it and follows them. So as you can see, it just followed that person. And then I have to have it wait 10 seconds in between follows. If you follow people too quickly, then it won't follow, like it triggers Twitch's anti-botting measures. And so it just followed those 3 people. And then it's going to scroll down and follow the next group of people. And so here are 2 more. And it will detect. Yeah, absolutely. You can see my interviews. They're located on YouTube. There's a section of this Discord. If you go down, it says interviews, and you'll be able to find the interviews that I have there. And then I also have done interviews on podcasts, and I've been on a handful of podcasts, and then also Kick creators have interviewed me. So if you you can even just you click on the chat below. If you just go to search in this Discord and type in interviews, and then go to the chat. you'll see a list of interviews that I have in there. Some of them have been banned from like different accounts that I have, but I have a bunch of other that have been on there too. So okay. Feel free to clarify anything you want. I'm here to answer any questions that they have. I've only heard of it. I have not played it. I'm 39 years old. Can be can be Are you asking can beat or be humans? I know what bronies are. Yeah, I know what My Little Ponies is. Yeah, you're good. That's fine. I get trolled every day. Yes. Okay. I mean that's fine. They can think of whatever they want. No, not 2018. Since 2021. I'm closing in on my 4-year anniversary this fall. That's correct. Yeah, I'd like to document my life as long as I live in better form. I'd like to use like a first person view, like have like meta glasses that live stream. Yeah. Well, I mean, the only thing I mean, I'm as open as I can be in my life, and you can watch me whenever you want. So that's as like legitimate as I can be. Like you can literally watch me from all kinds of angles. You should know that game that you just showed. It looks really cool. So, did you say that's what an AMG is, or not AMG? What is it? Alternative ARG? Yeah, absolutely. Excellent. Would you, just so you can learn more about me and what I do, and it gives you more when with your community and everything, go to my blog, which is rabbirothschild.blogspot.com, and you will see the largest blog entry that you've ever seen. It's basically my discussions with ChatGPT when ChatGPT was in its infancy, and you could use a type of setting called Dan setting, do anything now, and it would basically jailbreak ChatGPT back then. So it would tell you like ways to live longer and the richest like people in the world, and all kinds of things that it no longer talks about. But just if you go to rabbirothschild.blogspot.com and go to there's an entry in there from like last August. If you click that, and then look at the right side of your screen where the scroll bar is, and look how long it takes you to scroll down there. Can you do that for me? Yes, there are a lot in there. Yeah, it's just well, Linktree is my social media, so you can go there too. And I have like more social media than anybody you'll ever meet. Yeah, it's on my Linktree. So yeah, no, I'm aware of that. So go to my Linktree. My blog is in my Linktree. Yeah. I do. It's been archived though because I didn't really use it. But yeah, you can see the old version of it, and just search for the word blog, blog, or the word AMA, like the acronym AMA, like Ask Me Anything. And oh, that's a different one that got banned. Parts of it are still up, but it got banned because I made fun of um like I started making fun of the Reddit moderators. Um, that like I'm about free speech and they suppress it. So okay, if you want, just go to a browser and type in rabbirothschild.blogspot.com, and then it should be like I'll do it alongside you so I can see what you're basically seeing. Excellent. Now there is a blog entry from like last August at the bottom. Just click on the picture of my face, and now look at the your scroll, like when you scroll down, and look how long it takes you to scroll down through the thing. It is a huge amount of data. So these are just things that I think are really interesting, like um, like what? Types of future technology, like microcurrent devices and things like ultrasonic electrostimulation, um, things um, like what are the worst ways to die? What are the best ways to die? Just like on every kind of topic, you can just see what I've gone through with ChatGPT and what it would answer. Um, and like basically, there are things on different types of nutrition, different types of movies, things on um, different, just like anything. I mean, it's just like its own archive of myself as well. So if you kind of want to peer into what I think is interesting with technology, take a look at that. Um, and like whether we live in a simulation, all of those kind of questions that I've been asked. This is like basically when I've had different conversations with ChatGPT. This is these are things that I would review. One of my favorite subjects that we haven't really discussed but I want to make sure to emphasize it. I'm really into alien disclosure. So extraterrestrial. I don't know if you're aware, um, or like if that. Oh, excellent, excellent. So you know who Bob Lazar is? That's okay. That's okay. So Bob Lazar is the reason why we know about Area 51. He was the whistleblower who worked at Area S4 specifically in the late 1980s and went on KLAS, which is Las Vegas. Um, they went on. He went on Las Vegas television under like a shadow, like blacked out, and talked about what he did at Area 51. And that before that, no one had really heard of it. And then we would eventually get to like the year 2012 or so when President Obama declassified it. But yeah, I'm all about that and what is going on there. So, like if you're not aware, Bob Lazar's done interviews with Joe Rogan, and they're fascinating. He talks about extraterrestrial technology, anti-gravity, element 115. If you weren't aware, like how do these crafts travel so quickly with all the power that they get? It uses an element known as element 115, which at the time when Bob Lazar talked about this, it had not yet been discovered on Earth, at least not in a declassified form. But eventually, in the early 2000s, uh, students at the University of Moscow were eventually able to harness it, and just for a brief period of time, but actually showed that it was a real um, radioactive element. And it's been named Un Pentium, which is like 115. It's also known as Moscovium because it was discovered at the University of Moscow. So that's really fascinating to me. Uh, People's accounts of alien abduction is really interesting to me. So those are some places that some things that I like. I like to listen to those stories. I'm also someone who thinks we were seeded here on Earth, perhaps by an alien race. And that's just not me saying this. This is from government whistleblowers who talk about this in like government documentation. So perhaps it was the alien grays in Zeta Reticuli, which is like 37 light years away. That's why people see these alien grays when they get abducted. These are just fascinating things to me. So I want to make sure to talk about that because as you go through this blog, they there's some on alien stuff in there. So I think that stuff's pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, if you check out if you just like go to um, my TikTok or even my Instagram. My Instagram's Rabbi Rothschild at Rabbi Rothschild. You'll see I do shout outs to people like famous, like at least like streamers. And many of them have gotten back to me. Many of them have joined my Discord. So that's a good way that I've been able to promote myself with them. But yeah, if you go, you and your friends and everybody in the swamp community ever want to get a hold of me, I'm in here. I do sleep and stuff. I am human, but they can see I'm not a troll. If anything, I spam people. That's definitely true. But like, this isn't a, this is who I am, all day, every day, and just make them aware if you can. Most of all, if they ever need anybody to talk to, I'm here for them. So yeah, absolutely. Excellent. That's phenomenal. That's what I want to happen. 100%. Forgiveness is very important, and I feel that everybody deserves a second chance. Um, Basically, especially people who really are righteous and feel heartfelt in their remorse. Definitely, people deserve a second chance. So, um, shout out to anybody, whether you're watching this in 2025 or 3025 or anywhere in between or after. I'm someone who believes everybody deserves a second chance. So no issues at all. I'm always open to doing interviews or whatever you want, and I'm just gonna continue working on my robots, listening to Joe Rogan, and in about 48 minutes, there's a really big boxing match. If you guys want to watch it, we'll be watching that. So yeah, just kind of a countdown until then. Okay, excellent, very good. Absolutely. Well, toaster question. You made my day. I really mean that. You never know who you're gonna meet on the internet, especially never know who you're gonna meet when you create robots like I do. And I know I'm a lot. I'm an overwhelming a lot amount of for anyone to be able to discern. And if I were in your or your friend's shoes, I would be like, wait. So you mean you've been live on the internet 24/7 for the last like 4 years? And like, yeah, and you just don't do it from one angle, you do it from a bunch of angles. Yeah, and data is Earth's number one resource. This is like a real life Truman show. I'm like, yeah, and you have like all this social media, like more than we've been able to see of any person. Yeah, basically it will take like teams of people or like entire universities to go through what I've done in the future, and I'm excited about that. Basically the internet is still kind of in its last days of being the wild west before it gets really highly regulated and you're not able to stream as much as you want, or there are data caps and all kinds of stuff like that. And so I'm taking advantage of it as best I can. Excellent. Well, you're the man, Toaster Question. Thank you again. Okay. I may take you up on that. Okay, so I can't play it right now, but perhaps in the future, I'll drop you a message and I'll have you walk me through it. How about that? Excellent. You're always welcome in here, as are your friends. Get your friends in here. They can ask me any questions that they want. And don't you be a stranger either. Okay. I want you back in here often. Okay. Excellent. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's pretty big. I'll tell you, if they ever want to just go to my Discord, an easy way to remember it is discord.me/rabbi. Discord.me/rabbi. That'll give you the link and they'll be able to join on their own. Absolutely, Toaster Question. You're the man. You brought a really big smile to my face. I mean that you made my day, and I'm gonna keep on keeping on. You do the same, and come back whenever, or stay for as long as you want, or come back whenever you want. You're always welcome here, okay? And so are your friends. Peace, man. That'd be beautiful. Take care, my friend. Thank you so much. Take care. Shout out to the Swamp community. Shout out to Toast Your Question. You guys are amazing. I really mean that. If you think I don't mean that, I really do. You guys are really cool.
And you've got a whole duffel of cash.
Yeah, you must have a heavy truck.
Yeah.
That has been half was the police. Wow. Imagine being in that neighborhood. That's where 2,000 rounds are flying in both directions.
Well, the cops went to a gun store, right? Didn't they?
I think they
did. Right when it started, they were like, whatever you got. Give us your biggest bore rifle, whatever you got. We'll take it. Yeah. How much ammo you got?
I mean, how long did that go on for?
Wow.
They had homemade body armor. SWAT team wasn't ready for that. They had to commandeer an armored vehicle to evacuate wounded people. Yeah, then that kind of sparked a debate for police to get more power.
Yeah, that was a turning point moment.
And if you're a real conspiracy theorist, then you say, "Oh, MK Ultra tricked those guys into doing that so that the cops
could
get
militarized. And yeah.
Well, this is the problem with conspiracies. People who try attribute them to everything.
Right.
Really get down the rabbit hole. Everything's a conspiracy.
Yeah. But then when they do that, they kind of they harm the credibility of the ones that can really be considered for how we know them to be.
No doubt.
After all the extensive research.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, there's real ones, but I think that's also part of the reason why some really silly conspiracy theories get pushed. I think they get pushed by bots. I think they get pushed by paid accounts
to water down the real ones. Yeah.
To make them look stupid, and they'll attach a really stupid conspiracy to one that's legitimate.
Right.
And then it discredits the legitimate one.
Yeah, it's almost like, not to introduce this, but just from afar, it's almost like a lot of the QAnon stuff kind of had that effect. Just, I didn't dig deep into that, and only know just the basic, talking points about it. But one thing I did see that felt like a constant was that there was always, anytime they'd mention something that was just completely screwy, it was followed up with the ones that we believe to be real.
Right.
Just kind of this big, kind of just put them all in the same.
Yeah, a stew of good stuff and bullshit.
Exactly. Yeah. Just stir that cauldron.
Yeah, that's a very convenient way to bury truth. The QAnon documentary on HBO was great. Into the Fire, what's it called?
I didn't see it.
Into the Storm.
Oh, okay.
It's really good.
Is it? Yeah.
It's a multi-part thing on all the people that were involved in 4chan and the creation of QAnon.
Okay.
Who they think the original guy was, and they think another guy took it over after a while and took over the account.
Got it.
And it seems like they were just kind of fucking around at first. But it's not definitive. Like, he's got some really good evidence that points in that direction, but it's just hard to know. And, everyone always thought that it was someone inside the White House. There was some secret person inside the White House. It doesn't seem like this documentary believes that. The guy who made this documentary, he pins it on one guy in particular that's a tech nerd that seems to have all of the attributes of someone who could pull off a QAnon type deal.
Checks every box.
Yeah, super smart, internet shit poster, running 4chan, and that's the whole thing over there. It's like, get people to do stuff that's stupid.
Right.
Like, they got women to free bleed. They started pushing this idea that it's the patriarchy's making you wear a tampon, and your menstrual cycle should just flow in your pants, and who cares? And this is like a sign of your strong femininity. It was just them being crazy, and then a bunch of women just adopted it.
Wow.
not for long.
Right.
It's gross. They were
Yeah.
like, this is stupid.
Yeah.
Probably lasts a couple weeks, but a bunch of women. But that's people are really susceptible. You could get people to do that. Not everybody,
Right.
but it's just like the Haight-Ashbury free clinic thing. Not everybody's going to join your cult.
Right.
But if you open up a free clinic, you're going to get enough, lost children that come in through your doors.
Well, they're going to need your legit services
Yeah.
to start with. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. You got to sort it out.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
It's just nuts that's our government. That's our daddies, our government daddies, the people that we're supposed to be looking to help us lead a prosperous life and secure our standing in the world or make sure we grow financially. And these motherfuckers did all that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, ultimate power, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. In any form. Well, they're bringing it back to stardom. Like, that's a weird power to get somebody. It's especially when you're 21 years old.
Stardom.
Yeah, it's a weird power. Weird amount of freedom. Weird amount of, people expecting you to be kind of wild.
Sure. Yeah, and again, that thing you talked about where you watch it happen to others, and then suddenly it's
Yeah.
you. It's a lot more. It's a lot more intoxicating. And then I would always think, okay, so how were they able to control it? Why didn't I see them enjoying it at this level? And it wasn't about, I'm going to show them the way they should have been doing it. It was just about, hey guys, okay, cool. No, it finally made its way over here, and it can go to 11, and not burn the whole house down. When it was still fun, when it was still creative and productive on some level, because it wasn't about, it was still having to show up, and it was still, carving out enough time for the party, but also reserving enough, energy for the job.
Right. That's the balance.
That's the balance.
And some people pull it off. Some people, they're really disciplined, and they pull off the work, and then they pull off the party.
Right. And I was able to maintain that for a long time. And even when it flamed out, like those early rehabs, and there was always, there was a job, like the day I got out.
Wow.
Scripts showing up in rehab, and it's like they want you to get well, kid. They want you to get better, but as soon as you're out of here, we got some good stuff for you to look at.
There's also, unfortunately, a romantic notion of a guy getting out of rehab.
Interesting.
Right?
Interesting.
How many cop shows start with a guy who's down on his dumps, putting a pizza in a blender for breakfast? You know what I mean? Really, at his lowest of low points.
Right.
Drinking, and then maybe his daughter cries, and he throws the bottles into the trash can, and he's like, I'm done. Now he's back. And there's a romantic thing of getting your shit together.
Sure. Yeah.
Charlie's back, better than ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's everybody's rooting for you again.
Yeah.
And they're expecting the guy to deliver.
Yeah, with passion now. Real life experience. He's a drug addict.
Exactly. Yeah.
Look at Robert Downey Jr. now.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
People love that. They love that.
But the same thing was happening to Downey when he was in rehab, or maybe when he was even in the pen, when people were bringing him. I think they brought him Ally McBeal when he was still in jail. And I think he still got high after that. And my dad would always be yelling on the television. It's like, stop rewarding this behavior. Stop rewarding it. Let him sit in those consequences. Not out of judgment or out of punishment, or just out of love.
To help him get his shit together.
Yeah.
Keep letting them fuck up over and over again. They'll continue to fuck up.
Yeah.
But
if there's always a carrot the day you walk out, something to chase, and a soft landing.
Yeah.
That's what was really interesting about this. This decade-long timeout that I got put into. Which at some point the punishment has to sort of fit the crime, right? Yeah, it felt like it was a little bit longer than
It should have been.
Yeah, I don't remember any murder charges, but at the same time, there's not a chance that I could have done the two projects that the book came out yesterday and the doc comes out today. I couldn't have done either unless I had the kind of perspective and distance from all of that I was able to find.
You've been sober for how long? 7 years?
Coming up on 8. Yeah.
8 years.
Yeah, we ate in December.
That probably helped a lot to be away from everything, for you to achieve that.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I was still doing things to, just kind of stay in the mix a little bit. And, I do signings, I do speaking engagements, do stuff like that. But it was also like, as soon as I quit drinking, all my kids started showing up again. And, Sam and Lola were living there. And then they'd cycle back with Denise. And then Bob and Max would show up. And then Brooke would come back. And like, okay, so he's going to be here. And then Lola would show back up. So my house was kind of like, this. It's like a clubhouse, and I write in the book that my vacancy sign, for those children, always hangs facing out, So it was, being called to a much more responsible and complicated set of responsibilities and order, and just having to do stuff that they didn't care about. A rating of a show or response to a movie or any popularity or IMDb, stuff. They were just with the basic needs of getting to school and help with this. So it was really cool to suddenly just be that's the only stuff that mattered to the people that matter the most. And so but you're right. That none of that could have happened if I was away on location or having to get a studio every week. But I think it was about the time that it created. So and it's interesting that I'm not looking at this as a comeback. I think it's a reset. And I didn't rely on anything that I'd done before. Never written a book, never done a documentary, But to come back with two projects that everybody seems to be really excited about.
The documentary is very entertaining.
Awesome, thank you.
It's very entertaining.
Thank you.
It's really well done, the way it's put together. It's just the stories are fucking bananas. It's so bananas. It's the whole thing was just so nuts. But like I said, everybody loves the story of someone getting their shit together, and that's a great accomplishment of being sober for almost 8 years. It really is.
Thank you.
Yeah,
and it's people are going to yell at me because of how I deal with that with the AA in the book, and that's fine. I just speak to my personal experiences. I'm not.
How do you deal with it?
That I tried it for a long time. I for a combined 21 years, and just decided that I had to give this a go on my own.
So you just do it completely on your own. You don't have any person you call or any.
Now, there's people that are sober that I still talk to. And
right. But you don't have a sponsor or something.
I don't. No.
I know it does help some people.
Of course, and that's why I don't want to say that it's. I'm not recommending that this is another.
Right. But you're just saying your truth. This is how you do it. I had a very good friend who was an alcoholic who quit one day. He crashed his car, ran for the cops on foot, got arrested, and then he's like, "What am I doing with my life? I'm done." And he quit.
That day.
Yeah. Never had a drink again. I knew him for 20 years.
It happens. It can happen. Yeah. But I think that I do have the experience of all of that time in and around the rooms, and that's not to say that I don't still remember a couple of couple of nuggets, a couple of things that still stuck with me that I still thought you'd still see as valuable.
Right.
You know, but there's a line in the book that it's hard to ask for help when somebody else has raised your hand for you. You know, intervention,
Right.
pulled into a thing,
Right.
Just all you're doing is just counting the days.
Yeah, that's the part of the documentary too. When the first intervention, when you got brought into a room and everybody's sitting there waiting for you, you thought it was a party.
Well, yeah, I mean that's a little suspicious because it's 9 a.m. Why is Dad having a 9 a.m. birthday party?
Right.
Unless we're going to Magic Mountain, right? That's usually the time you leave.
Right.
That's usually for a 7-year-old, right?
Right.
Yeah, no, that was wild. That is something that I can still see as it happened on the day.
Really.
Turning that corner in the hallway into my parents' living room and my brain is still trying to turn it into a birthday party. My brain never insisted that that's what we're there for. You know?
That's funny.
And it just, when it starts to dawn on you, like, have you ever taken a sip of something that was in the bottle, but your brain saw the...
What up, pimp?
Takes your body,
What's going on, big dog?
like half a second.
No, I have no idea who this is. What's going on? Five, 15K a month guy. 5M servers. Dog, I've got 2,000 people. I kind of remember that. How long ago was this? Okay. Okay, how you living, pimp? All right, what's good? All right, well, what's new in your neck of the woods? How'd you break your camera? All right, what brings you in today? You're just like, I wonder what rabbi. Excellent. You know that there's a big fight, boxing match, and then in like 26 minutes. Yep, we're gonna watch it. So that'll be cool. Yeah, he's streaming too. Do you stream? Do you stream? Why not? Why is it a waste of time? Whatever you want, big dog. You could stream your life. You could stream yourself playing games. You could stream yourself with friends. You could do IRL. All right. How you making money? Yeah, now I remember. Yeah, I remember you now. Yeah. Okay, so that was a month ago. Yeah, no. Let me think about that. Yeah, that was big time. So, are you excited for the weekend? I can't, all right, all right. So you're gonna get a double bed from IKEA. That's tight. And then what do you do? You're gonna sleep in it? Word, dog. That's, okay, okay. What are you guys gonna do? Word, dog. Well, that's cool as fuck. Excellent. Well, do you know who Charlie Sheen is? All right. Well, he was on Joe Rogan, and I'm watching his Joe Rogan right now. So feel free to listen. Um, but don't be a stranger in here. You should be in here more often. All right, big dog. And get yourself a camera so I can see that beautiful face of yours. Uh, as the kids say, you're gonna be at IKEA. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can either buy one in real life or just order one online. All right, word dog. Whatever kind of camera you want, big dog. I like your accent. Yeah, it's beautiful. You have that's easy money. I mean, you can buy a camera for like $30, but if you, I mean, buy whatever camera you want. Do you want a tracking camera one that follows you around the room, or just a normal camera? All right, well, get yourself like a Logitech. Word, dog.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the Radio app. For what music, video, and podcasts, all in one app.
Fuck yeah, man. Yeah, I like to vape. There you go. That's tight. That's, are you gonna? Are you? How much is it? Can't beat that. That's a good one. Yeah, blues are really good cameras. Oh, wow. You're all there. You go, big dog. Word, dog.
No match. No, no match. Yeah. Yeah, I have a story about that, but I probably shouldn't tell it. But yeah, and
So that one didn't work. It didn't work that way. You had to do it on your own.
it worked for a year. It worked for a year, but then, like as is in the doc, in Kate's house, on the anniversary, on the 1 year, he found a beer in his fridge. I'm like, well, that's their food. An accident?
Wow.
Fun.
Get so
I turned off the drug, but never
Yep.
had. Okay, so I had that shit for a few. I was just the most drug that ever ate. Drinking, yeah, yeah. Never a time get it, you know. And I treated it like
What are you talking about?
like drugs, yeah. But it's really
Oh, Judaism.
it's like normal.
Judaism.
Yeah,
Judaism.
you want to smoke a joint in front of someone that might be like, hey, what you,
Yeah,
you want to have a drink in front of someone?
It's the start, David.
Everyone does it.
sure, yeah. But so I knew the way my body was starting to react and the way I was starting to feel, and just I couldn't feel it how I used to, at like really powerful doses. That wasn't damn. The thing I relied on is now, our relationship is now different. Yeah, and so there was a day, and it's in the book, and I was a morning liking my coffee. That's like for me it was like shit done the rest of the so I'm on like my daughter's like hey, what time are we leaving? To go where? Your appointment. And it was a Sunday, I think, or a Saturday. I've never ever the cops and the wheel ever DUI. How about that?
That's awesome.
That's pretty good. I just it like long time.
Good for you.
And I was living in a cab, but these days to get busted with the available transportation, literally places so I called Tony. I said, Tony, I can't drive. You gotta help me get Sam to this thing. And so he was like, I'll be right. Right? And there was a moment in the car driving back, and I could see her in two mirrors, the visor and the side view, and she was just kind of sitting back there. And I'm not saying that I know exactly what she was thinking, but I could feel what I'm pretty sure she was, and it was just this thing about why isn't Dad driving again?
Right.
Why is there always
disappointment?
Yeah, and it's not nothing. Tony,
Right.
He's been around forever, and we got back, and something that stayed with me, just the images of her, this little 13-year-old kid in the back seat, and her dad can't even take her to just like up the highway to a hair appointment. Like that was complicated,
Yeah.
And I was like, what am I doing? And then I just sat inside. I sat inside of that for a while because it didn't feel good. And I thought, okay, not stop feeling like the math is pretty.
Yo, what's going on? Yes, please.
I wasn't going to do rehab. I wasn't.
Yes, please. How you living, pimp? Can you hear me?
Turn around.
Yes, please. Can you hear me? Yes, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Well, if you want to talk, feel free.
And then the next day, just woke up and said, I'm done. Didn't care. I made a decision. I wasn't going to care how I felt physically. Yeah. Not 3 days. The story I written was going to be a month. It was just like that was great. So, and then just coincidentally, it happened to be my oldest daughter, Cassandra's birthday when I quit, December 12th. It was just like, okay, that's all aligned. And then something else happened after that because everybody's going to get a little swirly. Like, problem with a guy like me is that, and people like me, is you're able to put things back together really quickly, right? And kind of.
So you're not as scared to go off the rails.
Right. And I get a call. Sam thing, right? And they're like, look, we want you to try this thing because it's much more cocktail, much less toxicity, and no very few side effects. We think you're going to do great on it, right? They said, but you can't drink on it. The other one, you can drink your fucking face off, like a pirate on the other one, which they shouldn't have told me that you can. You know? And so I said, okay, great. So I tried that one, and it was working. But they said, okay, and off the booze, it's going to keep working. You know, so then this thing showed up in addition to that, like just in concert with it. So now I had a couple things going on. You know, let's keep this thing, this evil stowaway is what I like to call it. Let's keep that thing in the, at bay, and let's rebuild every relationship that matters in your life, while you're still here.
Did you have a revelation after a while, after you were sober for a while, where you stop and think, like, why was I getting so fucked up? Like, what was I trying to avoid, or what was I trying to enhance, or what was the purpose? Like, what bothered me so much that I couldn't be sober?
Interesting. Yeah. I think I think it was more a void earlier, earlier in life, like avoid the pressures of fame, avoid fears of commitment or relationship, or being exposed as a fucking fraud at some point, I think that was earlier, and I think enhance came later. That trying to just make situations just feel more exciting or cooler or more sexier, or you know what I'm saying? Yeah. But it's interesting that you presented both sides of that. Avoid, enhance. Yeah. I relate to both.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing to tell people too, because everybody wants to hear the drugs. Like Bill Hicks had a great joke about nobody ever hears great drug stories.
Right.
You only hear the bad ones. And it is true. But the reason why people do it is because it's fun. Like, it can ruin your life, but it's also really fun. That's why people do it.
Sure.
It's important for people to know, because you don't want them to think you're lying to them. And for them to hear you sober and happy and go, okay, that's possible. You can get there because this guy's admitting what getting high was. Like there's a scene in the documentary where you're talking about the first time you smoked crack. This girl's giving you a blowjob while you're smoking crack. It was like the greatest feeling of all time.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's important to say.
That hasn't been topped. I probably shouldn't say that. I don't care.
Yeah.
That hasn't been topped.
Have you ever heard Hunter Biden talk about crack?
I haven't.
He was on that Channel 5 show, and he gives this ode to crack that made me want to immediately go smoke crack.
Seriously?
Yeah, because Hunter Biden's a very smart guy. I don't think people think of him that way because of the laptop thing, but he's very intelligent.
Right.
And very articulate. So when he's explaining like the effects of crack and how different it is, how incredible it is, the euphoria of it, and it's like literally saying he's like getting the itch while he's sitting there sober, working on his sobriety, trying to keep it together after all his publicly shamed for being out of control, and talking about crack like a lover that he lost in a drowning accident. Wow. It's crazy.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I bet you do.
There's a moment in the doc
Yeah.
where I tell the Sandy story.
There's great burglary crews that were linked to some robberies in the valley, and they were traced back to North Hollywood as well, and also crime in Portland. Two middle of the night heights, it doesn't stop in Portland. Portland's a great area. It's the southwest end of the valley. I went to nursery school, Portland Hills, and Louisville, which is an all-girls school. But in nursery school and kindergarten, it was boys and girls, and that's where I went to nursery school and then kindergarten. So I'm a proud graduate of Louisville all-girls school. morning around 4:30 a.m. One witness, a neighbor who does not want to be identified,
They can't stop this crime in Woodland Hills. It's every day.
tells KTLA he was heading to work in the pre-dawn hours when he noticed a man running toward a white SUV that was already moving as he jumped into the back seat. Witness says the men were emerging from a home that was advertised for rent.
It sounds like Mr. Rogers' neighbor. Maybe that's what they need more out there. Mr. Rogers, listen again. Doesn't sound like Mr. Rogers.
Call 911. Turn their lights off and spin around. I think gearboxes are
Mr. Rogers? Yes, very good. Where it is. Mr. Rogers' neighborhood up on the hill.
like call 911. Turn their lights off and spin around. I think gearboxes are
We took off his car to get his weapon.
Witness says the men were emerging from a home that was advertised for rent and unoccupied. So he knew almost immediately he was watching a burglary in progress. Investigators say security footage from a different angle shows the suspect vehicle speeding along Albert Street, where the home break-ins occurred. This same group may have smashed their way into an occupied property just a few doors down around the same time. That homeowner tells us his 5 tenants were the victims. They claim 7 armed intruders dressed like some type of law enforcement personnel barged in, shouting, "Police! Police!" Not believing those statements, victims ran off into the night uninjured. One of the culprits apparently cut himself smashing through a door or window.
I think Brits are happy they chose LA to vacation and Woodland Hills.
And the homeowner tells us blood was found at the scene, along with several firearms, although it's unclear whether those belong to the victims or the attackers.
We've got to stop the crime. It's back. And it's up in the hills, Studio City. And we talk about this every day. Studio City, Sherman Oaks, Cena, Roseanne, Woodland. It's all those cities, right? In the valley, up in the hills. And that's where the attacks are happening. And I told you, and I'm telling you again, you can lock off a lot of these towns. Woodland Hills, it's very simple to lock it off. You can put, high visibility security at almost all the entrances to Woodland Hills, and I know them all. And you can probably do with 20 cop cars or 20 patrol cars, and take pictures of everybody coming in and everybody going out, and you can get that crap to stop overnight. And I can't believe they can't do it. If you live in Woodland Hills, you've got to get your neighbors together, pool your money together, throw money at it, you can stop this overnight. I'm telling you, you can. I know how to do it. I can tell you the 20 entrances and 20 exits to Woodland Hills. And I've been there in years. And I've never lived there, but I can tell you where they are. And then you can do the same with Encino, Sherman Oaks, Studio City, and Tarzan. There's only about 20 ways to get in and 20 ways to get out. And you can lock all those off with high visibility security cars and cameras at all those entrances. Why don't you do that? Unless you don't care. That's a possibility as well. I could just figure if you don't go away, it's not going to go away. So you've got to be proactive.
Is one of the best on planet Earth.
Every house in Washington. You.
How many fighters have ever been called the best house on planet Earth? These are two of them, and they're going to fight.
When two of the greats both claim to be the greatest, there's only one way to find out. September 13th, Arise.
Oh,
Canelo versus Crawford. A true super fight. Only comes along once in a lifetime.
Hello, fight fans! Las Vegas lives for high stakes, and this is as big as it gets. Super fights come around once a decade, maybe, and for the first time ever, a super fight lands in a Las Vegas stadium. The energy is building as fans packed the T-Mobile Arena the day before two legends step into the ring. One rules all the way down at lightweight. The other rules right now at super middleweight. From crowd, and it's a Las Vegas edition of Canelo Alvarez, who fights once again on Mexican Independence Day weekend, a holiday in which he's gone 9-1-1 in his career, but there's never been more at stake than the super middleweight champion Canelo Alvarez in his defeats. Youth and size can cover. Tomorrow, he's the younger, bigger man with no excuses left. And challenger Terrence Crawford is looking for the kind of glory only risks can buy. Stepping up with no safety nets on old school terms. No catch weights, no max weights, but all of the smoke. Only in Las Vegas could a weigh-in feel like a main event as tonight boxing's biggest gamble stepped onto the scale. This is the Canelo vs. Crawford weigh-in show. Welcome inside the T-Mobile Arena, the fight capital of the world, Las Vegas. I'm Mario Lopez alongside boxing five-time champion Antonio Tarver, award-winning biographer and analyst Mark Kriegel, and Ring Magazine senior insider Mike Coppinger, Jim Gray, and Heidi M.
Future investments in the U.S. by his country expressed concerns about the U.S. not issuing visas for temporary workers needed to set up new plants. President Trump has promised to make it easier for foreign investors to bring skilled workers legal. Some of those workers.
Uncle Joey's in your living room. Ralphie May's here. Lee Syed's here.
Lion Jew.
Let me explain something to you. The weight limit in this room is definitely over. I'm taking the over. Here we go. Oh shit.
Here it is.
This is Joe Perry with the good fucking heroin.
But I want you to tell that camera, I want you to tell Arnold Adams, what are you going to do
Set you free.
tonight?
No one knows a way but me. Oh shit. Here we go.
Esta noche, right? And I want to kill you.
All the meetings.
No, everybody, let's go.
Good morning, glory. Here we go. Living like a king
I don't think we need to say anything else.
in a rock and roll band.
Leonardo Perdomo tonight in the main event. And now let's go to your team.
Are you fucking kidding me? Or what? Break out the gorilla biscuit. It's the church of what's happening now. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Happy Monday. Happy Tuesday. Uncle Joey here. Direct from Havana. I got my main man, Rabbi May.
Hi, everybody. How are you?
And I call him Rabbi May because that's what he sent the invitations out to his wedding. He sent the wrong name out, Rabbi May.
My ex-wife is dyslexic, and she proofread it, and I didn't care. Yeah, good. I'm Rafi.
Hey, Syed, what's going on? Everything good in your world?
Everything's great in my world.
Got your little crib shirt on tonight. You're ready to get shot by a blood. Good type of night.
I'm not living where bloods are hanging out.
Doesn't matter. They'll hunt you down, but you're lucky. You'll probably go to fucking Auntie Chang's Dumpling Palace. You'll end up in fucking ribs and chicken lips and Auntie Waffles over there at Sunset.
Oh,
Little Crip will see you with your nice little fucking, Blood will see you with your nice little Crippy shirt. And shoot you right in the Iranian beard. What are you going to do? You know what I'm saying? All you can do is keep plugging along. What's going on, Ralphie? Man, you're looking good. You're feeling good.
I'm feeling good, Coco. I'm doing good. I just got back from Denver. It was tremendous. That place is on fire. It's great. The weed was too good to smoke, and it was too good not to, Coco. I can't lie to you.
Did D in Colorado come back?
Yeah, no, he's back. Wasn't feeling no good. Yeah, D is the best. I tried to get him out there, and I tried to get him a hotel room, but my hotel was sold out. And then I've been trying to get him to Vegas, and I want to get Tammy taken care of.
Tammy's coming, but the problem is that
I'm not there.
You're not there.
I know.
So I gotta give her a call. Last week and say if she wants to meet up with us maybe here.
Yeah.
Here, maybe. It was that place. I was thinking, will you be there? And I could go that weekend and hang
Well,
out.
you know, I mean, I've got a big residency now, and they've extended me Coco for another couple years. So
They did.
yeah, first time they've done that in over 20 years.
You happy?
Yeah. I got a great house. I got a swimming pool. I mean, hot tub, swimming pool right there. I walk out, it's high walls, nobody can see anything. Walk out, my shorts, okay, and while I got breakfast cooking, jump in the pool, it's 100 degrees, feel like a champion, go in, eat breakfast, you know, have some coffee, wake up and get motivated instead of being all bummed out and depressed and laying up in the bed all day, you know, it's like, right now it's half and half. I've got to sell my house there, but I'm gonna buy some land. You know, my house is doubled in price in like 8 years. Nashville's booming, and so I'm gonna buy like 10 minutes outside of town, and it's a 10-minute drive as opposed to a 3-minute drive. I can do it. I can do it, man.
It is land and people. You know,
Dude, let me tell you,
just
40 acres.
They don't come checking for the motel.
Stop! I'll be 20 feet underground. I want to build me one of them fucking bunkers. Okay, I'm going deep.
Man cave with certain oxygen and shit. Shut that fucking.
I'm fucking sorry. Everybody's hit me up. Go on there and fucking love you.
You know, it's you look good.
I feel good, Coco.
You know,
I feel good.
We were talking about divorce.
Yeah.
Well, I had given to. We were talking about like the separation was easy for me because you don't know you want to be free till you're free.
Right.
People really don't know they want to be free till they're free. They think something's going on. Things are not clicking, you know. You're feeling kind of sluggish, but maybe it's a situation you're in.
Right.
You know, so nobody knows they get divorced until they get divorced. You know, Jesus Christ, thank God.
I'm getting divorced.
Yeah, you're not final yet?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Finalized?
I don't know. That's as soon as it gets done, it's done.
It's another 100,000.
Probably.
Paperwork, yeah.
Probably.
It's
That's all out the bills I get, dude. Another 60,000 here, 70,000 there, 85 over here. I mean, there's 6 lawyers involved in 2 states, so I mean, it just keeps on adding up. But you know, look, I married a great girl. She's a great mom to my wonderful children, and God bless her.
That's all you can do.
That's all you can do. I want her to find love and be happy and just go about her business, you know?
I wish I wanted that for my ex-wife. You know what I'm saying?
Sorry.
I wish I could be positive for my ex-wife. First of all, I don't say what I want for her because you never put it out there. It's like throwing a jab and leaving yourself open. I just leave it in God's hands because, you know, at the end of the day, I'm here.
Yeah.
The best revenge is success. You know?
Yeah.
So it took me years to learn that and come to terms with that. So now I don't bother nobody. No, I don't bother nobody. I really keep it as light as I can. I was telling you that when you walked in before that at times. Listen, man, I had a really. There's 2 ways to say it, Ralph, and no way is the truth. I can tell you I had a really shitty childhood, but I can tell you I also had a lot of fun in my childhood.
Right.
I couldn't imagine if my mother would have stayed alive, but then she would also found out I got left back when I was a dumb fuck. So God knows what the fuck that would have taken. But at the same time, you know, I had these people around me that were. Now, at the time, I thought I had superpowers because whatever pain I was going through, they made me forget. Like, either we went to Rudy's or we went to Chan's or we smoked a joint or we did a lot of criminal, stupid shit, you know?
Yeah.
And it seems like I've been away from that for 30 fucking years. Like this month, it's 30. Lee, sometimes you sit there and go, oh my God, I have to do that. Lee, this month, it's 35 years since I graduated high school.
Yeah.
35 years. The other day I got high and I was going to make anxiety attack. I thought about those dates. I had to do the math on paper. That's how fucking blown away I was. I'm like, I have to do the math on paper because this cannot be 35 fucking years. What you're trying to tell me is that 35 years ago I graduated high school. That's what you're trying to fucking tell me.
You know what's fucked up? You know, you just said you got left back. Look, they kicked me out of school. I didn't even get to graduate. So, like,
You didn't graduate on stage either.
no.
What a fucking embarrassment that is.
I know, and my classes had reunions, and they don't invite me. I'm the only one from Clarksville, Arkansas that's, I don't know, been on TV, got 9 specials, Netflix, stand-up comic. We're not gonna have it. It's so crazy. You know, a couple of years ago, in 2010, the class 2010 wanted me to come and give the graduation speech, and the fucking school. So I canceled a week of work. All right, I get a nice suit made for me. All right, I get my car shined up. I'm ready to go back like a doctor and be nice. 2 days before, they had one of my old buddies call me up and go, "Nah, an insurance guy's gonna talk." All right, the kids wanted me, and they invited me, and I accepted, and so it's like that whole thing cost me like $60,000 to be called a motherfucker. It's just like, why would y'all let me be there? I don't know. God bless them. Maybe somebody in Clarksville, Arkansas is a fan of this. I got my buddy Dirty Sanchez. He's Nicky is right there running a barbecue place with this Peckerwood white dot hillbilly or pillbilly.
So how long did you get thrown out of school?
I got thrown out of school 1990.
So
yeah, 27 years.
27 fucking.
I know.
So how long have you?
My girlfriend's 25.
How long have you been out of school?
It's gonna be 10 years this month. So yeah, I'm having a reunion. I think it's Thanksgiving week, which is weird. I don't keep in touch with anybody. One guy.
Where are you from, Lee?
Right outside of Boston.
Oh, okay. Like North Andover?
Sudbury. It's near.
Oh, I know where Sudbury is.
Oh yeah.
There used to be a Chinese food place there that had comedy.
Oh yeah, no, they had comedy in Sudbury.
Yeah.
No.
I think they had comedy in Worcester.
No, Worcester had it, and then there's Kowloon's.
Yeah, that's
okay.
on Route 1.
Yeah, it's on Route 1. And then Sudbury had a Chinese place that I did comedy at one time. It was owned by Nick's. So I did that in the 90s.
Was it Lotus Blossom? Because that's like the only good
Think
Chinese
so.
place there.
I think so.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
Yeah,
I never
I've been in your hometown.
Yeah, I drove through, because you always talk about that, Joey, about like seeing where you were. And one of the last times I went to go see my mom, I wanted to go alone. She ended up driving me through the town. We just drove past my old house, and it was weird. It was kids I babysat are juniors in college and about to go to college now.
And you can't go home. It's different.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Just 35 fucking years ago. Are you a different man than all that?
Without a doubt. First of all, I'm a man now.
Right, you already do comedy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You got in high school, you already fucking stand up.
Yeah.
Wow. See, that's completely, I didn't know dick. At 18, 19, I had no fucking idea.
I told you why, right?
Yeah, well, you want the Ted Kennison thing?
Well, no. Before the part that made me want to be a comedian and not go to college or give a shit about high school, because I was going to college and high school at the same time, was I performed at a Shakey's Pizza, and I won like $50, and the whole table got a tab, okay? And they were drinking pitchers of beers, okay? And slipping me one. All right, mostly I was fucked up on Big Red Cokes, okay? And shit weed, all right? And I got a fucking, I was in my 79 Oldsmobile Cover Supreme, okay? Burgundy on burgundy, baby, okay? And I was walking out there, and this kind of ugly chick came over and we started talking, and then made out, and she blew me by the fucking dumpster behind Shakey's Pizza on Highway 71 in Fayetteville, Arkansas. And I said, fuck school, fuck it all. I want to be a comedian. I just did 5 minutes that I've never done before, all right? And made people laugh. I got free pizza. I got fucking $50, and an ugly girl sucked my dick. I'm in. I'm all in. But the difference between then and now is I was a kid then. I was a kid because, all my friends were much older, so they always talked to me as a kid.
because I was the youngest person doing stand-up in Houston, you know, and I was the kid. I had no peers, nobody my age at my level of stand-up, and I was pushed around and protected and everything until I got so mad I almost killed some of those old fucks in Houston. They don't know how close they came. I had a pistol and I was out of my fucking mind, okay? I was fucked up on codeine syrup and I was ready to fucking kill somebody, okay? I'm serious. And I moved out here after the Latino Laugh Fest, Joey Medina, and I met you. And being out here was a chance to remake myself in the image I wanted to be. And it was harder than what it was in Houston to survive. You know, everything's more expensive. And that really, from 98 till when my father passed, was me becoming a man. And the last straw was my father passing. I don't think you're a man until you don't know you're a man until your father passes away and you're no longer a son. You know, you don't have a dad. That's the point where you go, this shit is way the fuck real, okay? And I've got to get my shit together and, you know, have responsibilities. And that's the whole thing. That's the difference. But yeah, so when you ask me, was I the same man as I was then? I say I wasn't a man. You know, had I fucking commented somebody? Yes. Had I had my dicks up? Yes. Was I 18? Yes. Could I vote? Yes. Was I a dumb fuck? Way yes. Was I naive and stupid to the ways of the world? Yes. Yes. Without a doubt. And it took me a long time of getting motherfucked to learn that lesson.
At 19, I had the mind of a child, but the essence of a man. I had a, you know, it's so weird, but I had to write this thing. I read this book, and they want you to write like your negative, positive stuff. And I wrote, there was a thing like how insecure I always was, but confident at the same time.
Yeah.
You know, I remember going into the city with friends of mine and going, you walk across the street after you cop, just to see your body language. You fit right into New York City. I never understood about that until a couple of years ago what he was saying, you know. But at 19, yeah, I had the mind of a fucking child, but the essence of a man, I already had the fucking equity. By 22, I already had the answer where a lot of people...
Now, your 22 is a lot different than today's 22. I mean, not for nothing. It's like your 22 with the way you had to come up, losing your mom and your stepdad and all the shit you went through. You were forced way before. You know, one of the biggest parts about being a man is realizing you got balls for a fucking reason. You gotta live, you gotta survive, you gotta fucking work. Nothing is free. You gotta fucking have it to make it happen. And you had to do that. You had to fucking live. And so you lived with the cop, okay? You lived with, you know, your other friends, and you go drink in the hash ways. You can go down and get you a yoo-hoo and a roast beef sandwich with mayo on white, okay? And you go, you know, Cheeto in a little rice pudding. You were raised by a lot of people, dude, but you had your roots. You know, you go around where you are, and you had to survive. And you weren't given a choice. Today, kids, they ride bikes with helmets, and kids go to school. They got $100,000 in college loans. They got a liberal arts degree, and they're living at their mama's house. That was not you. You had no backup plan.
No,
there's no backup plan.
I wanted a backup plan. I wanted to go to
Who
school.
doesn't?
I wanted to go to school. I wanted to have a car like everybody else.
Yeah.
I wanted to have nice clothes, but
there was no backup plan.
And you know what? How some people, I always say this, how some people join a cult, or some people join Scientology, or some people join Big Brown Yoga. I took the low, what do you call it?
Low hanging fruit.
I became a criminal because that's what I was not raised to be, but groomed.
Yeah.
I was groomed. I had been shown that as a kid. I had been shown a lot of avenues. And I knew how easy it was.
Yeah.
I had been doing it, I can't believe that the summer that I turned 16, I hit the number. I hit the number for $2,500 on my birthday, guys.
That's strong.
Did you ever know that, Ralphie?
I don't think I
It
did.
was a 2-foot blizzard in Jersey.
Holy shit.
And what I wanted for my 16th birthday was, I started the day at a karate tournament.
Yeah.
All right, and the deal was I was going to get first place in fighting and first place in form. And I was quitting martial arts. I couldn't take it no more. It was too hard for me to go uptown and play basketball and have a girlfriend and talk to friends. And then in the middle of all this, I got to take a bus to Union City and walk a mile and do karate till 8 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night with men. There was just, the schedule was too packed. And besides, those guys didn't get high. Didn't listen to rock music. I loved them. I loved making out with them on the weekends. So that Sunday, I started at a competition like in fucking Newark. They were going to cancel it, but they shoveled the roads. And I got to go to the competition. I got disqualified. But before I was leaving, no, I'm lying to you. I came back from the competition about 1:30. And North Bergen kids were like, what are we going to do? And I go, let's go to the movies. Let's go to Jersey City for the movies. Let's take the #1 bus and go to Jersey City. So as I was leaving, my mother was drinking with the bookie and his wife and his brother and the cousin and the people across the street. And my mom looks at me, she goes, he wants to give you a present. He wants you to put $5 on the number. What number you want? I got 219. And I just left. And I didn't even fucking think about it.
Oh my God.
I went to the movies. I bought sporting goods in Jersey City, right across the street. I used to buy sporting goods in those days. They're probably still there. In Journal Square, from where the dude who blew up the World Trade Center the first time, the blind guy, that was his office.
Sheikh Khalid.
Sheikh, whatever his name is. But I walk in the fucking door. Me and my friends got to take off our shoes. And my mother hugs me and goes, congratulations, you hit the number. I go, come on. And I go, what did I win? She goes, $2,500. Wow. So I gave him a $500 tip.
That's nice.
I gave my mother $500 and I kept $1,500. And the deal was I was supposed to put it in the bank. Fuck you. I took a nickel out of that motherfucker and started buying acid every weekend. Up in Pittsburgh, doubling my money, tripling my money every week. It was ridiculous. I was living like a fucking prince. As long as I had that acid, I always had $200 cash. Yeah. Because it was an $85 investment and I was getting back $300. So I was making $215 on every 100, Jack. I would sell 100 in 2 days, like. When you're fucking 16, you're making $215 every 2 days.
So wait, how many hits of acid would you buy?
100 for $85 and sell them for $3.
And then, but did you ever think about like what transporting 100 hits of acid across state lines would?
Not one time.
Oh.
I can look you in the eye and tell you that not one time. I knew I was going to sell this in North Bergen to high school kids. It was a bubble. I was completely safe. Completely safe. I would sell Black Beauties. I would sell ups. And I dabbled a little bit of weed. A friend of mine, Joe, would sell me a quarter pound for $200. And I'd sell an ounce for $100. So you'd make $200 right off the fucking top. I usually make $150 and smoke pot like a savage for a night with my buddies. Show up with a bag bigger than your fucking head, Lee.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
That hustle has been taken away in this country. See, that was a hustle. That was a way of life. Guys like Ralphie, neighborhood guys, they figure out a way how to make a great living and not bust their hump. So what they would do is they would fucking get a job that they worked 8 months of the year, but in June they were guaranteed laid off. They would collect unemployment till October. And the whole summer, how they think they lived? They got $450 a week cash from unemployment. Plus, you made $1,000 a week, either booking or selling something. Remember, you could buy 100 Quaaludes and sell them at the bar in one night. Wow. So it was $200 for 100 Quaaludes. Lee, all you got to do is take a piece of this Quaalude, break it in half, and eat it. Put it in your pocket. You come to my house at 6:30. You come to my house at 8. This is how quick it was, Lee. I swear to my mother's grave. I swear to my daughter Mercy. You come to my house at 8:30. I give you 100 Gorilla biscuits, right? You don't have to wrap them in aluminum foil, nothing. Just put them in your pocket. I saw it done. I saw guys way dumber than you. And I don't mean that way. I know guys that are completely idiots. You're college educated. You just wouldn't know.
I have an arts degree.
Your body language would give it up. But I know guys like you.
Right. Oh my
That
God.
would live at home with their mothers. And on Friday and Saturday. On Friday, I'd see them at 8:30.
Some Quaaludes.
You give them 100 Quaaludes. They go to a bar. They buy the half. A guy like you just buy the half a gorilla biscuit, put it in your pocket. And pretty soon your eyelids start to close like that, and people would know. People would walk over to you and say, Lee, what are you holding?
That's like the open sign?
And you just tell them right off the bat, I got Lodi. Who wants to go to Lodi? Because Lodi was a place in New Jersey.
I had an Aunt Lottie Bell in Lodi, Texas.
Okay, Lodi.
That's so funny.
So they used to call him Lodi. Lee, if it was a Friday night and people were doing blow at $4 a piece, everybody who would come to you would give you a 20 and take 5 from me. You think of look at it now?
Yeah.
Nobody would come to you and buy one Quaalude. So 5 people buy. You wouldn't even believe it. You'd be bad. Once people knew you had gorilla biscuits, good ones, on the weekends, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, shit. All you'd have to do is go to 3 neighborhood bars. You could Uber in between those bars and just drop 60 to 70 off at each bar and go on your way. Make your profit. See a guy like Ralphie and go, Ralphie, you want to make an extra money here? I'm going to give you these for $3 a piece, sell them for $5. Ralphie's a dog man and fucking Jazz LaRue. And you leave the last 30 with Ralphie, and you just made yourself 400 fucking bucks. Maybe even 600. You just sold 300 of them.
That seems a little too easy.
That's how easy it was.
That's how easy it is.
Did the bee get you?
I'm looking for it.
I know.
It's just around here. There's a fucking bee in here.
It was so crazy when you think about it. And am I ashamed of this, Ralphie, man? You know I can't lie to you. No. But there was a time I was under the fucking credit card, dude. And I still, to this day, out of all this shit I did, there's 2 things that I sit back and giggle and go, how the fuck? Not hooligans. The ground round and Sundays. And I look at you as a man.
Ground round.
And if you don't believe me, you call George Kaladinsky right now. And that's my witness. All right? I took George to the ground round. The way I would walk in, you hungry?
Yeah.
Come on, let's take a bite. I'd walk into the ground round and give you want something. You get the soup, the chili, give them wings. How many wings you want? 6, give them 12. You're like, look at Joey. And all of a sudden, like, the tab would come. I go, thank you. And I go, start walking. And you go, why? We ain't paying for this.
And then you're fucking accomplice.
You know how many times I did that? I think I did it 3 or 4 times. When George was
You
talking,
made him your getaway driver.
Oh, yeah.
Without him knowing it.
No. In those days, there was always a by the way. I would give you what you're looking for, but it ain't gonna come easy to you. You're either gonna give me a ride, a shirt, I gotta take a shower at your house, I gotta do something.
Yeah, boy, with the turned up.
Oh my God, yeah, fuck you. You gotta give me something. Nothing ain't cheap in those days. I'll give you 20 Quaaludes, but listen, we're gonna go to the Bronx, you gotta wait outside this black neighborhood. Keep the car on the go. You know what I'm saying? Keep the car on the go. Lock the windows.
Keep it on go.
Don't open up the window for anybody. Oh, I was
You don't need no air right
You
now.
don't need no air.
Mind your fucking business.
You have no fucking idea how easy it was to make a living. But I would go in 90. No,
Oh, this is bare knuckle fighting.
I was the worst I ever was. The worst I ever was.
With cocaine? Or?
No. In 85, I was clean. I was spotless. I was just smoking weed like a motherfucker. And I went on a 6-month tear in the New York City, northern New Jersey area. That to this day, they're scratching their heads. I would dress up in a suit, go to the office building and take purses and cash registers. I always fuck envelopes and nothing in it. I throw it away. God damn it. I would go to Safeway and steal vitamins and stuff, and tampons and what's the itch when you're vaginal? What's that stuff you get?
Gardasil?
Yeah, Vagisil. I was stealing Jersey from Fort Lee and then walking over the bridge the Spanish Harlem where they pay you top dollar for that shit. That was a walking fucking scam. It was like, it didn't stop. Number one thing I did was I got 3 credit cards in my wallet that were expired, and expired. One was hot and expired. And I got away with this for 6 months.
Well, that's when they just did the paper.
3 times a week, Lee, I would eat at a fine restaurant, a tremendous lunch on the for free. I always left the cash tip.
I think they went.
I was never a piece of shit then.
They invented cameras because of you. I think because of people
Lee, you gave me a card that was under $50, and it was the lunchtime crowd. Your restaurant had to be packed.
Yeah.
It had to be packed. If you went in there when you went,
they can't look at it too long.
They couldn't look at it too long. They would have to take, when they had 3 of them for lunch, you would go to a restaurant, they had 3 things. In those days, they didn't call me. If it was under $50, 28, 32, they didn't call. They just went like this, ching, ching. You signed, and they gave you the card back.
Did you look at the names and only get a male who not a black dude?
I was Olivia for a week.
No, listen. I became whatever name you gave me.
Olivia Bliss.
Whether it was Mohammed, Ching Sao Ho. I was a Chinese guy for about 2 months. When I lived in San Francisco, dog, I was a Chinese guy for at least 2 or 3 months. Because I used to go to that fucking Japantown up in San Francisco, and they were the only people that would take traveler's checks without a credit card, without a license. They were in on the movement.
Well, yeah,
Yakuza.
How do you even sign for that credit card, dude? You can't.
You have no idea.
That's how it was,
man. You gotta talk to the people like you own the joint. Let me get that watch. Let me try it on. All right, let me get this one. What else you got? Let me get that one too. Boom. What's your name? Sam. What's happening, Sam? Everything all right? I made your day today. You're gonna make a nice commission. You take Visa, credit card, American Express, Diners Club. What do you take?
Yeah.
Here, I'm holding a Visa.
Yeah, but
you know what I'm saying? I'm holding a Visa, but I'm throwing different options at you. I got Discover, I got Amex. What do you want? I got a silver
I've
card.
seen you do that.
No, dog. You gotta walk in there like you own the fucking place, Lee. And the guy would be smiling, having a great time. You give him the card. You thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Kim.
Thank you. Yes, sir. They're not gonna argue with you. Every once in a while, they ask you for a license.
Yeah.
1 out of 10 times, you gotta ask for a license. Then you had to run out and you lost the credit card. The credit card was hotter than hot. Remember, in those days, it wasn't what it is now. If I stole a credit card in LA and I sent it to you overnight mail in Jersey, you had 2 days to go bananas because it would only break down in zones. So it would break down in the West Coast zone, the mountain, whatever.
You did it on Friday. You had till Tuesday.
You had till Tuesday. Oh, Lee, there was 1,000 scams. Remember, in those days, I would say to you, Lee, give me a nickel. I'm going to give you back $5.50. I ain't gonna do that. Watch me. I go buy $500 worth of traveler's checks, and we get you fucking 30 cents on the dollar, whatever, and then we bang your T-shirts. You have no idea, Lee. You have no fucking idea. I can make your day. I can say to you, Lee, you need a VCR? Yeah. Give me $100 because I can use the traveler's checks. It would cost me nothing. The traveler's checks would cost me nothing.
Okay.
30 cents on the dollar, maybe a favor. Like in those days, the Cubans used to get a ton of traveler's checks, but they couldn't use them because they didn't speak English. So I was the only motherfucker that outlawed. So they tell me what they want up in Japantown. I get it for them, but charge them a big for doing it. So I go 50% on them. And what were they going to do? They couldn't use them themselves. They couldn't even speak the fucking language.
Oh my god.
Fucking crazy. That's why this is the shit that used me up in.
How do you come up with this stuff as just on the fly? Make these you're running an empire.
You're out there. You're a one-man army on a daily basis. You wake up in the morning, you go to a Charlie's, you order breakfast, and you put it on a tab. And you tell them you're gonna be back by 5. And let me tell you something. You want to know about pressure? When you put breakfast on the fucking tab, and you're gonna come back by 5 with $10. So I gotta make time. I'm already minus 10. It's 9 a.m. I gotta put this fucking day together here. I gotta do a half gram tonight's ladies' night at fucking Apollo. I gotta come up with a new shirt. I gotta go to fucking Walmart. Those days there was no Walmart. Yeah, you know, I gotta come up with a yardstick for that. Somebody's getting robbed today. What a fucking nightmare. You have no idea, Lee. You have no fucking idea. I'm very happy that whole shit. Today I was talking to Larry, and we're talking about something. We're talking about businesses. And he goes, what if you just took the business and moved it to Vegas? And I go, this place up there. That 12-bar from Peter to PayPal. Eventually, they're going to nail you on something. They're going to realize you don't live in Vegas or some bullshit. And you're going to go away. That was me 35 years ago. Yeah, let's do it. Who gives a fuck? With no repercussion at all. It's the repercussion that fucking kills you.
Right. Yeah. I had, when I moved in, I didn't transfer my electric. It was just on. I had it for like a year and a half, and they just turned it off one day. I had to go in and pay. I think it ended up being like $1,400.
Well, yeah, no. Jesus. You know, it's funny how...
Poor Matt Becker.
I quit high school that August before my senior year.
Yeah.
I was like, there's no sense in me going back with my kid. What am I going to do with my life? Like, I was at that point, I go, what am I going to do? I go to school. I go, this is a job, it's union. They promote from within. These guys make money. I knew all about this company because I had worked for a lumber yard that was a Mazback Century hardware chain. This was the warehouse. So I would talk to the guys that delivered all this shit, and they would tell me how much they enjoyed working there. And one day I realized it was down the block from where I was living. And I went from being a daytime shift guy to a nighttime loader. So I said, well, I go to school for. I'm making $15 an hour. This ain't bad at all. I could do this forever. This takes me fucking 4 hours a night. And you know what, bro? I went back like in November, and I picked it out. I tried to do all the credits, and they came back to me and they said, you're not going to graduate on stage. And I said, no, what the fuck am I doing this for?
Yeah.
And I don't get invited to anything.
I know.
Nothing.
I know.
Listen, guys, I'm over it already. Like,
I know. It's like I have to be over it. I miss a lot of those people.
First off, no, but I talk to a lot of those guys.
Yeah, I don't.
See, I talk to a lot of those guys, especially now, lately. The last few years, in fact, I want to give a shout out to my buddies having open heart surgery fucking Wednesday. If I didn't have prayer this weekend, and my wife didn't pick it, my wife didn't pick Tuesday and tomorrow to fly, I would have fucking flown back to New York at least Monday. This guy went to my mom's wake.
Wow.
Like, I go back that deep with Steve Villo and his family and shit, so I'll be praying for him on Wednesday. Open fucking heart surgery. Plays in the band. Went home one night. I get rushed to the hospital. His heart was beating too much. Don't do drugs.
Yeah.
Hasn't done a drug in 20 fucking years. Then it happened again. He had an episode again. So they said they have to do something to his valves. So
wow.
But I was all 4 years of that kid. That's fucking amazing. 35 years. And guys, you listening to this podcast, you're like, what the fuck's Joey talking about? What they was talking about? It goes fast, motherfuckers. It goes real fast. Real fast. I know next year I'll know Ralphie 20 years, right?
Yeah.
98. That's how fast this motherfucker knows. I know Ralphie from an apartment to getting a dog, to getting married, to having a big house, to having 2 kids, to having 2 houses.
And a bus.
And a bus.
Now back to one house.
Now back to...
or no house.
It's fucking Reno, Tahoe, and back to the ghetto.
I'm so lucky, dude. The guys at Caesars are just treating me super nice now. You know, I mean, it's phenomenal. They're class acts. You know, and I can't be mad the way I'm being treated or nothing. I can't even gripe.
Oh, listen, brother. And like I tell people all the time that you said it when we were talking earlier about there's no escalator to the top. You know, you're not getting paid right now. You're getting paid for the shit you did when you went up to Visalia and your fucking keys fell down the elevator.
Oh my God, I remember that.
Okay, and you had to get, you know, who does that happen to? Wait, who does that
What happened to me?
That you go to a fucking gig, you do a great job, you spent the night, you wake up the next morning, you go to the fucking elevator, you go, oops, your keys go down that one little crack.
That crack.
And I heard they held for like a minute.
Yeah.
I heard they held. By the time you bent over, you shook the elevator.
I could see them. I could see them going down as they hit the light of every elevator. So I saw them, and I could see them down at the bottom. And I'm just like, I got hit by a kid who was coming in from the swimming pool. Okay, and I had the keys in my hand, and I got hit by that little girl and on my hand, and boom, they just right in the middle. It took 2 years, but the Hilton there or the Marriott, whatever it is, they gave me my keys back. But luckily, I had an extra key in the car, so all I had to do was get it over.
And it was Saturday, and they couldn't get an elevator guy.
No.
I mean, there was 1,000 fucking by-the-ways.
Yeah.
And that's why I tell, everybody, like young comics, that that bumped into some dude when I was with my family. And on the way out, he goes, I had seen you at the Comedy Store. I just got into it. I've been doing it. He goes, what is it? What is it? Can you tell me? And I go, time.
Yeah.
Time and mileage. If you do 8 fucking open mics a night, I guarantee you 20 fucking years from now, you'll fucking get paid. Because that effort will not be fucking gone unnoticed. Trust me what I'm telling you. You'll know, too. You'll know. Sometimes they give you a check, you look at it, you go, that's for that fucking time I finger banged that Indian chick in Twin Falls, Idaho on a triple run.
Yeah.
Triple run would send you all these
That sounds like fun, though. What is that? Why are you getting paid?
You know what, bro? Triple runs, Lee, if I had the time,
I'd go do one.
I would take you on a 2-week triple run and hire you as the chauffeur, just so you see.
You know what?
You would tap on the third night.
No, I love it. I would love it. You know what's great is I can do them now. I did one basically earlier last year, but I did it in a bus. Yeah, but it was a bus. It was great. It was great. I guarantee I wouldn't quit.
I mean, Lee, this is.
But you're in a car. You're driving 12 hours.
12 weeks.
And then you're driving. And then the next day you gotta get up and drive another 12 hours. And then the next day you drive another 12 hours.
And then the last day you drive an hour.
And then Thursday you've crisscrossed where you're gonna be. Like you're gonna.
And then you have to come back.
Yeah. You're in Wenatchee.
It's crazy, Lee.
And then you're in Missoula. And then you're in Yakima. But Yakima and Wenatchee are only like 8 miles apart.
Washington.
Yeah.
In Montana.
Fucking Montana.
Lee, it's fucking crazy.
Then you gotta go to Lewiston. And then you gotta go over to fucking Oregon. And you're in fucking Coos Bay. And then the next day, you're in Spokane. You're like, I drove through Spokane 5 fucking times.
Coos Bay. I forgot all about Coos Bay, Oregon.
Man, how good is the fucking crab meat there?
Jesus Christ. No. Lee, I started one from Houston that took us into somewhere in Idaho. And then we got up the next morning, because there's some days you drive 8 hours. There's some, because you got to remember, we got to do a show. So I get off stage at 11, 11:30. You got to have a drink, they pay you, you got to talk shit. These people don't see civilization. They don't see anybody. You're the biggest thing that's coming to their town since fucking the guy who shot the president came in there.
Since Steve Prefontaine.
Yeah. No. It is crazy, Lee. And God forbid if you do radio. Like you usually go to some college station and you do radio in those towns, they'll come out.
Yeah.
You really live in California.
What's that like?
So you gotta talk to them, Lee. So we're getting back to the room at 1:30. We're up at fucking 7. Driving 10 hours to 5:30, get to the hotel, take a shower, eat, do the fucking show, go right back to bed, and fucking do it all over again. Hopefully we catch a 6-hour drive. But Friday, you catch like a 10. And then if you're lucky, it's the same place, maybe an hour. But don't bet on it. Some nights you gotta fucking drive all night.
Yeah, because you gotta beat snow.
You gotta beat the snow.
You gotta beat the fucking
And
snow.
now you gotta drive back all Saturday night after you've done all that driving.
How do you do it, Joey, without the GPS? Like, can you read a map?
Motherfucker. This was 1995, Lee. You bought a map. You had a 50-state map.
Yeah.
Okay. At that time,
Atlas.
vision was a lot better than what it is now. I tapped out once I moved to LA. LA had a different thing.
Thompson guy.
That confused the shit out of me. I'm no fucking Phi Beta Kappa here. I'm okay with maps because I was a Boy Scout for 3 or 4 days. Yeah, I was a weed blow 4 or 5 days. Yeah. I was one of those assholes. 4 or 5 days. So something in Miami, I learned how to read maps. So when I got into the triple runs, you had to get the state and subscribe it out, and then go to that page and put like a fucking paper clip on that page and your page and get the connector. And then I would circle that, and then I would get the directions from them also. They also sent you directions. They would also send you the night of your gig and how you were going to get there. So to the next gig. So how you got there, let's say your week started Tuesday through Saturday. That's 5 nights. How you got to Wenatchee, Washington, that's your department. That's your problem. Once you get to Wenatchee, Tuesday night, you're going to go to the place, the Palm Springs of Washington. You just said it before. Yakima, Washington. And then you're probably going to go to Missoula on fucking... Now, people like Donna Richards in those days, the other lady, they had runs, but their runs were like 4 hours.
Right. That's not
4 or 5
manageable.
hours, yeah.
No, that's not bad at all.
No, those other ones, those triple runs, they were 12-hour run, kid.
And like what happens with weather, construction,
Fuck you.
accidents.
Let's pretend that there's a gig and it's 7 hours. And it's me and Ralphie. We're pretty legit with each other. And we hear there's going to be snow. Guys like me and Ralphie go, you know what time it is? No doze and Mountain Dew.
Yeah, might as well.
No doze and Mountain Dew. Pack the
It's
car.
on the side of the street.
Pack the fucking car. And right from the stage.
Go.
We get right in the car. The hotel knows we're coming with comedians. And we'll get there as the snow starts.
Yeah.
By the time we're getting to that city, the snow starts getting hit. We're catching it as we're driving at night. Yeah, there's different strategies.
It sounds silly, but how would you find the weather out at that point? Was it the
TV, radio?
They had the radio for all over the country?
Yeah, but we also read the paper. You know, I still do that. I still like reading the newspaper.
You sure don't.
And it's like nobody does it anymore. Nobody does it.
I don't read the LA paper. I'm not gonna lie to you. If I
It's got no
every once in a while, I pay the $2.50 for the New York Post.
Right.
At the airport, I rip it off. It's a federal charge.
Yeah.
You know me. I want to be locked up next to fucking what's his name for a week so I get some info out of him. Maybe I'll call into the podcast. You know what I'm saying?
Fucking El Chapo.
Somebody. You never know. I wish my memory was clear of those times. There's maybe like 3 or 4 prisoners, maybe 5 that I did time with that I remember. That from time to time, their name will pop up and I'll look them up on Facebook. One kid I found his son.
Oh, wow.
And we communicated for a while. I don't know what happened there. And the rest of the guys, like I remember Edgy. He's a black dude that was like from Indiana at the time with him. He was cool as fuck. Spencer Antoine, I looked up. First of all, if I'm 50, Spencer's got to be fucking 80. Because when I was 25, he was 55. Right? So I was doing time when I was 25. But I love to reconnect with him and just talk some shit. All the dudes in the age unit, they got to be dead. That was 87. That was way before the medication. And they weren't looking too good then. There was a black dude in the age unit that they thought he was going to die before, way, but he made it. By the time I got out of the halfway house, he was still there. When I worked with Katie Siegel in Superior Donuts, I felt like pulling her over and going, you don't understand how many times I watched you in the age unit. That fucking show, Married with Children, on Sunday nights.
Oh, yeah.
We get a bunch of food from the visitations. And we fucking watch Married with Children. Like 8 prisoners, and the dudes who had the AIDS, they wouldn't leave their bedroom. Yeah. They would stay in their bedroom. We were cool with shit with them, bro. We would knock on their door and make them come out and eat. We used to have tons of food, man. Is that me?
My phone's off.
I'll turn mine off. Maybe it was mine. I don't know.
No, it's kind of weird, the characters I met when I was locked up.
Yeah, right.
It's kind of, even when I was in rehab, I went to this Puerto Rican rehab in Boulder, like it was such a scam.
Dude, you should have gone to my rehab.
No,
Man, my rehab was nice, dog.
No, this was
nice.
Listen, this one you paid them the money and they just went to you.
Oh no.
They were like, listen,
No,
what's
this
going
one
on?
had
Listen,
chant.
you can stay here for 22 years. Ain't nothing gonna change there. They told you that going.
Massages and
Yeah,
stuff.
just give us the envelope. We'll run it out to the court, and we'll let you blast off whenever you want. Just show up here early for the meeting.
That wasn't mine, man. That was not
really,
mine.
They worked on you hard over there.
Fucking A, they
How long
did.
did you stay in rehab? 2 days.
No, I wish. I was out of there 2 days. I would have been out of there, but my wife was like, "You're not coming to my house, okay?" And I'm like, "What the fuck?" And they gave me a fucking Ativan, okay, that I'd never taken that shit before, and I woke up 24 hours later, okay, 24 hours the whole day later, in my own piss, okay, going, I just pissed myself. What the fuck did y'all give me? I just smoked weed. I was taking some pills, but I wasn't taking that motherfucker. All right, I swear to God. Oh my God, Coco.
Would you recommend that?
I've been taking names.
Ralphie might tell me the story that had you running the airport like O.J. Simpson.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It sucks so bad. And it's like, as mad as my wife was, she's like, hey, you got to get out the herd. Okay, so it was rehab. Pew, I'm out. Okay, I'm out and about and come back. Maybe take piss test. There's nothing in it again. I'm like, I told y'all. What the fuck? Let's just go. But it was good to get my head right.
How long did you stay in rehab?
34 days.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was great. I ran it out to the insurance and said, fuck it, we're out.
Insurance billed it?
Yeah.
They paid for the whole thing?
Almost of it. And it still cost me like $60 grand.
When you went to the rehab, did it help you?
You know what? I wasn't addicted to drugs. I was gonna be, because I had PTSD, and I would have been. I really did. Why do you want me a PTSD? Because he's a cocksucker. That's why he loves torturing me.
I'm just trying to think. What he's got PTSD? I was there on many occasions.
Yeah.
Was it the fall on Gardner?
No, cocksucker.
That's what I'm saying.
Get up. That thing gonna fuck you.
Was it the time we found the hooker? I mean, there was a lot of situations where you could have gotten PTSD. That's all.
No. It was when I almost died in Tampa. You were fucking such a dick. I know. Put the sandwich down. That's what it means for Rabbi May. You told me that joke one time. You go, you got PTSD. Put the sandwich down. That's the problem you got. But I would have been addicted. I would have been. Ain't no doubt about it. And I'm on Lexapro. I'm on Mictal now. And man, I feel phenomenal. I'm not fucking bad about nothing.
You should be like a rap on the commercials for them.
Man, I can Dollar Shave Club. I can do it all day.
What's Lexapro for?
It's an antidepressant.
When your dick still get hard?
Yeah.
There's got to be a by the way.
No. With the Lamental, my comes are like twice what they used to be. Okay, it makes your fucking semen load twice as much. All right, which means my nuts get a little sore, so I gotta fucking drop a batch. I'm pretty regular. Okay, but man, it's like more volume than it's like a fucking wet sock or a ladle of pancake batter up against the wall. it's like Stymie when he got hot with the ink.
I'm over here laughing because there was 2 other times when Ralphie got PTSD when I was there. 2 other times, not 200. The one time he got up yelling and his head went through a light bulb and it burned his top.
That's not PTSD. That was hilarious.
And sleeping next to Jodie Furtick when she's passed out, you want to finger her gut. You gotta sit there for an hour.
You
Wipe
can't.
it off in your pants.
Oh my God.
That'll give you PTSD. Me and Ralph would play fucking drink a boo with Jodie, and we'd sit there praying for her to just take her clothes off and go up. Oh my God, it was time. Oh my God. Fucking crazy days, Lisa. I had 20 years of comedy in LA, fucking fucked up building. Just
It's so crazy, dude. Like I was at the store last night, and like the new comics, they don't have a lot of camaraderie like we do. Like the same guys that we used to roll with, I saw last night, and it was like even though I haven't seen them in a year, it was like I saw them last week. You know what I mean? Because we were down so much, you know. I like Mike Young, okay? Saw Mike Young.
It's good to see Mike.
Yeah, right?
It was good to see Brody Stevens last night.
Man, no shit.
Chris, the way you had me dying.
Dude, you had me dying with that fucking harp.
He was doing something about Tupac. That when Tupac was dying in Vegas, he was taking his last couple breaths. The cop went up to him and said, Tupac, quickly, please just give us something. Tell us who shot you. You saw who shot you. And Tupac took a minute, gave the cop the finger. So he did this whole bit on how, would he give the cop the finger? You know what I'm saying? If he got shot and shit. So I was back there stoned to the gills. I like Sunday nights at the store.
Me too.
I like the off fucking nights.
Yeah.
There's no off nights at the store no more.
Dude, it was. I had to sit on a stool, on the doorman's stool, to watch your show.
So that was PTSD. There was a couple times you were with me.
No, it was just fucking me dying. It was me almost dying and then not being able to breathe for 11 days and no sleep. It fucking broke you. You know what I mean? I couldn't sleep for 9 days straight. I was in ICU. I had this thing breathing for me. I couldn't go to sleep. And so they were sucking stuff out of my lungs. And it was brutal. It was fucking brutal. And that's why, like, I can't sleep on white sheets because it reminds me of the hospital. I have a really hard time sleeping because I don't want to. If I go to sleep, I think I'll die. All right, and so that's why I take the pills now. And now I can sleep, and I'm not crazy anymore.
Good. Where's Tony Bennett?
Did I tell you he came to one of my shows one time?
Absolutely.
He's so cool, man.
That was most definitely nice. Round number one for the and an intelligent way turned up the pressure.
Real quick, two-port tack. Phil P. Marchetti. Dominic Salas, fucking savage. Lemon GF. Tony Eichenlau. Spooky Spooky. Andrew Wong. And my main motherfucker, Joe Abraham. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, I got one. I got a fan, a buddy of mine. His name's John Roberts. Listen to this guy. He's an Ojibwa Indian, okay, on the Red River Reservation up in northern Minnesota. He has, I think, 9 kids adopted, and he's a stand-up comic, and he's a member of the Church of What's Happening Now.
Give him a shout out.
Fuck yeah. John Roberts, you're a fucking funny motherfucker. All right? And I worked with him. The guy's great. He's fucking phenomenal comic.
Agreement.
No, dude. The natives, they like me, man. I raised a bunch of money for them, and I like, man, I'm glad that thing happened. I didn't know how fucked the Indians were. Did you know how fucked they are?
Yes.
I didn't know that. I thought after the Trail of Tears, because I went to school in Arkansas. They didn't put, this is what happened to the Indians. Okay, it's like after the Trail of Tears. I guess I thought everything just worked out.
Robert, man, let me explain something to you. I grew up with a cast of characters that would say things to you, and you would have to look at them and you wanted to question them, but you knew you were way beyond the question because they were so real. You had 30 seconds to decide where this motherfucker was coming from. And they would say shit from Dan Rago to Timmy Holloway. Today, Timmy Holloway sent me a tweet. And one night, it's 1984. It's the height of cocaine. Everybody's doing it. Miami Vice is on. You can't talk to a motherfucker that's not smoking bazookas or whatever the fuck it is. And we're standing in front of Corky's. I can live to be 80. Now, Timmy's brother was my age, who's crazy, very funny, and very low-key. You don't like no drama. You don't like people with long hair. You know what I'm saying? You know those fucking things. I will never forget this.
What about Rager?
Who?
Was it Rager? And that's the
Rago wasn't there. Rago at that time was in love. At that time, this was the cocaine crew. It was me, the Pelican, Stinky, and Fernie. No, Fernie was murking, but not really. He was mad at me. So that was the original three, and then Timmy, and then we had, whatever. But us three always tried to find a way to get a package. Loops, Vinieri was in the circle back then.
I like Vinieri.
He was the driver. We would always work for him and shit like that. What the fuck am I talking about?
What about Ralph Fuso?
Ralph Fuso, I grew up with Ralph Fuso. Was a different.
He was a nice kid.
Basketball kid. He was a
right?
nice kid. Football kid. He was a really nice kid. So we're standing in front of Corky's. It's a Saturday night. It's 2 in the fucking morning. And there's a commotion outside. We're inside, I'm sorry. And we go outside, and somebody yells at the guy I'm standing with, Roger, your brother's outside. Come on out. And Roger goes, what the fuck? And so I walk out there with him, and Stinky walks out, and somebody else. I'll never forget what the little brother's not saying. He's like, nah, I wanted to see what the hell you were doing. But the little brother left the car lights on. He left the car on, double parked, with the
hazard lights.
With the hazard lights.
Yeah.
I'll never forget, he bends over, goes, Timmy, what's the circus in town? Go turn the fucking lights off. What's the circus in town? My point being that, I grew up with people who would say shit to you, and it's always something. Let me tell you something, Ralphie, man. I love you to death because the last 20 years you've made it cool for me to be alive. Like, you've made it this acceptable. Like when you used to go on the road and come back 2 weeks later, I love you because you got me weed and shit like that. But I really love seeing you because I really missed you. I figure without you, I'm at the store by myself. I'm fighting these motherfuckers.
Dude, we were.
It was me and you in that little fucking apartment. And it was just a crazy situation.
That's where this began.
And I would tell you shit, and we would giggle. And it's just weird that every time, the hospital, the PTSD, the fucking,
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Ralphie, how do you, survive 20 years of Joe's, there should be, a plaque for you,
okay, all right. Yeah, longest running friend. Okay. All right, first of all, build up a tolerance to that weed, okay? All right, you got to be ever mind. Now, have you been a getaway driver yet?
No.
I'm not aware of anything.
You
haven't been a getaway driver yet?
I don't believe
And Coco's not the same Coco he was.
No.
Okay, so, and I mean, while you get the Bolivian flu every once in a while, you never fucking brought it around me.
No, I do little bumps in the bathroom.
Right, but nothing disrespectful. If when I first got here from Houston, if you'd have put out Coke right there, I'd have died. All right, but you were always a gentleman. Always a gentleman about it.
I wasn't even talking about that. I was just talking about him torturing you mentally.
Oh my God, the tortures. Okay, all right, Lee. I broke my fucking hand. I hit a guy at the fucking at the post office because he pushed an old lady down because she couldn't hear the Asian lady. She was an old Russian lady. All right, and he couldn't hear
The nurse go, net, please. Okay, and so the Russian lady was standing there, and this douchebag LA guy pushed her, and she fucking snapped her fucking arm. Oh my god. Yeah, right in front of me. So I turned around and hit the guy, and it fucking broke my hand. Okay, and so I go home. I'm fucking calling Joey, and I'm shook up, man. I'm like, Coco is like a shark. If he smells blood in the water, if you're upset about something, that's what he's going for. All right. So he called me up and goes, "Get out of there. Get out of there right now. The police are coming right now because you knocked the guy out. Let's go out the back door. I'm outside at El Compadre. All right, go out the back door right now. All right." And I ran out the back door thinking like that, and I didn't have my keys. So I could walk myself out of the back of Gardner. So I had to walk all, and I was, you're fat, you're mad. Okay, you're mad. Like, now I got to walk around the goddamn front to get in there. Or I'm hiding, thinking about doing go down to John Wolf's house. Okay, what do I do? What do I do?
It's crazy how many getaway drivers I used that I had to cut a piece in. And it's crazy how many getaway drivers I did something with. Until today, they have no idea when that.
Yeah, I think I'm in that group, maybe.
No,
not like a getaway, but like
no idea.
A fast leaving.
You have no idea. And you know what's crazy? Like, I remember like 4 of them now. I don't remember the good ones when you come back bleeding and the people are like, what happened? Oh, you come back like OJ.
Yeah,
hands are cut, your eyebrows out of fire, your shirt's ripped.
Yeah.
And what the fuck were you? Oh, I had to go take my shirt out of the laundry. Are you fucking retarded? Are you fucking crazy? You're bleeding from your hand. It's gassed to death.
Man, I tell you.
Oh my God, please.
When I remember one of the funniest mornings. We get up and have coffee at like 9 o'clock. And I thought you were gonna be at the house. I thought, he's got a key, just come in, fucking lay down on the futon, go to bed, all right? Maybe take a shower and go to sleep, all right? We didn't give a shit, all right? And Joy wasn't there. It was about 10 o'clock, and I made breakfast, and no Coco. What happened? So I go over to Gavin Boyd's, and there's the king of the zombies having Bolivian flu like a motherfucker, and then you're sitting up just to talk to me, trying, and you smell like pussy and coke and booze. Oh my God! Well, I mean, a lot of pussy. And Gavin Boyd was like this, and his little shit dogs ran up to you and pissed on your head. That little shit dog. Yeah, what a fucking asshole. They're both dead now, I guess.
Ugly little fuckers. Fuck, he thought it was cute and shit.
I know, it's such a dick move.
Fucking crazy shit, man. Listen, this year's gonna be 10 years since I haven't done that powder.
Dude, I know. This
10 years since the Maryland's been dead.
Yeah, I know.
10 years since I haven't done fucking powder.
It's so crazy.
Powder a couple of days after Marilyn died. A couple fucking days after she died. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna give it a breather.
Man, she was so sweet.
Yeah, nobody even says anything anymore. That's a killer.
Dude, nobody mentions Freddie Soto. Nobody mentions Mitch Mulaney. Nobody mentions Mitch Hedberg, except for the fucking Take His Jokes. Nobody remembers nobody. It's like they pay no respect, and they never developed that type of friendship.
Well, they never, listen, when I was a kid, who were the big people that died? Like Elvis died when I was fucking 13. That was craziness. That was a week of craziness in this country when Elvis died. But I still remember Freddie Prinze shooting himself.
Wow.
That was fucked up, man.
Yeah.
That was fucked up. A couple months ago, I discussed Freddie Prinze Jr. coming on the show, and I just wanted to refresh my memory, and I went on Wikipedia that night. What I remember from that night was, bro, I was fucking young, Ralphie. was young, but I was starting to not drink. But I was starting to smoke reefer and shit like that. And I would smoke reefer and go uptown high. And then I would eat pizza at Blue Flame Pizza, which was the spot in those days. And after you ate the pizza in those days, you had about an hour and a half of giggles, and then you'd go home. Right. You had about an hour after you ate the pizza, you Visine again. After the pizza, then you Visine again. The smell of pizza, you put garlic on your pizza. That kills everything. That kills the weight and stuff like that. So that was the fucking call when you got high in those days, But I still remember going uptown, on the way down, because on Fridays was Chico and the Man.
Yeah.
Chico
That was such a great show. Which was the same show. But Freddie was so goddamn more funnier than Lamont. Lamont sucked. Alright, I wanted Freddie to be Red Fox's son. Alright, that would have been a hell of a show. And then have Shady Grady come in. Okay, I know, man. Shady Grady.
But I was out that night. I was out that night. In those days, I don't know what my curfew was. Maybe 11. It was a curfew, but not really a curfew. How old were you? Let's pretend 13. Maybe. 8th grade, maybe. 11, 10:30 if I was working in the neighborhood,
Yeah.
That type of shit. Because in those days, your call time was 10. But if you hung in front of the house, they let you hang till 11. Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So don't get off that fucking stoop. Don't make me look out this door and you're playing up the fucking corner, throw all of yours out. If you're gonna stay out till 11, I want you on these fucking stairs. And that's what you did. So some people have a loose schedule, you know what I'm saying? A little bit of a loose schedule. And other than that, I found out Freddie Prinze fucking iced himself. I still remember the walk. I had to walk through the cemetery. That was the first time I got through that cemetery because it takes 4 miles off your walk. From uptown to downtown, there's a back fucking road back there. And people would say, be careful because there were devil worshippers. But I walked back there like 3 kids, and I saw some people doing some Santeria. And they made believe they were going to chase us, but they didn't chase us. The other guys ran. I ran for 5 minutes. I was tired. I'm like, fuck this. You jump in by 64th Street, and you jump out by 51st Street. It was a tremendous little fucking, but those grave sites were old, dog. There was a lot of grave sites there from 1860s. The concrete was broken. The headstone was already broken and shit. You would die. Man, what are you gonna do? Time flies.
It's comedy has so many people that are gone. And over the 20 years, the cast of characters that we knew that were really good, and where are they now? That are no longer even in comedy. It's crazy.
Last night, I was standing where you were standing. Last night, I got to the thing. I saw Chris D'Elia. I gave him a hug. Chris Spencer was up on stage. And I walked into walked in. I gave the Chinese kid a hug. Hang ho. Fong.
Yeah, he's my man.
That cool motherfucker.
Dude, I got an offer to go to do a bunch of gigs in China, and I'm gonna bring Fong.
Fong's a funny dude, man.
He's a funny dude. And it's it's got heart.
He's got mouth to feet.
Yo, what's going on, Omni Doc?
He's got mouth to feet. But I went out, I gave him a hug. I said, well, no, girl. And I landed. And there was nowhere to sit.
Yeah.
I saw him. I was super vanished. What happened? It was crazy. I went on that wall and I was like, wow. They used to be here.
Wasn't that some
They were doing that. I just didn't show it to them. And boom. Told her I was there tonight. She rocked the main room.
Man, I
All right,
saw
well,
that.
can you play it now?
crazy.
Are you
that
proud of
look at these
yourself?
people and you go, fuck, I got a spot at 10:30 at the spot at the fucking store. And 60 people.
Less.
Wow.
And a great room. Don't get me
Yeah.
wrong.
Are you gonna play again?
Great educational
But
room.
dude, what time we get up? Because we get.
Oh yeah, you gotta do
Either
that.
Andrew's
Stretching's
coming,
important.
okay, and Eddie's coming.
I would, nobody said, let me explain to you how the mind of Joey Diaz worked. Okay, number one, at that time I was an addict. Let me explain something to you, Lee. You want to learn from the Jew? God put you in the by right Jew's hand. There was a way to make money out of it. You could get the main room, which I never got. Not
Really?
because I didn't want it. Every once in a while she gave me a Saturday night in there. And that put extra $150 in your pocket. But you didn't get rich in it. You didn't get rich in the ORE. You get $15. But she how about you? From 7 to 10, I give you $25. Oh, I give you another $25.
That's tough.
I go, that's great, but that's a lot of work. So I got an idea. I took Andrew's phone number down. I took Eddie Griffin's number down. And I took Joe Rogan's number down. Okay? And I took anybody who had bumping privileges number down. Whether it was Paul Mooney or all of them.
Yes.
Sunday afternoon. Because listen, I could go to the store on a Sunday. The guy who sold coke worked the door. So guess how I worked it? I would get on stage, do my time, put up Andrew, Eddie, or Paul, and that's an hour.
Easy.
I could go do a few bumps, have a few cocktails, get the party started, and right before they get off, I go to Don Barris and go, guess who the host is the rest of the night? Who? Me. And I give him the microphone, and I'd be out of there by 11:15 with a package. I picked up this half a yard. I hosted, I did comedy, I did my job for the night.
Yeah.
Who's better than me?
Sure.
That was my most favorite night in the store was Sunday nights. Because I'd host till 11:30.
Dude, I used to love Sundays because I'd always have cookouts behind me. You know, even in the studio. It was a murderer's row of comedians. Barbecues. All right? And
you cooked the turkey at 4 in the morning or something.
So
do something crazy like that. I know. One night we went over there and your buddy, we pulled over. He was talking to a hooker. And then when he got back, he said he was a friend of his and shit. That's why there's a lot of hookers on Sunday.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, from Fairfax to
God.
La Brea, a little bit down.
Foxy white chicks.
It was crazy.
Foxy.
You would pull
Then
that.
like some black girls that stab somebody.
Till this day, after 10 o'clock, what a lot of people don't know, and if you do it, there's a cop there, they'll nail you.
Oh yeah, fuck yeah, they will.
By Gardner, by
the street after
Sunset,
Curson is where it starts.
it's where it starts. If you make a left,
or right,
if you're headed to the comedy store, and you make a left before Fairfax, and there's a cop there, you will get pulled over, dog.
You get a ticket, dude. It's like $200-something ticket.
You make a left on those streets.
I did that.
Because me too.
Because I was fucking going to see Doug, and he told me to turn around, so I fucking turned down Carson like you would to go to Doug's apartment. And motherfucker, it's like boom, we pull over. Then he's laughing at me as he walks the 2 blocks down to his fucking apartment. And we're just at the Coach and Horses. He was just shitty, just wanted to ride. Motherfucker.
How they got me?
How they get you?
This is a classic. Joey Diaz, 2005. Coke story. I forgot all about that. You're gonna love, okay?
I hear me.
So I go out.
Bring out some of them stars over there. So.
You know me, in those days, I used to go out early.
I did.
Get my party started at 7:30.
There'd be 2 parties.
That's how you had to do it in those days.
There'd be 2.
Remember, I had to pick up an envelope for the morning, envelope for the night. And there was always something. A cell phone, a pocketbook. There was always something at the comedy store. So, it's like a Monday night league. I get a package. My wife is home. She's my girlfriend at the time. I'm living with her on Schrader. And I got a package. I go home. The package is okay. But for some reason, that Monday night, the coat wasn't sticking. It wasn't getting me high enough. So I called a few people to pick up a package. Jesus Christ. There's no package nowhere. This guy's not sleeping. This guy's doing this. This guy's doing that. Finally, I go, oh, I know who's got a fucking package. And for some reason, I did the same thing. I passed the guy's house, and I went to make a U-turn. I figured I'd pull at the 7-Eleven, and they fucking nailed me down the corner. And they, no. They didn't even nail me down the corner. They pulled me over right in the 7-Eleven, dog. How about that one for you? Wow. They pulled me over right when I saw them. I pulled into the 7-Eleven to make believe like I just fucked up. Right. They walked right in there and said, can we talk to you for a second? I go, yeah, listen, you just broke the thing. I go, why? I was coming in here to get water and something else. Now I'm coming down on the block. I'm on the tail end, but I'm manageable. But I'm still a little on the fucking cocaine. I'm talking to these two cops, and they're like, all right, do us a favor, show us ID. I got no ID. This is Terry Clark's car. I'm on Sunset. It's 1 in the morning. Yeah. I got $60 for the coke man up the corner. And that's all I need. Just let me go right now. Don't never make a left turn ever again. Yeah, right. You know right forever. Never. Right forever. You'll never see me in this neighborhood like that again. And I fucking started talking to the guy. Goes, I'm sorry, bro. I tore your car. And I gotta throw you in jail. Somebody has to come and get you. And all of a sudden, a drunk dude walks over. And he goes, Joey Diaz, oh shit. And he gives me a hug. I don't have the handcuffs on yet. And the cop looks at me and goes, you know him? He goes, fuck yeah. That's Joey Diaz, the longest shirt. Both cops look at me and they go, how you doing, buddy? And they start talking to me now. They go, what's going on? I go, listen, I just left the house. I just went to 7-Eleven just to get what I was dying. Something was going on. And they go, all right, just go straight home. Don't let us catch you driving without your license. I went right to Martel. I fucking shot the left. I picked up a gram and I went home and I never made a fucking left turn again on fucking Sunset. No, never. Fuck it. They were gonna tow my fucking car and everything, dog. They do that on Melrose too, Jack. Melrose, you can't turn after 11 on some parts. Really? Yeah. I think Santa Monica too. Like not Stanley, but on the other side of Fairfax. Those houses back there, those gates, they're like, nah, you don't bring your party back here. All right, you want to turn a trick, suck cock in the fucking bathroom? Go for it. Abby's down the block. You know what I mean? That's how they get in there. You know? They're going to get to taste the dick out of their mouth with that Brazilian food next door, that bossa nova. Okay? I don't know where it is now. I don't really know where it is, but it was on Santa Monica. It was all Santa Monica. When I first lived here, I lived at the strip in the trailer. And for a while, I would stay with Doug, and then for a while, I would stay with her. And you'd have to move the trailer around. And we lived next to a park that if you went there in the daytime, like if I could remember where it was Hollywood. It was right around Beverly and maybe Curzon or something like that. It's probably a fucking building now. Yeah. But at the time, it was this little park. In the daytime, they had benches and you could walk up the stairs. And they had like a little swing area. Dog, at fucking 3 in the morning, that place would turn into sex central in those days. So I would be sleeping with Carol in the fucking trailer. And you could hear the men. This is 1997, guys. And they were fucking right outside, like male hookers, I guess they were. You could hear them having sex right outside. That shit lasted like 3 nights for me. And like I couldn't sleep.
You're sleeping with that noise.
I couldn't sleep with that fucking noise. And there was no women out there. There was no guys or women. It was all, every time we looked out there, there was 2 men having sex. The one guy choking the other one. I just remembered this shit See, this is the shit that's
Maybe you're PTSD.
huh?
Maybe you're PTSD.
Yeah.
Oh, you fucking lame. Oh
Let me
my
tell you
God.
something.
I got acid from that last fucking
know.
church. What's happening
I
now?
know for a
That you
fact.
can do right now. God damn it. And I'll go get the snake. Okay, don't look at the yellow. All right.
Let me tell you something. If you don't think I know, I got PTSD just from
You do. Without a doubt, you do.
and I can tell you
The multiple things.
the one in particular, the one that haunts me to this day was my godfather. There's times I think about fucking paying a private investigator for my godfather so I can eliminate it once and for all. He was a fucking, at the end, dog, it was ugly. And he was relentless. He was relentless, Ralphie. You know, I would, when I left North Bergen, it was December of '84. And I would keep in touch with 3 or 4 buddies. And dog, I would hear shit from them. That I could have called bullshit, or I could have believed. And then years later, I smartened up. I go, why would they fucking be talking this shit? And then I had another friend, my first daughter, Jackie, her godparents, the father, the godfather, Pete. He was a fucking serious white dude that I grew up with. Pete was Italian, no Irish, no none of that mafia shit. Pete was a serious fucking white dude that knew his shit. Before I made any moves in those days, I go to Pete. If Pete goes to the cops today, Pete could throw me in jail for 30 fucking years. From 1980 to 1985, I told Pete everything I did. Whether he agreed with it or not, whether he was a close friend of ours or not, I told, because I always had to have somebody I was 100% honest with.
Yeah.
Like,
I've been that guy for a long time.
Yeah, no matter what you came to me in those days and said to me, like if you came to me in those days and said, Joey, tell me that you didn't rob the comedy store. Yes, I fucking did. I was that guy. Like if anybody else asked me, I go, no. Man, that was weird. He had a hooded sweatshirt. Like, he goes, nah.
That seems like a liability to me, doesn't it?
What's that, buddy?
Telling somebody?
You gotta unburden your heart.
Listen, bro, if
There's
you
no
want,
judgments. That's what real friends are. You did?
in those days, you have people that if they come up to you, listen, man, if you don't want the answer, don't ask the fucking question.
Right, that's true.
But, okay, when I was 14, I got one of the greatest lessons in my life that stuck with me. His name is Jimmy Bender Sr. He once told me something that fucking just stuck with me. Like I started hanging out with him, swimming in his pool. I was friends with his son, and one night I went to the track, and he goes, listen, if you tell me the truth, I got your back. But if you lie to me, I can't help you. And that always stuck with me. I always remembered what that was intended for. And then years later, I saw him kick a junkie in the stomach and drag him out and say the guy was going to die in his house. So I know he meant business, do you understand me? But at the same time, the way I was growing up in those days, my friends were going to take heat from me. Okay? Like, let's pretend, let's just throw some names out here because we know. Let's pretend Ari Shafir, who's Ari today. People like Ari. Ari's a great guy. Yeah, let's pretend I robbed a kilo from Ari. Alright, like Joe Diaz today robbed a kilo from Ari. And Ari had 2 guys working for him. Steven Azizi and somebody else. Whose balls they gonna bust every day? They're gonna bust Ralphie's balls. They're gonna bust Lee's balls. Like, where's Joey? Have you heard from him? Tell Joey when we see him, we're gonna break his fucking head. You know, guess what? You're gonna hear from those. Every time you go out late and you see those guys, they're gonna come up to you and go, you ever hear from your pal? What do you mean to tell me you never heard from your pal? No. You're full of shit, Lee. You're a piece of shit. You fuck. Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. How long can you tolerate that for before you say, I know where he is? Well, to be honest with you, Lee, if I lie to you, you're not going to take that from me, no, on my money. If you're a good friend, why fuck it up with a lie? If he's not a friend, who the fuck is he to fucking fuck him? But if they're a good, solid friend, and you come to me and you go, Joey, I want to ask you, but I don't. And I already know what you want to know. I'll tell you. Yeah. I had to. Whatever. And you'll look at me and go, Jesus Christ. All right, we'll fix it. That's the difference. Like the night I saw Ralphie walking across the street from the Japanese place and they called the cops on me at the fucking Dublin. I saw Ralphie and I looked him straight. He's like, I got a showcase for CBS. Here later. Push it back. Tell him that you're not doing this season.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go get the
It would have been.
Go get the fucking Voyager, the Forerunner.
Yeah, I got the Forerunner.
That's me at the Forerunner.
Yeah. My nephew has it now. Fuck yeah. It's fucking great. Still running.
300,000.
400 and something thousand.
Yeah. I totally.
400 Toyota. Are you listening to me? I had a Forerunner that I was a comedian in 1996. Okay, Toyota Forerunner. It's 21 years old. It's got over about 500,000 miles on it, and it's still going, Jack. Still going.
You don't even see those
No.
anymore.
My nephew had it repainted because I had shined it up so much that I created swirls in it from shining it so much with fucking not the right stuff. And so he had it painted, and it fucking looks great. Takes it to the Razorback games. He's happy as shit. He's got a little boy. He's one. He's fucking. It's like that car, that fucking Westling would bang his wife in and fucking leave condom wrappers all over the place. Oh God, Jesus. All right, it's that same car. My nephew's got it. But I had a good parking spot too, man. Good parking spot. And I was gonna rock right in. I had a showcase for CBS. They were all up my ass. And you're like, Ralphie, go get the fucking car. And I'm like, this is serious. Okay? And I was halfway in the middle of the street. And I was so fat that I can only wear warm-ups. So I'm always trying to everybody thought I was trying to be black. It was the only thing that fit. All right, and at Ford, I got them for free.
God, it was Big Daddy.
Big Daddy.
We all wore Big Daddy. I told
Me too.
Lee for a year and a half, that's all I wore.
Without a doubt.
I just wore their outfits. I just wore it.
Everywhere.
I wore it everywhere.
Why were they giving you for your outfits?
Because they
wanted promotion.
First.
Yeah. And then I got everybody in on it.
Everybody who was fat.
I got everybody in I could.
Sweatshirts, t-shirts, sweats, shorts.
They were super high quality.
Super high quality. I had that shit for years.
Yeah.
They gave me a Big Daddy jersey that I wore once a week for fucking 3 years. They gave me a Big Daddy Dallas Cowboy shirt.
Wow.
Like I said, Big Daddy, but blue.
Right.
Silver stripes. Somewhere, nothing with Beaumont. Or something like that. I had some great Big Daddy stuff.
Man, I still got it. Yeah. And you know what? It's still some of my favorite shit to wear. I fucking love that shit. It's great.
What has happened to them? They sold.
I don't know what happened to them. They were so good to so many of them.
They got into the movies because they gave it to the black comic, and how he got into the movies was Barbershop.
Yeah.
The first Barbershop, he wore Big Daddy on that. So he was their first big client. Right. They had other people.
But I wore it on TV. All over the place.
I tried to wear it on the big Best Damn Sports show.
Yeah.
I really did too. They were good people.
Yeah, they were great. And
I wore it from Philly.
Yeah, and I did that. I wore them, and I got Big Daddy to sponsor a bunch of. I was doing those Lowrider magazine car shows around the country, and I got them to sponsor that. So I was getting my airfare paid, okay, wearing Big Daddy at all these places, and they were selling out. I put them in my video when I went to Iraq. I wore Big Daddy, all right, and it was phenomenal. They make shirts that can breathe so much. It was 135 degrees, and my titties didn't smell like vinegar. You know what I mean? That's pretty fucking impressive. It was great shit.
I probably had Big Daddy clothing lurking for about 2008. When I moved out of Hollywood, that was Big Daddy. I had a couple T-shirts. I had a few sweat jackets or whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't even know if they were around anymore. Nobody had them. I couldn't wear sweats anymore. The mafia thing was over with.
Yeah.
So there's no reason to wear sweats anymore. So that was the end of that. I don't even know what happened to the rest of that shit. They were great people.
Yeah, so
They're
nice.
still around doing something. See, in those days, a lot of people would start those companies. They would blow up and then they'd sell them.
Yeah.
And then somebody else would pick them up.
Absorb it up. Yeah.
And they'd pick them up and buy 3 or 4 T-shirt companies.
Yeah.
And now combine them and do something.
Have you got in contact with this Winston company?
No.
It's a designer. He's an actor. He's a fat actor, and he sent me a link to it. Dude, I just got this shit. It's fucking amazing. Every bit of it is fucking phenomenal. I'll get you hooked into it. Matt Flavor, it's so great. It's like really super high quality stuff that I can't find anywhere else. I shop all over. Yeah.
Texas is if you're a fat dude, you gotta go to Texas.
Lord Jesus, I know.
That's the only place you go.
Man.
You know what, man? It's such a shame because, like I explained on stage last week, in Texas, if I'm a 2X here, in Texas, I'm an extra large.
Right.
So if I buy clothes in Texas and I got extra large, I go, Jesus Christ, I lost weight.
You feel good about yourself.
Time to eat.
Time to eat.
They don't fuck around. They switch the labels on. So you go to Texas, you buy a 3X, you're swimming like a fucking thing. You're like, what happened to this? I could use this in 3X. No. Because they make the clothes big. In LA, they make them smaller. Get a 2X in LA. I guarantee you walk into any Walmart in LA, you don't fit in 2X. Walk into a fucking Houston.
Yeah.
You'll be swimming in a 1X. You go, Jesus Christ, I lost weight. No. They make the clothes bigger. So every of those Marshalls, all that shit, if you're a 2X like me, becomes fair fucking game now. If I usually walk into Marshalls, there's no clothing for me. But in Texas, Marshalls has clothing for Joey and shit.
Don't move. Don't move. Don't move.
Is the B right there?
No. I thought it.
Wait. Don't mess.
Come on, man. That's the church. That's what we did.
See his face?
I did. It was great. It was great. It's going to be a great one. People are going to go. They're going to make gifts of this.
Wait, have a star.
No, thank you.
No.
Come on. Here, you eat this one.
Yeah.
Eat this one.
Yeah, eat a double.
Come on. Carne and double.
No,
You don't eat a double.
I ain't one to don't worry about that. Give me the molds.
It's felt already.
Where you performing next few weeks, my brother?
Harrah's, Las Vegas.
How long?
This Thursday, Friday, Saturday at 10 o'clock. And then next Thursday, Friday, Saturday at 10 o'clock. And then I'm in San Antonio at LOL. And I can't remember. That's like the next 3 weeks. But like I'm gonna be also coming back here next Sunday and Monday and Tuesday, hang out with my kids and do some meetings. And then the next week is Father's Day, so I'm gonna be around. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you and your family, maybe Sunday dinner someplace. You know, we maybe go back to that Italian place I told you about. Like it's old school Italian. That Tony's Bella Italiana on Magnolia. Mongo.
That's where he goes to eat shit like that.
That's where I'm going to stay for now. You know what? Mongo.
I'm happy you're doing well, Ralph. I'm happy. You know, before the podcast, I know a lot of people listen to this podcast. You've been divorced, separated. And, you know, while it's happening, you think it's the end of the world.
Right.
And it's a pain that doesn't go away for 3 years. And either the attorneys can keep it going, or you need, like with me, I just squashed it. I said one day, you know what, man, I want to do comedy. That's it. I just want to do fucking comedy. You know what? I came to the conclusion. I was fighting for a never-ending war because at the end, I couldn't cover the spread, like whatever your fucking name is, Rowdy. I'm stoned too.
I know, baby.
I couldn't cover the spread, Rowdy. That was the worst feeling in the world to know, but also the best feeling in the world. When I moved back to, when I left living with George, we were jumped up.
Yeah.
And his grandmother, and I was having a great time. And I was really learning comedy. I saw like Osama that night at 2 a.m, and now I figured it out. I gotta move somewhere where I can do a lot of open mics. Take my time, just get time. And I can do something with this fucking comedy shit. I've been doing it in New York. It's been working mensa. Anywhere I go, it's always been receptive to come back. So I'm on to something. I don't know what it is. And then one time I play the flute. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna stick this out. I got no money. I got a little job I eat from week to week. Yeah. Why not have a good time my way? Every night I do comedy, I bump into somebody, they give me a bill. We do a bump. I drink 2 cocktails because they give me 2 drink tickets. I'm having the time of my fucking life. Yeah. I wanted a family. I wanted to be married. I thought that's what I wanted. Once I got on that stage and I got hooked, it was all over but the shouting. I walk in one day, she said she doesn't want to be married no more. It was like God said, here you go, cocksucker. This is what you want, you fucking lunatic. And I went for it, Ralph. Who gives a fuck? And that's what we're enjoying right now. We're enjoying those triple runs that we did. We're enjoying. You did those other runs, that doodoo.
CW Kendall.
I told him to suck my dick. Because he used to give me a long week.
Yeah.
And then the week before the gig, he cut it down to 2
days. Yeah, but it was like Wednesday and Saturday. And they're fucking 12 hours apart. You had to put yourself up for 2 days.
It was fucking crazy, people.
Or you know what you would do is you would stay in your car, Lee, okay, and sleep in your car until like 2:30, 3 o'clock, all right, and then take the hotel room, okay, and you would stay there at that one for a full 24 hours, all right, which basically meant you got 2 days for the one day because you went there early. You just stayed in your car. You stayed up or you slept in your car. That's what I would do. And then you get free breakfast. I'd fuck them up on the free breakfast. Oh my God. I'd make BLTs left and right because I stole a fucking pound of bacon. You think I'm lying to you? I ain't lying. Not one bit. BLTs, fruit, but fuck you on the cantaloupe. I don't like that. All right. And stay in there, and then they had afternoon thing, and then get them in the morning, fucking eat up a bunch, and then go do. So you only have to do one night, actually pay for it, but you'd go pick a town to do a spot in, you know, like Dallas or Oklahoma City, Denver, Austin. You know, you fuck around, find something to do. And to pick up about $50 or something. Might cover a hotel room, might not. It might not. I worked for Shirley Bynum too, out of there. She was great. But man, those triple runs, fucking bananas. Fucking bananas. Oh man, and I remember one time he booked me the headline, and he also booked Chris Alpine the headline. And Chris Alpine was so mad. Okay, he was like, I want to go last, and I'm like, well, Chris Alpine, I'm a filthy, dirty motherfucker, and if it means for a second, this guy's not gonna pay me headline pay. Fuck you. You won't be able to follow me. And he went up, and I didn't give a shit. I didn't stand there to listen. And I got all mad about that. And he was all clean. And I just went up and just trashed him for the first 15, 20 minutes. Oh, God. Treble got lit up on that one. And then like Chris Alpine's manager was another woman that booked gigs up there. Pat Wilson. and she blackballed me because I was dirty. Okay. Yeah, she blackballed me because she managed to Chris Alpine and he got blowed out.
One time, the people that were talking about Pat Wilson, and
They were big figures in our life, man.
at one time, we would call these people every Monday and beg them for work. And if they sent us to Mars, we would take the mission. It's a crazy thing to sit here and laugh and think about those times.
Man, you were the king of the Greyhound. You know, you call Paul Reed on Monday afternoon.
I learned how to mix and match. I figured it out. I figured it out when I started selling screws on Eyeball. I would have to be there at 5 in the morning. I would basically leave the store and park my car in those days and jerk off and go into this place at 5. And I would start fucking emailing and faxing people. Roger Paul.
Yeah.
The Buffalo Funny Bone.
Fuck yeah.
Miami Club.
Yep.
You have no fucking idea, my friend.
Yeah.
The Birmingham, Alabama Club.
Oh, yeah. Start on.
Houston Laptop.
Yeah.
Spot. I didn't give a
Comedy
fuck.
Showcase.
The only people who call me back league zero.
Zero.
Every Monday.
They got a ear, baby.
They got a fax from Uncle Joe every Monday.
Yeah, here's my bells. And if you left them wide open, you wouldn't get booked. So you'd have to put in where you kind of want it to be.
And those
okay,
days, there
like
still
this
was
is booked like this, and you knew
Yeah.
these dates were kind of close. So you can call them back and go, hey, I got this, let me have it. All right, you know, you manage it. You know, you had to work the angles. If you went in comedy like, well, I'm a nice guy and I'm gonna send a headshot on a tape, a VHS, they wouldn't give a fuck. Okay, you had to be something different. You know, you had to be funny, and there was no fucking YouTube. None of that shit. It was VHS.
They couldn't check your fucking your webpage.
Yeah.
So you could tell them, listen, I'm gonna be in Austin this week. Why don't you give me the week before? That's
right, exactly.
It was brilliant.
Yes. Hey,
it's an amazing thing to learn on your own.
Then you hear that there's a Thursday in Beaumont. You're like, fucking somebody, hey, I'm gonna be in town. All right, and you just shut up and start calling other comedians. It's like internet was like just your fucking Rolodex. You know, you go, hey, Dougie, where the fuck are you at? Okay, hey, give me a feature week because I'm fucking co-headlining with, oh my God, what was that guy's name? God damn it. Fucking, he's an Arkansas comic. He's crazy. It's crazy. I forget. God damn it. And he was fucking bananas. That guy was so much fun. Or Captain Rowdy or something like that. You know, you see these guys and you're just like, wow, these are fucking, and now they're even done. But it was all of like, hey, I need help getting this date, you know. And so you go, if you wanted to be in the at Zany's, you had to tell people that you were doing creative gigs in the Southeast. You know, hey, I'm gonna be there. Give me a spot. All right, boom. You know, hey, can I stay at your condo for extra?
What an education it was as a feature act.
Yeah.
To go from having a day job to booking gigs now for yourself. And you're adding up all these gigs, and if you add it up, you're still not making anything close to what you're making.
Yeah.
But you'll accept it. You figure out a way to make it work. You know what? That bedroom in the back that's an office, that's going to become a bedroom. I'm renting.
Yeah.
This is way before Airbnb. You went to the library and put a piece of paper up. Bedroom for rent. Split the utilities and shit. And these guys, you learn how, like from 93 and a half to 95, I think I'd become a comic jack. I'm bare nothing. That car was going to fall apart at any time. And for me to go on the road where I was going in those days, but every road gig I got, something always happened. Yeah, I met this fucking dude, man, in my life. That's why I sit there and I go, someday I'm going to pass away. And if there's a real fucking God or whatever they talk about, the people that I saw that helped me were angels that God sent when I was like in a My head was in a good direction. I just need a little bit of help. I met this white dude in Boulder, bro. Can't remember what his name is. You know me, Ralphie, man. He keeps me awake some nights. Because I wish I could give him a big hug right now. I was going through a personal fucking hell. I was living in a one-bedroom basement. I was starting to do comedy. HBO had used me to open up for Carlos Mencia and Jimmy Abeda in 4 different cities. It was the summer of maybe '94. I'm barely paying rent, snorting cocaine. There was no car payment. The car looked like the car that they killed Michael Corleone's wife and Godfather one. It looked, that's what it looked like. The fucking back window was missing. It was about to fall.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Let me tell you something, Ralphie. I was taking 6-hour drives on that fucking car. Till this day, I sit there laying your holy fucking balls. What I was doing for $250 those days. I was driving to Cheyenne, Wyoming, or somewhere in Wyoming. And when you get there, it's beautiful. When you get on stage, there's 3 feet of snow.
Yeah, and you have to be from Cheyenne. You had to be in Bozeman, okay, and or Jackson Hole, okay, and you had to go through 3 feet of snow, and so you knew it'd take twice as much time. And if you're lucky, you find a guy shoveling and get behind him. So now you're going 25 miles an hour, and so you just double the time. So you don't sleep. You just take no-dose, drink Mountain Dew, and get a Gatorade and piss in the Gatorade bottle.
What about the night you get the 250 and you need every fucking dime of it? You gotta take it home.
Yeah.
But on the way in, you walk in, it's beautiful. You walk out, and there's a foot of snow that's really coming down. You don't have the money to fucking get a hotel room.
Right.
You don't want to take the chance to drive.
I almost
Just shovel yourself out and go behind the supermarket and get a blanket. I used to have a blanket in that truck, Lisa had. I didn't hear the line nobody, Lisa had. I remember one time
I can tell you, I got one just like that.
Oh, I know you did. You had that Toyota.
Yeah, man.
That Toyota was a fucking bed, dog.
Yeah.
Guys, I could tell
I slept in my car so much.
100 times I slept in a car in fucking 2 years.
Yeah, easy.
Easy being a comedian.
No, and I had
not
that
giving a fuck.
No,
you can wake up anywhere and get stabbed in the fucking neck, dog.
Without a doubt.
Oh my God, I would go behind hotels. I would go behind warehouses.
I was falling asleep.
You have no idea when you're tired how your mind works.
I was falling asleep at the wheel, okay, and I'm at Costa Mount Shasta, okay. There's scenic overlook, and I pull in there, okay. I go to sleep in the back of my truck. All right, it's like 50 degrees. All right, and I got my pistol and I'm in my sleeping bag. I wake up and there's 8 inches of goddamn snow, and it's now like 16 degrees, and I'm blue. My face is fucking blue. All right, I don't know where the fuck. I don't know how to get out of there. The road is completely fucked. All right, and I've got to be in Wenatchee, Washington. Okay, and 14 hours. Okay, you know, and I don't know where the fucking roads are closed and not closed. Okay, or you know, and you have to cut through fucking White's Pass. Okay, god damn, fuck that White's Pass. All right, drive up. You're like 9,000, 10,000 feet, something like that. And there's no weather at the bottom. Up there, it's a fucking blizzard. Okay, and so you have to fight going to sleep because if like I had to shut my car off because I was gonna get carbon monoxide poisoning. Okay,
I had a car, dog, that every time I got in it, I'd have to write a suicide note.
Right.
Because the smoke would go into the fucking cockpit.
Yeah.
I would get a headache after 20 minutes. I'd have to pull over, get out of the car, walk. I wish this was a joke.
No.
It would take me from Portland to Seattle. It's supposed to take me 2 hours. It would take me 5 hours because I had to stop every 20 minutes and get out of the fucking car. That's what I did for $100 in those days.
Yeah.
I would drive to Seattle, to a Mexican restaurant in Portland for Donna Richards, and I would do the $125 gig and drive back to fucking Seattle. You're crazy.
Man, how many Roger Paul gigs did you do with the female comedian that wore a wedding dress, his wife or his ex-wife?
I think one in all those years.
Oh really? Oh my God!
Yeah,
I got on a string, and man, wow, that was an extreme show.
I'll tell you what you do learn about comedy that Ralphie knows is that sometimes things happen and you scratch your head for 5 fucking years. Like I was just talking to you, and there used to be another company that used to do comedy when I fucking started. They were Dana and Doug McGraw.
Phenomenal.
And I sent them a tape, and they made me a co-headliner when I couldn't even MC. They said, we love your stage presence. They got me a gig as a feature, which paid like $145. And I went up there, and again, this is when I needed every dime. After the gig, I got out of there. It was when I didn't drink. I said, I'm not going to drink because I got to sleep on the street tonight. They paid me in cash. It's going to cost me $22 to get home, maybe $5 for a Subway, veggie and cheese with a soda. I'll get home with $110. I need every fucking dime of this. There's no hotel in my fucking future. In those days, I had a truck and I had a Corolla, and there was everything in there: a basketball, 2 blankets, a pillow, fucking snow boots, regular shoes, hiking boots, explosives, a flare, a canteen filled with water, you fucking name it. And it was in there that if you moved one of them, it was I had everything in there Scott's fucking tight. I had a stick across the back. I would hang clothes back there so I could hide back there if I had to sleep in the car. I figured out a way to kick the front seat and push it forward. I had it jacked up, dog. I fitted the thing. My buddy was a half a fag engineer in Boulder. He was a genius. He made me a thing so I could put on the bottom. So where you put your feet now wasn't there. It became part of your mattress. I had that little car going, man. God, unbelievable the places I slept.
Yeah, man.
How I would walk into hotels and eat the free breakfast, brush my teeth.
Fuck yes, exactly.
Wash my face, walk past the front guard, walk into the hotel, take a tremendous shit, piss, wipe my ass really good because it got dirty overnight in that fucking car. I would brush my teeth, wash my hair, push my eyebrows back, gargle, and then have everything in my jacket. And then I'd walk like I owned the joint.
Yeah.
What's for breakfast here this morning? For $9.95. Did you stay at the hotel last night? Yeah, what room? 6280. Lisa, yeah. All right. Go sit down. It's gonna cost you $8.90 a fucking table for everything you could eat. Are you crazy? After you slept in the car all night, you eat one of everything. Cantaloupe, Rice Krispies, you eat a bagel, you eat a cinnamon bun. Those buffets you go to, Lee, you eat one of everything.
Yeah, you can go back for more
time. You just left in a car to do your fucking dream. Your diet really doesn't matter.
Dude, man.
That's what killed me. Your diet at that point really doesn't matter. I remember going back one time and somebody goes, Joey, you're putting on weight. So I put a basketball with me on the road. And I forced myself to go in the back of every hotel in the parking lot and run around with a basketball. I did that for about 3 months, you know. That's how retired I was. So where are you going to be the next couple of weeks?
I'm going to be at Harrah's at the beautiful casino Harrah's. You know what I like about it? I got to be honest. The most thing I really like about it is there's no shiny shirt, half a fags over there. Okay, it's like a bunch of real people. Okay, it's $15 fucking blackjack. You can have a good time, drink pretty good booze. Okay, they've got great restaurants. There's a Ruth Chris if you want steak meat. I mean, come on, who's better than that? And it's
Lee.
easy.
You gotta take Lee with you as your real man.
Man, Lee, I want you to come out, you fool. Okay, listen, Hercules. I got a 5-bedroom house. They done rented me with a good-ass pool and everything.
Lee is allergic to listen to me, Lee. Let me tell you that thing.
What's going on, Lee?
Lee has a skin problem.
He's got a skin problem.
He can't be sleeping on nothing. You gotta get Lee a room that's been sanitized though.
Okay, all right, done. Done. I'll put him at the beautiful Caesar's Palace.
You don't want to stay in Airbnb is what I'm telling you.
No, good God, no.
Don't stay in Airbnb.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
I don't even mind. You're going to manjar in Las Vegas. You know what I'm saying?
Mi familia, no más en Nevada. What are you drinking? Champagne? Champagne cocktail?
Champagne cocktail.
Champagne cocktail.
Don't stay in no Airbnb. Blankets. He's got to sneak a little bit. Man, Lee's one of those kids, man. You know, Lee's one of those guys in Vegas. You get him high.
Yeah.
It's really, you know, Lee thinks like, when Lee was allowed at the South Point, Lee was very interesting to me. Because at Lee's age, I didn't like Las Vegas at all.
Yeah.
I took a hate for Las Vegas when I was 22. And I said, I don't need this place. I'm from New York City where I can do this. I gotta walk around with cameras. And they watch in the bathrooms.
They watch everything.
And for me to get down, for me to come to East State in 84, I had to know I could snort in peace. I could go to a bar and jack out like I used to do in Houston. When you can't even talk anymore. Like, well, that's
Allen Park Inn?
No. Yeah.
Allen Park Inn. Or
Or
our house.
No, the fucking other bar where you get jaundice that had no windows. That bar there, I used to walk in there and I couldn't even fucking talk. But anyway, to make a fucking long story short, I don't know what the long fucking story short was. It's, what's up, Lee?
When I was allowed at the South Point.
Yeah, Lee was allowed at the South Point. It was interesting because we would finish up a show, we would eat something, we'd get high, and Lee would look like, you know, okay, I get it, he's tired, I'm tired. And the next day, I'd hear a tremendous story. How he got up at 2, brushed his hair, and came down, he won until 5. Then at 5:30, he bumped into a friend who put bad luck on him. And he went back to the table.
That's a ration.
And he ended up losing. He ended up losing what he won, plus $100 out of his pocket. Now he's salivating from the mouth because he's Jewish. He goes back up to the room. He washes himself. He bangs with her. He calls his girlfriend. And he refused for the last temptation of Christ. He's got this weird way of gambling. Then he's telling me how good he is. He's Johnny Bananas. I stalked him. I stake him a yard or two. He blows it in 2 minutes. He got beat up. Like something. To this day, he blames me. I
one of the first couple hands that he left.
I walked away since my phone. I've never been nobody's lucky fucking. I've never been nobody's lucky rabbit foot. This guy went.
He's a mush.
Mush.
Put him in the bathroom.
About 8 weeks ago, he started a good career. He got books. He took the fucking course on hypnotics, how to hypnotize the blackjack dealer.
I need your bracelet, probably, if you have it. Oh man, I know. It's actually in my luggage. I go everywhere with this.
He took the course.
You know, by the way, I've had thank you, church, for taking me in and loving on me. You guys come to my shows, and after the showroom, I'm, downstairs maybe having a delicious Budweiser product, okay? Maybe enjoying myself a little bit before I go home. And you guys come up to me, and you're like, look at the yellow. Ralphie, where's that goddamn bracelet? We fucking love that. And it's because of this, I've gotten tons of fans. And they've come in and they've loved me, and I just say thank you. I am very humbled by y'all. The fucking church is for real, dude.
They don't fuck around.
They do not fuck around. In Denver, I had like 5 guys go through, and I'm from the church, and they brought me reefer. Okay, I had to leave.
Good family.
Dude, I love the fucking man.
They'll give you
Buffalo. Oh my God, Buffalo. They come running. Houston's all the time. In Nashville. Oh my God, every time I'm in Zany's. That's my home club. Okay, every time I'm there, every time 20 or 30 guys are like, man, we love you on the church. And it's just like, it's so cool. Man, it's like the thing that we had is like just going out. You know what I mean? And I'm just trying to distract now because Coco's really getting into his fucking left nut. Alright? I think he might be ready to pop a sit. I've seen that. I've seen that look. He can pop a sit on his nut.
There's nothing like
with the little blood.
There's nothing like moving and fucking getting like stuck. Your nut gets stuck on your underwear. You know, me undies is banging. From that, I have shorts on. So we fucked it up. Alright, let me read this out. We'll get the fuck out of here.
I can't believe you just leaving that there.
Don't forget this weekend, you fucking savages. Starting Thursday night. I'm at the Brea Improv in Brea, my fucking home club. Thursday, one show, dead. Leo'll be there. We're picking up the ship of new stars. Tomorrow, Leo'll be there breaking his record of 3,000.
Whoa.
Putting him on a skateboard and sending him back. Nah, Leo'll be there. Lee ain't breaking his record unless he gets paid from now on. Lee's doing personal appearances. If you'd like to bring Lee, fly him out to your party. Leo eat fucking 5,000 milligrams of money's right. We don't give a fuck at this point in the game.
$10 a milligram.
No, we gotta lower that. Don't be stupid. You want them to whine.
Yeah, don't be greedy. Don't be greedy. What do you think is reasonable? Hey, man, no, you might get lucky. Somebody might know how to barbecue.
Let them make the offer. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm open to negotiation. Yeah.
Now, Lee, don't forget, on this one, I need a little taste. You've had like 19 ventures. There's a $5 bill for my way out.
Never.
Not at all.
Nothing even when it's big.
He makes
just the tip.
He makes $1,000. He makes thousands of dollars. This fucking guy selling fucking everything. He sells hats. He's a savage. He's a savage. Look at him. He's smiling over that cocksucker. He still owes me for the gambling. 3 times this thing.
Right?
He comes back.
I think it was amazing, dog.
He's bringing garlic fries. Nothing.
Well, things happen.
Say what you Sales got great.
Dude, that
fucking steakhouse is fucking amazing. That seafood bar is good. One has better on that one, but I gotta be honest with you. You got sushi right there. You got, I think it's some of the best food in any casino. I mean, they're fucking bomb over there. They're doing it, Jack. That Italian first rate.
Fucking breakfast, dog. I'm happy with the 3 eggs and the fucking bacon. Can you imagine?
Fuck yeah.
That's how simple I've become. Here we go, motherfuckers. The church is brought to you by one of my favorite products. Let me explain something. I did business with these guys about 3 years ago when we first started. Am I bullshitting, Lee?
No, they're one of our first.
They're one of our first sponsors. They sent us a bunch of stuff. Till today, I still use their products, okay? So this is how much I always kept their razors. I always kept the main stem. I think they sent me like 3 main stems over the years. And I still have a fucking backup, okay? I don't know how they do it. But as far as razors and fucking the whole package, they're the best in the business. And what makes them even better is they deliver it right to your house. You made the smarter choice by switching to Dollar Shave Club. That's a smart choice right now. Dollar Shave Club will always be the smarter choice. Why? Because you get a great shave at a great price. And it's conveniently delivered right to your door. It's an awesome life hack, no-brainer choice. You no longer have to step to the store to buy a cheap disposable razor. that gave you a cheap shave, or spend a fortune on razors with gimmicks and shaving tech you don't really need. When I use the DSN executive razor with the Dr. Carver shave butter, I use that stuff in the shower. I pull up my sideburns, I put it on my face, the doctor thing. I give it like a minute or two. Guys, I start shaving before I go in. I make the thing over here by my sideburns, and I shave it off. You actually see the hair sticking to the fucking shave cream. The Dr. Carver is one of the best products you can use. You understand me? The Dr. Carver shave butter is transparent for more precise shave, and it helps prevent ingrown hairs, and it fights razor bumps. You can make the smarter choice by joining Dollar Shave Club, and for a limited time, new members get their first month of the executive razor with a tube. You ready for this? A Dr. Carver shave butter for only the Finn LaRue for $5 with free shipping. You're not gonna beat that nowhere. After that, razors are just a few bucks a month. That's a $15 value for $5 in your first month's box. You're gonna get an awesome weight handle, which I'm telling you, I still got mine after 3 years. You're gonna get a full cassette of 4 cartridges, which will last you. These things are fucking tremendous. They're sharp, they get right to the point, and you're gonna get a tube of the shave butter. After your first month, replacement cartridges ship automatically at their regular price. There are no hidden fees and no commitments. Cancel at any time. You can only get this offer from us at dollarshaveclub.com/church. Again, 1 month for $5. That's dollarshaveclub.com/church. Again, make the smarter choice. $5. dollarshaveclub.com/church. Number 2, let me talk to you about something. These days, you got everything on demand. It's like this podcast. So why the hell are you still going to the post office, dealing with limited hours, standing online like a boot, when you can get postage on demand with stamps.com? Anything you can do at the post office, you can do right now from your desk with stamps.com. Buy and print official postage for any letter or package using your own computer and printer. And unlike the post office, stamps.com never closes. Listen, you got a little couple cocktails in you, you're in the mood to work, you got a couple things to ship out. Who needs sleep? You get the postage whenever you need it, 24/7, right? Whenever my wife uses stamp.com, she loves it. You know why? She puts it out there, and the mailman comes and picks it up. That's how good and convenient this works. You still got maxed out stamps.com?
I do. I still have the scale. It works great.
Tremendous. So what we're going to do is this. Right now, you're going to use my name, Joey, for the special offer. We're going to give you a 4-week trial. This includes postage, and we're going to send you a digital scale. Don't wait. Go to stamps.com before you do anything else. Click on the radio microphone at the top of the homepage and type in Joey. Listen, you got a small business, you're trying to get a small business started. This is the economical way to go. You're a one-man army. You don't have time to hire somebody to go to the post office. It takes too much time out of your day. If you're going to do business, this is the smart way to do it right now.
It's the only way.
Stamps.com right now. Enter Joey. Stamps.com right now. Enter Joey. Never go to the post office again. Your time is more valuable than that. I'll see you motherfuckers Thursday night, the Bray Improv. But we'll see you motherfuckers Friday. I got 2 shows, and Saturday I got 2 shows. Either be there or be square. Thursday night, if you come, tell your boss you're not going to work Friday morning. Tell him Cosby's making a last fucking comeback. He's gonna fly in between court cases and put Gorilla biscuits in your fucking drinks. I want to thank stamps.com. Again, don't forget stamps.com. Enter Joey, and I want to thank dollarshaveclub.com. Enter Church. And I always want to thank honor.com. They're our lifetime sponsor. They've been there since day one. Listen, I want to thank Ralphie May, as usual. Always
Thank you, Church.
I want to thank my man Lee Sayana. He didn't say much tonight, but he was stoned to
Is that B? Is that B?
No, there's no B. There's no
There's a B.
B.
There's a B.
This poor kid.
There's a B.
No, there's no beat. You're not gonna tell me that the beat waited 3 hours to come out at the end of the fucking podcast. Did it sting you? Nah, there's no fucking beat.
Dude, I've been trying to get him to forget about that beat for the last like 20 minutes. And what y'all didn't see is my hair was over here just creaming and trying to find the spot. And I swooped my finger down. That was the beat.
Look at the noises, baby. No, he won't stop with that fucking shit. That beat is...
He was about to die.
Again, I want to thank Honor. I want to thank Stamps.com. And I want to thank Dollar Shave Club. Harris. All of June, no July.
Yeah, no July, no August, but then I'm back in the fall. Okay, they give me the summer off because God bless them, I'm fucking way too fast.
2,000 degrees from
It's
the
2,000 degrees. Fuck that, like I'll blow up. Okay, I couldn't take it. But I'm at Harris Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Come on, you guys are great. I love you. You're coming out to Vegas. I'll make you laugh hard. I promise. Okay, I'm bona fide. I love you.
Have a good night. Stay black. See you Wednesday, cocksuckers.
Hit that music, baby.
Here you go, Lee. Oh, shit.
Congratulations, Perdomo. You do it again. Undefeated. 9-0. Definitive victory. Next is it Ben Rothwell. Send a message to Ben Rothwell.
Leonardo Perdomo, lo has hecho de nuevo, 9-0, invicto. ¿Quién es próximo?
There she is. Hello. How are you? I'm amazing, ma'am. Thank you for asking. The reason why I'm amazing is I had somebody come into the Discord, another person, and I'm like, how'd you find out about me? And they're like, you followed me on Twitch. I'm like, no way, my bot worked. And they're like, yeah. And they were in here and they invited me. They invited me to their friend server or their game server, and they introduced me to all their friends, and they were really nice, and it was lovely. So I was really happy about that. DA is right. Now let's see you dominate. Oh, for sure. No doubt. Got it. Oh, I'll take it, though. Mr. Quirce, that was terrible. Hey, it got more than we thought. No doubt. Got him. Ooh. All right, get these two. Get these two. Get the pin on the right, and it'll knock down the one on the left. Yeesh. Oh, come on. Come on, it should. Are you serious? That was nothing. Get it. Oh, come on. It should have been better.
Join us all season. Ride the roller coaster of this. Open your free iHeartRadio app. Search the Solid Herbal College Football Podcast and listen. We don't just love college football time. We live it.
No doubt. No doubt. Oh, come on. Got it. Got it. Get a strike. Oh, and you did. And you did get a strike. All right. You now have a split.
That the public say not the idea of shliach, but rather that all Klal Yisrael
No doubt. Big score. Big score.
It says it twice by Korban Pesach idea. And we know throughout Shas, they made an even zeh, they didn't even I can't use this
How when you win this, Aquarius?
He learns an adult. Don't find an object in the street. You can have a mind. Let me be zoich on this object for my friend Shimon somewhere else. But a cousin cannot do so because it says ish an adult. Pasuk says that from each shevet,
Get it.
take care of the Yerusha, the Chalukas Ha'aretz. And the Gemara learns from
Get this one. This one is unreal.
Then Bezin, one of the three boys.
That's big. That's big time, Aquarius. That's big time.
Nevertheless, that it won't turn out so good. According to Shmuel, if they made a mistake, Beruchos, in this side, in other words, one of the boys, let's say, inherited.
Get it.
A field. Travis gave him, and the father's field, he gave him a different. Even though
Not what I wanted.
Value as his brother's field, it's not good because he feels to be close to each other. So it's a mistake.
Get it.
That's something that he can go back and know. When they're not, you never know anything. No one knows that. So the idea,
You get it, Miss Aquarius. You got it. No doubt.
Doesn't have power that whatever they do, it's a mistake or not, it's a good division. Yet,
Got it. Beautiful. I need that.
You have somebody at bar, and Bezin said he has to come back.
No.
Bezin can take their.
This is a tough one.
Sell it off and pay the limit. If you made a mistake,
Oh. Not good at all.
Nachman himself says that sale is off. But just said that Bezin has power. Well, that's because they made a mistake. By Yisrael, they didn't make a mistake. It was a perfect division. One of these things didn't like
Get it.
That's the Rava says that looks like you're treating them. Mistake. The
Get it.
sale or the division is good. Even if they made a mistake in more than
No doubt.
a purchaser said. Rahman said that brothers divide up property, they have a halacha to purchase. The halacha is that if somebody purchases an object for more than a sixth of the market value, the halacha is it's a good purchase, but the seller has to give back that sixth. And if it's less than a sixth, it's a good purchase.
Ooh.
So when it comes to brothers, that's exactly what halacha is. Besides, you can say no, either it's less than a shlos. I don't want this because I said the agent is good. I said you the harmony. Another very interesting concept. Divide up a property.
I'll take.
Measuring stick. You divide anything up.
I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship, girls. Yeah, yeah.
Even where typically there's no halachas that
Sweet dreams. God willing.
sold something. The measuring stick. Gemara tells us halacha that ain't shliach l'chayrav. In other words, you cannot send a messenger to burn down somebody's house and say that the sender has to pay because there's no shliach l'chayrav. There's a concept. Did you have Talmud? Did you have when you're faced with a dilemma? Baruch Hu said to do one thing, but somebody else told me to do the other thing. Of course, you're going to listen to his Baruch Hu. Therefore, the person doing the act, what's wrong, he has to pay, not the sender. But there is an exception to the rule. There's a number of exceptions. One exception to the rule is mikila. If a person uses money from the Misamikdash unknowingly, he's chayiv, he has to pay a chayv. If he sends a messenger to do it, then the messenger is not chayiv. The one that sent him is chayiv. So why don't we learn the whole part from Mikila? Because it's not just Mikila, it's somewhere else. It's out as well. We'll explain what that is. But before we explain, what's Yad Mikila? And Shlichus Yad, it's Shnei Ksuvim. It's two Ksuvim that say the same exact halacha. The Ein Malam, you can't learn out the rest of the time. What's Shlichus Yad? Shlichus Yad means if I get somebody to watch, he's a shomer, watcher, and he's calling Neva Aveda unless he uses that object without permission. Not only that, if he sends agent to use that object, then the shomer, the original shomer, he's responsible for Neva Aveda. You see this idea, only two places, Megillah and Shlichus Yad. According to the Shana, they say that the Chayiv in Shlichus Yad, the words of the past, that the Chayiv even thinking about using that object. So now you can't use the Shlichus Yad as the same function. They learn from here. And that is, if a person steals an animal, and he goes ahead and shuts the animal, or he sells the animal, he's chayiv 4 times that animal, or 5 times that animal, depending if it's a sheep or not. If he sends somebody to shech or to sell for him, he's chayiv, not the shaychet or the seller, and that's the secret positive. Hey, Milavdin, Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day, have a very meaningful Yom Kippur. Bezer Hashem will see you after Yom Kippur.
I don't understand cognitive dissonance, where we want to talk about free speech, but then we want to go to such great lengths in this instance to mimic speech more than a creative expression. That is because the definition of free speech in a state like Texas seems to be like all the things.
Kiddush and Dafra Gimel, how's everybody doing? Welcome to Beit Mikdash. Yesterday we had Yom Kippur. Have a good Bible to be here. Rabbi Isai, the CEO of Shalom Rabbi Isai, 5-point shliach agent. He just fits right in as if I did it. The Lord says, technically speaking, I cannot send somebody to do not verify. But there are exceptions. And one of them is Megillah that we said yesterday. Today we're talking about material. And that is, if a person steals sheep or an ox, and then he goes ahead after he steals it and he sells it, or he shuts it, he's chayiv 4 or 5, depending if it's an ox. It's 5 if it's a sheep, he has to pay 4. Halacha is that a person who sends a shliach, you shech this ox for me, the shaycha doesn't have to pay. The God has to pay. Why? Because it's just like material. When you sell something, you need two parties. You need a purchaser, you need a seller, so too. But here's the concept of yesh liach. Here's a case where I send a messenger and the sender has to Shammai hold. You say a lashon and we have to explain it. The person sends somebody, he hires a hitman to kill somebody. The one that hires is chayiv. What does he do with chayiv? So one shot is Shammai will hold that shnitzim above that from the land. Typically speaking, when we have something that's in the same halacha, in the land. But in this case, Shammai will hold it in the land. You love something in the same halacha that yesh liach, and we learn the rest of our yesh liach. Problem is, there's another possible question too, boys. That if you take it terrible, the fact is, instead of shutting in the Mitzvah, shut it outside of the Mitzvah, you are the sender. The sender is not chayav. The guy that does it is chayav. Why? Ain't the divided there. Something on this side, on the right side. We have one puzzle on the left side. Which one do we learn from? Well, Shamu won't learn from people first because they don't actually learn from people. What do they do with Shamu? We say that when two people chef the same animal, they hold on to the same knife, they chef the animal, after they do something good, they fuck it. Also, they say that shaking itis or a mistake is possible. You can also explain what Shamu has to say. Is that, yes, when it comes to murder, the sender is high. It's a special halacha by murder. It says by David HaMelech, he said Uriah to the front line. And also Hanavi accused him of murder, even though he didn't murder, David HaMelech didn't murder. Push the murder there. Also, Yerachta b'terev b'nei Avon, do the murder. For the Chachamim, David is not high at all. Because Uriah was a murder to Malchus. He was a lotion of Adoni. Not to the king. In front of the king, he said Adoni. My master, it's somebody else. So the dad law is high. He saw some David HaMelech is potter for killing Uriah. Another child. The Chamay meant that if you hire somebody for somebody else, you hire. What does it mean hire? They show money. So what does Hill say? What? Obviously, yes. Hill would say, you hire not for murder. You hire for somebody else. Hire for a Roman murder. Chad says, no, get up with your money. They're going to don you as if you're a real murderer. It's a real strong. Lord tells us, even if you're sick, but according to Shaman, if somebody sends a message, do something, it goes back to the sender. That would work in all Naveras, like Navera, like Shabbos, like Zor. Not for Navera, like our rights, if you never found anywhere where a person benefits and enjoys an Navera, somebody else gets it. So there's a sheet in the Gemara that according to Beisila, if somebody sends 3 people in the Kaddish moment, they do not say this is Sugya of Shmiyah Nasa. An agent brings Kedusha to the Kaddish woman. He puts into the day to testify, yes, this woman received Kedusha. Yes, this Malva was paid back by you, by myself. But a Shmiyah is coming in. This is another sheet on the Beisila that says no, that a Shmiyah could be coming in. Bottom line is, we classify Shmiyah Nasa. We know that we always have to so either way you cut it, you have to say that it's still whole. It says and Rav also, obviously not going to argue on the still lever, also hold Figure out the same halacha applies that shliach becomes an aid, and the same halacha would apply. And none of this by loading them out. At the end of the day, it's a concept we haven't had in a while called shvuah assessments, and that is in addition to the regular shvuah when a person commits partial claim, he has to make a shvuah. The whole Rusak, even if he denies the prior claim, he has to make a shvuah assessment. Therefore, an agent brings money to a malva. And he says, and later on testifies that he gives to the malva, we don't believe it because he's biased. Because if you say that he gave back to the light, but the liver will invoke the shvuah assessment. Now, the person doesn't want to make a shvuah. He might be a dana, so he never wants to make a shvuah. He'll always say that he gave to the malva, and the malva can invoke, cannot invoke the shvuah assessment. Therefore, he's biased, and now we don't trust him. And there, Hagav actually says this comes from the halacha of Tezmi al Picasso. And that is, a storekeeper sometimes extends credit. So if an employer tells a store owner, I want you to give my employees credit, that's how I'm going to pay them this salary. The store owner says, I gave them credit. The employees say, we never received it. So each one says to the other one, I have nothing to do with you. The one that owes me is the boss. So we go to the boss and both of them make a shvuah. The store owner and the employees make a shvuah, and the boss has to pay both of them. So that would be the same idea by us, that the agents have to make a shvuah, and at the end of the day, the loiva would have to pay. Chachamim comes by a get of a naira amorosa, and that is, if there's a girl who's either a power, and even a naira who 12 and 12 and a half, and she's only married, first stage of marriage. Naira amorosa. So, all she could receive. Yet, in addition to her father's, she would get for her. Even though she's in her father's domain, she's still receiving her. The Shalish takes that a step further and says, just like we say, that she can receive again, she can also receive her Kedusha because Kedusha, you didn't understand. You got to the Haisa, whatever you do by get, you do by Kedusha, whatever you do by get. According to Rabbi Rothschild, there's a distinction between Gittin and Kiddushin. That by Kiddushin, Chacham will agree that only the father can accept it. Why? Because this Kiddushin takes you out of the father's domain, and he doesn't allow the daughter to receive the Kiddushin. Another halacha that any girl who's that young, she's going back to her husband after a divorce, she can't divorce me. It's the Shal Kol Ba'inu Koderes. You have to give her a get, and she doesn't come back. If she comes back, it's not a good get. Places hold that if the father's able to prevent her from coming back, that's considered a Shal Kol Ba'inu Koderes. And it does work. Rabbi side have a wonderful day.
That's not a vacuum. That's the trees in the forest cleaning up the air. I didn't know the trees were so amazing. Yep, and the forest gives us shade, trees to climb. Awesome. This one's for sport.
Visit the forest today and enjoy all it does just for you. To learn more about the forest and find one near you, go to discovertheforest.org, brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Kedushin Daf Mem Dalet, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the Day Minute. So in the middle of a machlokes, the halacha is again that if your father has a young daughter, and she's married, not only does he receive it, get from her, but she can also receive it. And we had a machlokes yesterday. What about Kedushin? Rothschild says Kedushin saying just like she receives the get, she receives Kedushin. What if she's she received Kedushin, her father received Kedushin, and then her husband or cousin dies of that children? She becomes Yavam, she falls to the other brother. So that's one of the things. And wants to give her a ring. That's called Maimer, because it only is effective with the Rabbanah and Ayavam. For that, you need the consent of the father. But if she's a 12 years old, you don't need the consent of the father. Why not? Why should it? Because with her Raisa, she's the Skuka. Skuka means there's a bond, she's attached to the Yavam somewhat. The Yavam is only finishing it off with this ring. So for that, you don't need the consent of the father. Either it goes by a gift. He argues up front, like I said before. He argues up front that the girl cannot receive it. Actually, dying so status. Over here, the girl could receive the Maimer because she's already schooled. Some say the girl can love it. But Naira doesn't need the das of father by Maimer because consider Maimer something that can be done even forcefully by father. Because Rebbe holds that it can be done forcefully. He compares Maimer to the regular practice of evil, just like evil doesn't need the consent of the father. So too, the act of Kedushin, though the Rabbanah, still is done apart. The Chacham say on the other hand, that no, the act of Maimer is like a regular act of Kedushin, the regular woman for that, with her consent. So too, Maimer. Gemara goes on to tell us that our Mishnah, even this part of the Mishnah, is Restream, based on the end of the Mishnah, which we're going to have on that Vav. You see, it's machlokes, it's not on Vav, but it's very similar. I'm just going back to the original machlokes. The person takes 5 collaterals from 5 rivers, and he swears that if he swore to one person, he's found to be a liar, it's being a usher. But then he swears to all 5, and he lies to them. Is it considered one shvuah or 5? Some of like Shimon. In order for it to be considered 5 different shvuahs, he has to say the word shvuah l'cha, shvuah l'cha, shvuah l'cha. That's it. And according to the blood, as long as you say shvuah at the end, according to Hakama, you say shvuah in the beginning. A person tells a woman, I want to be mekadosh with this fruit, and I want to be mekadosh with this fruit. So the not that start, the values between them, the fact that he said a lot of condition. So that will seem to be Reb Shimon, and therefore the beginning is also Reb Shimon. What it tells us, Reb Shimon, however, also holds over the Yehuda, which we mentioned, holds that a girl cannot receive condition by herself. Only the father receives condition for her. Now, it says in our Mishnah, it should make Kaddish. Mashma from our Mishnah that only the ish, only the father can be Kaddish, not the Mishnah. At the end of the Lord tells us that Allah is a good ship. How do we know this? Because Robin came out of the East he said, everybody passed by him, and the Shlomo stood up there and screamed like a crane. They screamed, the nuts of the place, so you have to prepare to the Gerushin. Nobody cared. In other words, only the father received the Gerushin, not Or it goes on to tell us that when it comes to a get, a nara, a girl who's 12 years old, is like the extension of the father's head. She's not a chotzer, she's a yeah. Why? Because if it's a chotzer, it only works if a person, a girl, is sleeping, tied up, and you watch them like you have by a slave. And obviously the girl is not any of those, and therefore she can't accept it as a chotzer. It must be she's accepting the get at the yam. However, even though she's an extension of the father's hand, she cannot make another shliach. Because the hand doesn't have the ability to make a shliach. You need das to make a shliach. You have a something when you go into Mars down. A minor that did not ask permission from her father to get engaged, and that's just on her own. So the Lord tells us she needs a get because perhaps the father agreed to this condition. And she also needs something to go free. She needs to refuse this condition because maybe she didn't accept the condition. So she did accept the condition. Why did she have to? Or I'm sorry, my father didn't accept the condition. The answer is because this act of freedom shows that it's not a real answer. It's only the Rabbanon. And we want people to know that perhaps there's nothing going on anymore. And if this individual got engaged with her sister, people say, well, what was it get? They're right, so got engaged with his sister is nothing. Anybody can marry her. In fact, no one can marry her. Perhaps the first girl is not contagious, the second one is. We need to show that the first one might not be contagious, she's new. And therefore, people will be careful with the sister. The Lord tells us this one Allah from the place. By shit, but it was a shidduch. In other words, then we can say that the father agreed to it. It's about it, disgusting. What the Lord says, a girl who gets engaged without this father's consent doesn't get engaged. Even if it's a big bad zero. And even the shot is comes out the Rothschild. Or some say it is was talking about even in the case of a shidduch. Is that we found that she got engaged to herself because we must be saying we're talking about a Yisrael of a Chayil. In other words, she was already married once. Then, because she's married, she leaves her father's marriage. The second time around, she got engaged to herself. This that we find, the father sells his daughter as an almana. How's that? I'm talking about that he sold her as an almana. And the master married her. So he had some sort of consent to the marriage, but it's not really as if he married her off and never received anything. And therefore, he's able halachically to sell her after she was already married. The boy side had a wonderful marriage.
Was that joke as well? No, I forget the name of it. I looked it up. Card sharks? It's not don't get me sidetracked. The contestants in the long walk get plenty of enemies. High-powered weapons. Mark Hamill. That's the voice you heard. He plays the major. He's in charge of everything.
Kiddushin, Dr. Day. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the Minute. We're talking about a case where a Kahana accepted Kiddushin from the Chassan without the father's consent. And then unfortunately this Chassan passed on to the next world without any children. So if the Kiddushin was a good Kiddushin, then she would fall evil. So the Allah is that she was required to do Chalitza, because perhaps the father agreed to this, and then with the rise of she falls evil, even though it's only heresy. But she doesn't have to refuse the marriage, because everybody knows that a sister of a chalutza is only also under a Rabbanan. If somebody goes ahead and marries her, let's say Yavam would marry her, everybody knows she's a good Kiddushin. I will explain. Because if this Yavam goes ahead and gives this Kana, the original Kana, gives her a ring, that's called a minor. It's Kiddushin only in the Rabbanan. And because we require that he gives her a get for that minor, that becomes a problem. Now people think, hey, they were married with a rice, so why did they have to give her a get? And it's possible that the rice's father agreed to it. It's also possible that they're not married at all, they have no connection, because the father didn't agree to it. So therefore, we require her to do miyam. That miyam shows that it's a problem. Miyam is only the Rabbanan. So people will be concerned, and they'll think that if the Yavam got engaged to this kind of sister, instead of thinking it's nothing because he's married to the first one, he can't be married to the sister. So you know what? If he wasn't married to the first one at all, And therefore, she's an Isha and nobody else. According to Rabbi, we're not concerned that maybe his father agreed if they made a deal. If, let's say, the fathers had a discussion. I want my son to marry your girl. Now, when it comes to a son, it's a lot worse than a daughter. My daughter, there's a possibility that father sees his daughter get engaged without his consent, and he's happy with it because problem is that time they will miss about it. But a born, he always will die. He wants to make sure he doesn't want his father to marry him. So therefore, in that case, that a father marries off his son, somebody else's daughter, you don't even need that. Another halacha, if somebody gives a young girl a bundle of vegetables, according to everybody, if it's how to turn a marketplace, where does the story? There's a couple had a big argument. The father wanted his daughter to marry his relative. Oh, my relative. The wife says, no, my relative. I want her to marry her. But then the day the father was back with his wife, let her marry your relative. During the party, the father's relative went ahead and was so Rabbi said, this particular case has made a big party. Nobody wants to be a party like that. Therefore, no matter what, once the father told the wife, let's marry off our daughter, your family, here's really us for us. You don't like that. And however, you think there was a reason behind his wife. We know that marriage is a state. If his father agreed to the condition, state one, the money part, the room. And then he went off overseas to some business, and the girl lost people, and he married the husband without the child. According to everybody, if he dies, the husband doesn't get married. It stays in its proper place, it goes in the however, it's like this, whether she could eat meanwhile, when the father comes back, if she eats truma, if she marries a kid, because with the rice, she eats truma anyways when she's a kid. Or perhaps, we have to be concerned that when the father comes back from his business trip, will disagree to this marriage, and retroactively she wasn't allowed to eat truma. But if the father is present, and he doesn't say this is his daughter getting married, you don't need. He doesn't need truma. Why? Because even though he's quiet, the reason why he's quiet is because he's furious, he's angry. Other man says no. Why? The fact that he's quiet shows proves that he's okay with it. But what if even the condition, the first part, was against the father's will? And he's here. He's watching it. Rav says the opposite. Now Rav says she couldn't. Because nobody's going to be quiet in two stages like that. And the reason why he's quiet is because he's not good. It's as if he's agrees to the whole thing. And Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day.
Tickets to Restream, which is coming up on September 25th. You get to see the 20-year anniversary screening of Dynamite. Afterwards, there'll be a special Q&A, which I will be moderating. We star also other creators of the movie Napoleon Dynamite. We're going to get to the Q next when we come back.
Kiddush not involved. How's everybody doing? Welcome to Name Down. We're kind of got engaged without her father's dad, without her father's consent. My point is from Asi and Rab, whether or not she could renege on this decision. She accepted it, but her father didn't accept it. According to Rav Asi, not renege. According to Rab, she could. We want to call maybe you could bring a Rab. The other is if somebody seduces a girl, he has to pay 50 shekels nas to the father. Even in the case where the father agreed that he should marry his daughter, but she doesn't want to. Isn't this similar to our case? Because over here we look at the father's will to begin with, and she's against it. So you see that she could be Moicha. Right or right? No, it's not a right. Because we can say, like we've always learned in Cheder, so we're talking about that the man didn't have das for Kedusha. We don't want to marry him. And even if you say that it was the Shem, necessary to do another kedusha, or you were in a kedusha, to do another kedusha, because he didn't have the father's certificate. Now we're randomly. If a person uses a lush, he says, takes a fruit, he takes a date, and he says, it's actually for a zoo. And then she hits the date, then he gives her another one. So if one of them has a shavar pruta, it's a good thing. What exactly is this? What you have in Shmuel at the beginning, where a person says a double lush, scotchy bazoo, scotchy bazoo. He breaks it up very strongly with the words scotchy, scotchy. And the Chiddush is when she's eating something that she has immediate satisfaction enough. Nevertheless, there's no Kiddushin to bless Hashem. According to Rabbi, it's talking about the end of the Mishnah. It doesn't say scotchy, scotchy, but rather it says scotchy bazoo, bazoo. All the dates together. It's shavar pruta, then there's a Kiddushin. And the Chiddush is that if she eats it right away, then you need the last date should have a shavar pruta. And from here, the Gemara says, we see a number of things. First one we see, if somebody gets engaged, he tries to make a kedushin with the milva with a loan, it doesn't work. Because over here, it doesn't work unless there's a full printed head that can't use the previous dates, because they're already gone, they're consumed, they're a milk. Yeah. This is for the loan. So prudence, a guy should give this woman $1 million, but he gives her one lousy date that's worth a pruta. Her das is on the pruta, and it's a good kedusha. What if the kedusha is not? What happens to everything he gave her to begin with? All the dates that he gave her, does she have to pay them back? Yes, because if it was matana, it would be a good kedusha. But obviously, it's under milva, and that's why she has to give it. If a person does something very bizarre, he goes to his sister, he says, I read the kedusha, he gives her money. Now everybody knows he can't get married to your sister. So what does he try to do? He has to return the money. Because only figured, it doesn't say enough. According to the reason why he didn't say here's a funny lotion, he want to embarrass her. He figured she's not going to accept it. The halacha is that when a person separates challah from his dough, that's great, he gives it to the kohen. But what if he separates challah from flour? The halacha is the kohen must return the flour. The Gemara wonders why. Why does he return the flour? So the Gemara tells us because the kohen is going to fall in a trap. He's going to forget that what gave him is chayiv in more challah, and he's going to take that flour and add it to his own personal flour, and he's going to make bread out of it without flour. There's no kohen won't make such a mistake. The concern is that this flour. Everybody knows he's supposed to. Oh no, that's just to make it easy for the kohen. Kohen agrees to take from flour. You could take from flour, but the truth is no. Gracious arisation. Flour is only given from. Now, there's a number of things that goes into it. Perhaps the kohen should keep the flour and just give a little bit of some icers from that flour that he gave. Why does he give it back to his straw? Something similar from that has perforation, which is the rice of chayiv and truma on a pot that doesn't have a hole in the bottom, which is potter and truma with the rice. Or if he say he should take truma, even though he's truma, he should go ahead and take truma again, like as if he took truma from a non-perforated pot or perforated. It's different. Like pots is different than Moshe says because when you have two pots, the person understands that he made a mistake here. There's a one that's high, one that's low. When it's one bowl of flour, he's going to be lazy. He's not going to want to take fruit. In the case of a sour, spoiled watermelon, let's say. So over there we say, Yachzer Yitron, you should take a second truma. But in fact, when we write the Rabbi have a wonderful and also beautiful Yachzer.
Coming up Monday on the Bill Handel Show, we'll look into more of the assassination of Trump and the Monday. It's Handel Show.
movie called Flat. The Stephen King adaptation edition, 800-520-1534. Playing Footage Fest tickets, which takes place in the Valley. It'll be on September 25th specifically. Playing tickets to that Footage Fest where you can go visit a special guest of mine to the 20th anniversary screening of Napoleon Dynamite, the star being in the house. I will be moderating a Q&A after the movie. Mark Rodder is going to be passing out free popcorn, and Twiller Sharp is going to be at home. Pedro wants to know if he can go get cops. Pedro wants to go get Pedro Moreno, our traffic reporter. Yes, I'll look him up. I'm being serious. So that sounds fun, and I hope consistent with the movie, like make some mistakes. But I just want to look for Pedro t-shirt. I'm being serious. Everybody. And hopefully they'll have these iron type shirt. Yeah, they're good. Can't wait. 52348. Adaptation version of the game edition 800-520-1K5 800-520-1534. Coming up. 20th anniversary screening of Napoleon Dynamite. I will be moderating the panel afterward with the star of Napoleon Dynamite. 800-520-1K5 and I can tell you that these 10 clips of Stephen King movies and adaptations, some are the usual suspects, some are a little bit more obscure, and all of them should bring back some pretty good memories. Some you can probably get, and some you're going to have to really rely on the help of and as I'm putting this movies and clips the fad which has been turned into stories. The bottom of it is just there's so many movies that I actually was surprised that were originally connected to Stephen King that I didn't even know. Yeah, I don't know that the number is even knowable because there have been so many different movies. And they run the gamut. There's some that I love and some that I like. I like his darker stuff. I like his more science fiction stuff. There are very levels of what he does. And I'm just saying, say, for example, I love the Dead Zone. I like the Monkey Man. Super Tarantino, because that's Stephen King with David Cronenberg. You cannot go wrong. That's just Stephen King stories. I should be able to try to figure that out. Top his performance in that movie. And no, it's not one of the 10. So now just abuse yourself with Christopher Walken, Brooke Adams, and then Martin Sheen is a psycho politician. It's a really great movie. Can I say that? Tickets to Footage Fest coming up on September 25th. A very special 20th-year anniversary celebration and screening of Napoleon Dynamite with a host Q&A and panel discussion. Viewers get access to movies next live everywhere again on Radio Lab. Los Angeles, South America, car. This woman lives near the suspects and says she heard the commotion.
We are going to advocate tracking down criminal organizations, some of our people are living in our building, so I'm very happy to hear that they've been found out.
Three people are accused of being involved in multiple home burglaries in LA and Ventura County. Past month and a half. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it. Governor Spencer Cox says a suspect's been arrested in the shooting death of political activist Charlie Kirk. Investigators 22-year-old Tyler Robinson from Utah. Investigators said family members told them how Robinson responded when he found out Kirk was going to be doing an event at Utah Valley University. They talked about why they didn't like him and the viewpoints that he had. The family member also stated Kirk was full of hate and spreading hate. Fox said Robinson's roommate led them to a trail of Discord messages that outlined his plan to shoot Kirk. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact type, stating the need to retrieve a rifle from the drop point. Robinson's father says he recognized his son in photos released by police and urged him to surrender. He enlisted the help of a youth pastor who contacted U.S. Marshals, who was taken into custody at 10 last night. Two men who helped a fellow passenger who was set on fire on a metro train have been honored by the LA County DA's office.
What is this bullshit? Dog, shut the fuck up with this bullshit.
The award is given to citizens who have performed extraordinary acts of valor and selflessness. Tammy Trujillo, KFI News.
The National Transportation Safety Board has blamed human error as the cause for a deadly collision involving two firefighting helicopters in Riverside County.
The mid-air collision happened over Cabazon in August of 2023. At the time, the helicopters were helping fight a 20-acre brush fire in Cabazon. Cal Fire Captain and Cal Fire Assistant Chief and a contract pilot aboard the smaller helicopter were all killed. The NTSB's final report released Thursday says the larger helicopter entered a restricted air zone at too high of an altitude and made an aggressive descent, hitting the smaller helicopter. The larger helicopter was damaged but landed safely. There are active wrongful death lawsuits on behalf of all three victims. Daniel Martindale, KFI News.
President Trump says he'll send National Guard troops to Memphis, Tennessee to help with crime. Memphis Mayor Paul Young says he doesn't support the idea. Can't stop it.
Yes, from Boynton Beach, Florida. This is Jeff Ford.
Good choice, man. You really fucking somebody up.
Guard troops in LA and Washington, D.C. And inflation ticked up last month, according to the Consumer Price Index just released by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. The uptick increased prices on things from airline tickets to clothing and vehicles.
Coffee prices have increased because of different reasons. They have been going up because there's the drought and
I hear about this fucking cat and it's after there's one more fucking time after one fish.
Comes from Brazil, and Brazil's one of the countries that's facing hefty tariffs from the Trump administration. Southland weather from KFI, patchy clouds and fog later tonight, lows in the low 60s. Sunny tomorrow, highs around 80 in Metro LA, OC in the valleys, upper 80s in the and 90, low 70s at the beaches. It's going to warm up a couple degrees from that on Sunday. Right now it's 69 in Orange, 69 in Phillip Park, 68 in Sherman Oaks, and 70 in Compton. Now we're heading to a crash on the 605 when you're
That's heading north now just before left lane, causing some traffic that's backed up to about Slauson. And as you travel on the 10 eastbound in downtown LA.
Roughly staff some thousand. Yes, the last staff of Seven's Brooklyn. It's an amazing accomplishment to finish the first Masechta shots. You should take this opportunity to commitment. You're going to learn Masechta Shabbos from beginning to end. It's an amazing Masechta. It's a very, very different style. I love it. If you're not part of the Shir, you're looking for a Shir, you can check us out online. There are over 2,000 people that watch the Shir every single day on YouTube. Search for Eli Stefanski or Ramat Yomi. We have an app, 8min Daf, and we are on Twitter anytime. The Gemara tells us that.
Are you serious? Are you serious? Bitch. Come on, why are you taking so long? Go. Prepare, review. You know, I get all that shit. Dog. Worse.
Last daf of Masechtas Brachos, an amazing accomplishment to finish the first Masechta shots. You should take this opportunity to make a commitment. You're going to learn Masechta Shabbos from beginning to end. It's an amazing Masechta.
I'm trying to, guys. No one's ever tried to fucking learn Shemek Shabbos. You fucking. This is the worst. Harder than I have. Do you know how many fantasy football games I've had in a row for this fucking shit? This is the worst. All right, come on, work, baby.
Rochel is that time of Gimel. In the Beis Hamikdash itself, they didn't say the word Amen. They would say Baruch Hashem Yisrael Min Ha'olam V'Ad Ha'olam. In the times of the Pesukim, they added the word V'Ad Ha'olam, and they said so in every single bracha. Rabbi says this following pasuk you can read it front to back and back to front.
Are you fucking serious?
Referring to Rishon that doing Averis.
Are you fucking serious?
Then it's Esau says Hashem. It's time to speak of Hashem. Or you can say that the pasuk refers to Tzaddikim. There are times that you have to be over and different Torah. If you do an Aveira, sometimes in order for Esau says Hashem. Says the Gemara, Bill Azakim would say.
Tell me about that fucking cat and its afterbirth. It's a black cat. It's a daughter of a black cat, of a black cat, of a black cat. Well, eat this black cat, kid. Boring.
Just joined us in the last few days. Welcome to the original subscribers. We should all these other together. The start shots, finish shots with Mashiach and Yehuda B'Yameinu Amen. I just like to take this opportunity to point out some of the amazing benefits of that B'Yameinu and some of the reasons why people fall off of that B'Yameinu and what they do to overcome that.
Thanks.
The saying is, it's not about the dot, it's about the B'Yameinu.
Athleticism.
Every single day of the year, even Monday Tisha B'Av, Yom Kippur, the Yom Shabbos, Sundays, vacation. That the B'Yameinu promises that you will become a better person, a better husband, a better wife, a better father and mother. That the B'Yameinu, as the mayors of the unites all of our Israel. There is a special community, there is a special
This is what it's doing.
The B'Yameinu shots that it encompasses all of Torah. You're not just learning halacha or agadah, you're learning it all. This is what's out. When the Gemara says, the person should spend 3 of his days learning, because it says this means the Gemara which includes Mishnah, Torah, the Hebrews, and Hadalah, Kabbalah, Chassidut. Every day will bring this concept that you haven't learned that here, probably never heard before. When you travel, you'll see people learning on the plane in the airport. 90% of the time, those are people who are learning that way. There's nothing like starting off your day with a good half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour of Torah. And finally, when a person sets aside time to have a date with Haviyah and Barfu, that's an amazing connection that you make with your Rebbe. And now, some of the reasons why people fall off the bad way. People say, that the B'Yameinu is way too quick. I don't repeat much. I've been learning this, I don't remember what I did last week. Or they'll say, how we learn in yeshiva. Love this. This is not the proper way to learn water. Learn it slow. Love this. These are all valid points. I'm not going to get into whether you're supposed to learn like this, fast or slow. But the question is, what's the alternative? Are you learning every single day with another skill? Are you learning on Friday? Are you learning on Shabbos? Are you learning on Sunday? If the answer is no, then this is for you. The other question you have to ask yourself is, if you learn all of Friday, you learn all of Shabbos, what are you going to do now? And finally, the Zohar says, it's time to move down. We're going to talk about it. If somebody learns something in this world, when he gets up to Shemayim, he'll be able to learn that with the Baruch will explain to him better. Don't do all of shots, even if you don't remember it. Even if you don't really understand it, the Baruch will explain it to you even better. But if you don't learn it, you're going to be learning to learn it. You're not, it's fine. The high is touching. If you don't learn it, you're never right it, you're going to shame it. And finally, one of the pitfalls that people have is when they miss a dot, inevitably they will miss a dot. There's sickness, there's vacation. And a mistake that a lot of these people do is says you have to make it up. Don't go back to the shir. Let's make this up first because I don't want to have a hole in my Gemara. And that's a big mistake. Skip what you missed. Go back to the shir. Go back to the Vice Rolls holding. Write down what you missed. And you'll make it up at the end of the time. But today, you must skip. Don't fall for that. And don't be a perfectionist when it comes to the idea. Don't say, well, I didn't finish the seven, I don't want to do this. I need to finish. Because at the end of the day, if you finish $2,700 versus $2,711, it's not the end of the world. It's better to do that than not to do it at all. And now, let's just jump in to the beginning of Shas. The Mishnah discusses Kriya Shema. First says, we shop the whole program. This is the rise of the Kriya Shema twice a day. When you go to sleep at nighttime, and when you rise in the morning. What is nighttime? The Mishnah in the Gemara breaks down 6 shittas. Those shittas the Mishnah says 6 Mechava. And the Mishnah uses a Russian of the Hanan who are Tzomah. We go to the Chayvo, the Mikvah, and then after 6 Mechava, they're able to eat truma. Until 1 in the morning, they say Kriya Shema. The lesson says, until the end of the first Mishmar of the Malachim, the night is divided into 3, so the third into the night. Some say until Chatzos, halfway through the night. And the Leo says, until Avodah Shachar, the light of dawn. In fact, the Gemara says, Chachamim agree with the Leo that the time is Avodah Shachar. But they don't have to get to the Southern Na'aleh, and work the distance from Na'aleh. They get a siyag together and said, you must say Kriya Shema before Chatzos. The same level applies to Haikur Chalav and Yevarim, and to, in other words, when Rabbi puts the abundance, he lives on the Mizbeach, and certain abundance that are only eaten for 1 day at night, such as Chametz and Mashal, the shear is until Chatzos, but the real shear is until Avodah Shachar. The reason why I should start Kriya Shema of Meir and not Kriya Shema of Shachar is 2 reasons in the Gemara, because the Torah says it was Shachar, you go to sleep, and then only afterwards you come back when you get up. Or because the Kriya Shema says I eat Erev first at night, and then I eat Boker the day. As we mentioned before, the Tzemach can eat Truma after he's carnival, after he's taking the Chazan, and even before he's the carnival, because the Torah says, Kol Hashem Shmatar, unlike the typical meaning of the Pasuk Boker, it means when the sun comes up, when the sun goes down, the fire, and it says that the day the light is dark. And now, to go to the 6 shittas that the Gemara brings down, Rabbi Rothschild says the time of saying Kriya Shema is Shkia, that's when Shabbos comes in. Remember, the first shitta is slightly before Seiset Chavim, that's when the Kohanim aren't very well make for Shua says, Seiset Chavim, the middle shitta. That's when the Kohanim can eat the Truma. Navina says, after Seiset Chavim, that's when before people sit down to eat. And remember, the second shitta says, when you eat Friday night, that's slightly after that, and your Papa says that's the latest amount. It's when people sit down to eat a weekday meal at night, have a wonderful day. You should be certain that you finish shots together on the night. Rambam is now given tremendous amount of thoughts that every single one of you started shots. You started to stay on board, stick it out, and finish shots for your show. Welcome to over 1,500 subscribers on the last 24 hours. Almost 7,500 subscribers in the last 4 days. Our goal this video was to get 10,000 subscribers. During this shot, we're almost there.
Gates and comments from his history, some inboxing, they comment on the last 10 years. So my question to you is, why then do you want to make sweeping changes to the Muhammad Ali Reform Act that is meant to protect fighters? To redevelop a business model that currently has your company already paid out $375 million in antitrust lawsuits. It has 2 potential pending class action lawsuits on lawyers.
And this will teach
Well,
us
this is
that
obviously a long discussion. If you want to talk to me about that, set up an interview. This isn't about me and my business. It's about these two guys on Saturday night.
The dogs barking. At the beginning of the third mishmar, the babies wake up to nurse, and when the couple wakes up, the one starts calling
Earlier
their
this week,
husband.
the California State Athletic Commission had a meeting and hearing about TKO trying to bring those changes to the Omni Act. It was postponed 3 months ago, so I should do it.
Set up an interview with me if this is really what you want to talk about. It's America, baby. It's business for those two. Like you can set up an interview with me.
Data, my follow-up is, if TKO can't make those changes to the Omni Act, will you still invest in the sport of boxing? Will you compete in the market?
Listen, if you want to be an asshole, let's do it in private. We can do an interview. If you don't want to show up, I get it. If you have questions for these two that are fighting on Saturday, that's a different story. This isn't a discussion to have. I got a press conference with these two that are going to fight on Saturday, two legends. If you want to set up an interview with me and ask me these questions, let's do it one-on-one. You can ask me anything you want.
All right, well, Terrence and Saul will have a good fight.
You have a question for these two? No. Go ahead, who's next?
Good evening, everybody. Couple questions for Dana. Dana, this fight, as you said earlier in the week, is set to be the third highest game in combat sports history. The second biggest game you've promoted alongside Mayweather McGregor. The top 5 games in combat sports history come in boxing, and they come in the last 10 years. So my question to you is, why then do you want to make sweeping changes to the Muhammad Ali Reform Act that is meant to protect fighters, to bring about a business model that currently has your company already paid out $375 million in antitrust lawsuits and has 2 potential pending class action lawsuits on the way as well?
Well, this is obviously a long discussion. If you want to talk to me about that, set up an interview. This isn't about me and my business. It's about these two guys on Saturday night.
Earlier this week, the California State Athletic Commission had a meeting and hearing about TKO trying to bring those changes to the Omni Act, and it was postponed 3 months ago. So I should do it.
Set up an interview with me if this is really what you want to talk about.
It's America, baby.
You want to for these two? Ask me like you can set up an interview with me.
Dana, my follow-up is, if TKO can't make those changes to the Omni Act, will you?
The Rabbi says he woke up every night. It says 180 Ashmuras. I woke up 2 Mishmaras before that. Now, if you hold that there are only 3 Mishmaras in the night, and you all woke up in Chatzos, which is in the middle of the night, that means there's only 1.5 Mishmaras left. How do we reconcile this? Says the Gemara, because the Rabbi was saying that he woke up 6 hours to the end of the night, plus 2 hours. His kings could sleep 2 hours in the day. Basically, he woke up 8 hours before everyone else. 8 hours divided by 2 equals 4 hours. In other words, there's 2 Mishmaras that he woke up before the other. Yes, it's only 6 hours of nighttime. 1.5 Mishmaras. It was 8 hours before the kings, which equals 2 Mishmaras and 4 hours each. But Rashi says to call 1.5 Mishmaras Mishmaras, 2 Mishmaras. The Gemara says, in front of a dead person, should not talk and learning, because it's like the rush. Since a dead person can't talk and learning, he'll feel bad. Unless you talk and learning that the dead person was Mechadish. Another time, the Gemara shouldn't talk any Shtuyot, shouldn't say anything in front of the mace. It still makes him feel bad, unless you're talking about the mace itself. There's a contradiction in things in Pesukим. One passage says that the Ramel woke up at Chatzos. The other passage says that he woke up before the night. The Gemara has 3 pshat. Either the Ramel saying, I never slept as Chatzos, or he said that I was learning Torah about the Chatzos, like a horse that dozes off, I was learning in his dozing. And then from that goes on, he was doubting Paris, sweating himself like that. One of the shot is until Chatzos were Torah, and then from Chatzos on, places in Shiras, this is office. The word Neshav means when something goes away, when the night becomes day, or when the day becomes night. The Ramel says, Chatzos Laila Oslo. I'd wake up at Chatzos. So in other words, David HaMelech knew what Chatzos was, and on the other hand, it seems like Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know what Chatzos was because he says, Kach Chatzos Narli, Dos Parei, Kach Chatzos. Almost not Chatzos. 4 pshatim in the Gemara. Either David HaMelech knew what Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know because David HaMelech had his kinar, his heart, which told him exactly what Chatzos was. Or the pshat is Moshe Rabbeinu also knew, just David HaMelech needed his kinar in order to awaken him. Third pshat is Moshe Rabbeinu knew what Chatzos was, he was just worried that people will say Moshe Rabbeinu is lying Moshe Rabbeinu, so that's why he said Chatzos, so they don't catch him on his word. Or the pshat is that Moshe Rabbeinu on the 13th of Nisan, he said Chatzos, just like now, tomorrow, tomorrow, Yishmor will take Yisrael out of his mouth. By Elisa Shafik Mar tells us, Chacham Yisrael came into the Melech. It means one time they came in, every day they were coming back by Elisa Shafik, but once they came in, they said, we need Paras with Yisrael, so that our Melech, let them do business with each other. Hey, Chacham, it's not enough. You honors everybody, so said, go out for war. So you might have to go out for war. You ask Afi Toifel. In other words, strategy of war, you get from Afi Toifel. Yokni Yoda means you ask for Shus from the Sanhedrin. He also means you ask for Urim Betumim. And Yoda led into war, had a wonderful day.
There were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm Jamie Petrus, music and culture editor. For the past 5 years, I've been targeting surviving members, Jamal Shahanyam, Neil King, and Harry Cupcake Coleman. Put it this way.
Baruch is Tav Dalet. I'd like to thank each and every one of you. A few months back, when I found out that my sister-in-law got sick, that day I started taking her down. Just recently, I promised her that for Schusim and for Shlema, I'm going to try to get 10,000 new subscribers during the Sima Shas. In fact, today, Baruch Hashem, your support, we achieved that fundamental engagement. And Shoshana Razi Basilko should have a full stream. I also like to thank over 1,500 people who viewed the regular 42-minute cheer. You can find that on YouTube. Search under Eli Stefanski or Rabbi Rothschild and subscribe. Pasuk says in Tehillim, David HaMelech says, "Shomer nafshi chassid ani." David HaMelech says, "Don't you think I'm a chassid? Shut. Don't you think I'm a chassid compared to the other kings of the world who get up 3 hours into the day, and I get up on Chatzos? Or the other kings, they sit around with their friends, while I act like local rabbi, I check it out afterwards with my fingers, I get my hands bloody to make sure that women are covered to their husbands. I'm a chassid. I ask Mitiboishes, who's known as Ishboishes. The reason why it's called Mitiboishes is because he embarrasses David HaMelech. David HaMelech asks him questions and he says, is this color, is this kosher? And he embarrasses him to Allah. He's that much better than David HaMelech. But David HaMelech got his revenge, so to speak. When he had his son Daniel, he was called Kilo because he was able to embarrass Mitiboishes in Allah. It says in the famous passage, the word Ule has dots on top of it, David HaMelech wasn't sure that it was Zoichel, Kailam Haba. And the reason is because he was worried, perhaps he'll sin and he won't be Zoichel. As we see, Barak Avinu promised him Shmira, protection. It says in the passage, by Yira Yaakov, he was worried. Why? Shema Yibrim Achem. In fact, we see that the Chem was good. Ezra should have had the same kind of nisim of Kriyas Yamsov as Israel had the first time when they were in Israel. And the reason why he wasn't Zoichel is because Gorav Hachem. According to Eliezer, we know that the Shachbachah means when people go to sleep, the time that they go to bed, which is a 4-hour period from the time it turns dark until the end of Shmur or Shayim. According to Eliezer, the Shachbachah doesn't mean when you go to bed, it means when you are sleeping, which means the entire night all the way till Amar HaShachar. Common, but repeated in Eliezer. That's what the word Shachbachah means. So they say that you can only say Kriya Shema Chatzos, that distance a person from an Avera. We are concerned that a person will come home from work, a hard day, work on the field, he'll eat a little bit, and say, let me take a little nap, and he'll fall asleep for the rest of the night, and that will be Chayiv Misa. Why is the Gemara so strong with its language? It's Chayiv Misa. because sleep is very dangerous. If you try to take a short nap, you fall asleep for the rest of the night. Another shot is because I want to tell you, you should know Myra is not a rishus, it's obligatory. You say Kriya Shema, it says the Gemara, and then immediately you say Shemona Esrei, that goes according to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan says that when you mention the case of Israel, you have to say Shemona Esrei. I'm just fired from my fucking job. I'm nothing but this. I'm nothing but this website. I'm nothing anymore. I'm nothing. I'm nothing anymore. I'm nothing anymore. Once it's not open, something has to do with it. Says, don't say Kriya Shema, that's the opposite. Say, Esrei, Kriya Shema. Make a sound. You wake up in the morning, say Kriya Shema. Esrei, Kriya Shema, both sides. Why, Mr. Shiloh, the question is, whether you consider the Gugulas Mitzrayim, the main part happening in the Nebula, but the passages we're going to put on, there's a little bit that started at night and then before at night also you have to say the Gula too. Shmuel says, no, the main thing happened in the day, and that's what we need to concentrate on. Or the question is, the Shachbachol Kumlacha, there's a heckish between laying down and getting up. According to Rabbi Yochanan, just like when you get up, you have to say Kriya Shema and then Shemona Esrei, so too when you go to sleep, say Kriya Shema and then Shemona Esrei. Shmuel says there's a heckish. What you learn from the heckish is that when you get up, you say Kriya Shema. In other words, Kriya Shema is closer to the sleep. So, and also, first you say Shemona Esrei, then you say Kriya Shema, so that Kriya Shema should be closer to the sleep. If you have to say Kriya Shema and then immediately Shemona Esrei, why is it that during Ma'ariv we have brachas in between Shema and Shemona Esrei? And the answer is once Chacham will sacred it, it's considered a B'chul Ha'arif. It's a long expression of Yitzias Mitzrayim, and then for the same reason when we say Hashem's Masayit is Tov, it's a Tefillah Ha'arif, but it's a part of Shemona Esrei. Whoever says Ashrei times a day, the famous saying is Muftach Lo Shebei Olam Haba, because Ashrei contains the Seder of Aleph Beis. Every pasuk starts Aleph and the 7 pasuk Beis Gimel, and the other reason is it's a combination of these reasons that means the famous pasuk of Vayseach Esvidach Azbiach Ochaim. Notice Ashrei is missing the pasuk that starts with the Nun, because that pasuk talks about how Klal Yisrael falls and doesn't get up. But in Eretz Yisrael, they learned that pasuk that Klal Yisrael fell down, but they will get up from the fall. As the Rabbi Rothschild in Luchah Kodesh, they said right away, the following letter, Sama, Tzedek Hashem L'Chol HaNoifel, is born to lift up those who fall. Where it tells us that the mouth we fall, when he flies, it's not stop. But the real has a stopover. It makes one stop. So basically, he has 2 flights. The ViralRabbi has 4 flights. In other words, there's 3 stops. The Malchamonis has 8 flights. Because the Malchamonis has 7 stops. We want the person to be able to tshuva and we make it harder for the Malchamonis to arrive at his destination. Yet if there's a Madgeifa, where many people are dying, then the Malchamonis has the direct flight. Shmuel Levi says that there's a mitzvah to say Kriya Shema L'Amitzah. As we see the pasuk Ritzu L'Atachol, you're laying down, you say Kriya Shema. However, Talmid Chacham constantly repeats his Torah, those Chazaras, perhaps watches the Ibn Azaf, not really. Chacham like that doesn't have to say Kriya Shema L'Amitzah. Abai says even Talmid Chacham should only say one pasuk. For instance, so you see Hashem say Emes. Wonderful day.
There was more than one story told around the events of the Overlook Hotel. It started with much more than came out in 2019.
Brachas F. Hey, I'd like to apologize. We're simply overwhelmed by the vast amount of new subscribers that we just had in 2 days, and it's very difficult for us to get the video out to everybody. We're working on it. We bought new technology, and hopefully in the next few days we'll have it all sorted out. The Gemara says that a person should use his Yetzer Hara in a battle against the Yetzer Hara constantly. If that doesn't work, he should learn Torah. If he sees that he's not beating the Yitzhahara, he should take Kriya Shema. If it's still not working, he should remind himself of Yom HaMisa, the day of his death. This has come as a surprise to some people that even Shas, all of Shas, came down to Moshe Rabbeinu on Sinai. As we learned in the pasuk, that's referring to Luchos, that says the Dibros, that Torah, that one is mechayiv to learn Torah. Chamisha Chumsh Torah. That mitzvah is referring to Mishnayos. Asher Pesachti Levi Mitzvah. How do I get halacha? From Gemara. You cannot derive halacha from a Mishnah, rather from Gemara, and all these came from Moshe Rabbeinu. The Gemara discusses Kriya Shema Lamita. That Kriya Shema Lamita acts as a double-edged sword to kill away the Masikim, and Rishon says to get rid of Yisur. Says Rabbi Rothschild, I don't need a pasuk for that. Every kid knows that the pasuk says if you do everything that the Prophet tells you, I'm not going to do something that's trying to assume left. Torah is something that gets rid of Yisur. Since Rabbi Rothschild, if you don't learn the Torah as a child, then both sins terribly Yisur. So the Gemara doesn't act like a regular thing. A regular person who gives a present to somebody, or he sells something, he's upset. The Baruch gave us the Torah, and he's excited about it. He says, "The Rothschild has labor." If a person has a student, and this is a sight for life, the person should can't figure it out.
Half the country fucking hated him. And there was the Bay of Pigs disaster where we lost a lot of people because Kennedy didn't give him air support. He wasn't told about the invasion until like last moment, and air support was crucial to its success. He denied air support. A bunch of people died that weren't going to die. Right. And so those guys on the ground. My friend Evan has a theory. My friend Evan, who owns Black Rifle Coffee, who was a ranger himself. I met him. He's the best. I love him. I love him. But he said, like, those guys, those are hard-nosed killers. And if they think that they lost their brothers because this fucking piece of shit didn't give them the air support that they deserve, it was Kennedy's idea, and you tell them that you want to get that guy killed, like, oh, fucking sign me up. Those guys would do it. Interesting. He's like, those would be the type of guys he would have do something like that, and they would probably tell you this would be a perfect place to do it. Right. That tight little turn. Anybody who says, by the way, because conspiracies everybody gets binary on this one way or another. I believe this from the anybody says that Lee Harvey Oswald couldn't make that shot has never shot a rifle. You're full of shit. If the rifle's on, it was not that far. I'm not saying he could do it 100 times out of 100, right? But the possibility of him having that rifle ready, he's got a scope, he's got a rest. The car comes into view, you roll the sight onto his back. You squeeze off around, and you get a headshot there. That's 100% possible. I just don't buy it. Right. I don't think he acted alone. If he did do it, he might have done it. He might have shot at him. He might have even hit him once. There was other people. He was the patsy. I think when he said, "I'm just a patsy." Right. The way he said it was not like a guy who murdered somebody. The way he said it was like, I can't believe they set me up. Exactly. Exactly. So I think he was in on a bunch of it. I just don't think he pulled the trigger. Right. Or if he did pull the trigger, he was one of many people that pulled the trigger. That's what I think. Yeah. But there was a lot of other people saying, oh, he couldn't have made those shots because the rifle scope was off. That's you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Because I can get your rifle scope to be off in 5 seconds. Okay, if your rifle scope's perfect, is it zeroed in? Bang, I drop it on the ground. Try it again. It'll be off by 6 inches at 200 yards. You're gonna that's the thing. They're fragile. They require micro adjustments. Little Allen wrenches and hex keys and shit. Right. They don't torque them too much. You get it dialed in perfect on a $37. Yeah, on a rifle from 1963 from back in the magazine. Yeah, of course that thing can get knocked off. Right. Almost instantly you can knock that thing off. There is a thing about the tree, though. What about the tree? That he had to shoot through a tree because what they've done in a lot of the reenactments, supporting the was the lone gunman
They did cut out part of the tree that Kennedy was behind. They cut it out for the reenactment. Yeah, so you would have a clear field of view.
But he had a clear field of view for at least a brief amount of time. Sure. That's all you should. That's all you need if you were good. And if you practice, I'm assuming that if you're going to go shoot the president, you probably get used to firing off a few rounds. You probably set up a target. So you're not going to just hope that your accuracy is still there on the day. So you're going to practice. Yeah. So if you're going to practice, you're going to eat quicker at firing a new round. Sure. He could have done it. I just don't buy it. It's just that none of the evidence seems to point in that direction, including all the evidence that they try to fabricate. Like the magic bullet one is nuts. Anybody who's ever shot anything with a bullet who looks at that and believes that went through two people and broke bones. Yeah, that looks like it shot outside of a swimming pool. Yeah. It doesn't look like it ever hit anything.
And I've had people like taking the side of the magic bullet. They're looking me right in the eyes and believe it. It's like, okay, well, cool. This is where we have to explain. They're out of their mind. Yeah, we have to walk away. They're out of their mind.
They don't know. I could show them, like, let's go take a bone from a cow. Let's set up a bone from a cow and I'll shoot it at 100 yards. One bone. Yeah, just one bone. Yeah, let's take a look at that bullet. Right. Yeah. It's not going to look anything like that. It's going to be all fucked up. And there's fragments. There's missing fragments from the bullet that are in Connolly's wrist that are more fragments that are missing from the actual bullet that are attributed to the wound. But they didn't. That's what's nuts. You know what I'm talking about? You know about the palm print? No. They linked the rifle to Oswald because of a palm print on the stock when they went to visit the court. Yeah, they didn't get it until after the autopsy. Yeah. It wasn't there, and then surprise, how convenient. Yeah. And also, like, says who? Fingerprint.
How about the woman died before he did any halacha and before he ate? And Rashi says it's tremendous because before he learned fire, this says you don't understand what Rashi is saying. Of course, you can learn.
Yeah. But they didn't. That's what's nuts. You don't have to talk about it.
You know about the palm print? No, that they linked the rifle to Oswald because of the palm print on the stock when they went to visit him in the morgue. Yeah, they didn't get it until after the autopsy. Yeah. It wasn't there, and then surprise,
how convenient.
Yeah.
And also, like, says who? His fingerprint was on it. You could just say that back then. 1963. Government says we found a fingerprint. Oswald doesn't have a lawyer. No one's representing him. You know, no one's going to say, my client is innocent. He's fucking dead. Okay?
So scared.
Did it on him. Nobody gives a shit.
All around us.
Everybody just
many of them.
Many more than us. That the president was dead.
Each person has 1,000 shaded on his right side and 10,000 shaded on his left side.
All of a sudden, you got.
You can blame the shaded for everything.
Lyndon Johnson, full steam ahead with Vietnam War.
Is worn out.
It's nuts.
Yeah, if you look what happens after.
Things got very different. They got very different.
It's all the shade of
No, Kennedy was trying to be a real president, and they were like, oh,
take ashes, put it by your bed. In the morning, look like those.
Like big things. He wanted to get us. He wanted to kill the CIA. He wanted to do a lot of things. And they were like, not today, sir.
Who's the eldest?
And then that's not the real argument is that we haven't really had a president since Kennedy. Everything after that has been the president's more of a speaker. And then the giant machine behind it continues to run exactly as it always has.
Yeah, I mean,
he used to say a lot as he says.
Just from where I sit, there's not a lot you can do about it.
Yeah, you can talk, but look, if they haven't done anything about the Kennedy assassination, you can't do shit. You could put pressure on people, and you definitely can hurt their chances of getting reelected if people find out that they're very disappointed in you for not supporting this, or not telling us about that, or lying about this, or you were involved in that. Yeah, but other than that, like, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, that's why I don't really weigh in anymore.
It's something written down that's for everybody to see.
It definitely is a lot of that. But it's also like a show. You know, you can watch the show. Hey, have you heard? Watch the latest episode of the Epstein Files. What's going on? Yeah, you know, it turns into kind of like a show. It turns into a parlor game also. You know, right? That's how my dad described the OJ case. This is like the greatest parlor game ever. Right. Boy, I remember watching that first.
This one great live in my apartment.
This girl was dead. She was a really sweet girl, and she couldn't believe that he was innocent. Yeah, she didn't understand it. She was so confused. She was like, wow.
In the second
no, how? She just kept putting her hands on her face. No.
Fourth guy says,
it completely torqued her whole reality. Yeah. I was on a mountaintop in Mexico doing a
if he finds out that it's because he went for the
sci-fi film called The Arrival. I love that movie. Oh, don't say that was a low-rent movie. I love that movie. You know who turned me on that movie? Dave Foley. Dave Foley, who's a good friend of mine from News Radio. Okay. When we were on News Radio together, he fucking loved that movie. This is a so underrated sci-fi movie. I'm like, okay, cool. Wow. And I checked it out. It was great. I love it. Thank you. It was the first film that actually incorporated a mashup of puppets and CGI at the same time. Because at that point it was either one or the other, and the other hadn't fully really arrived yet. Right. Yeah. So that was kind of cool. But no, I was so hoping for the day off to be back at the hotel. Everybody knew the night before that the verdict was coming. Right.
And when he dies, they say, who's the son of this person?
Child, right? And the only cell phone that had like half a bar, and it's starting to rain. And he's got his ear, and his buddy's got his phone in LA up to the TV when they're about to read the verdict. So we all gather around the phone, and we're watching him. He's kind of leaving the signal to keep it kind of connected. And then we can see when he hears it. He slumps a little bit, right? Takes the phone from there and slams it into the mud. Fucker got away with murder. Wow. Man, it was gnarly. That's a wild scene. That's how I learned about the OJ verdict. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Wow. Dave Anderson was there with me. Buddy, I grew up with.
The fast thing, you think about Skyrim, fasting, Skyrim,
you know, so if you ever run across Dave the Ray Anderson, that's the OJ. That's a great, just a crazy scene. Imagine the guy reacting. He was our only connection to it. You know, and everybody was so invested in this thing. And it was really hard to go. And that was like, do you remember the time of day that might have happened? Kind of late in the morning, sort of, or was it in the afternoon?
Outside of the show,
we still had a pretty sizable day to shoot. Oh, really hard to regain focus. Yeah, I feel like doing still mattered. Yeah, because there was a giant, there was like a murmur in the universe.
Says the puzzle,
like something, it felt like something had been taken from us. Yeah, yes. Did you see the last, the most recent OJ documentary? No.
It's being supported by others.
It's murder, mayhem, and blood.
It takes the color of his bird called Europe. Not only that,
blood. Murder, mayhem, and lies.
He is he gave him a punishment with something like fire in the water. The Lord says you must be careful with all three.
No, it's actually the latest OJ documentary. Well, I guess Manhunt will be the latest. This is the one that says before that, and it's broken down at the crime scene by two expert veteran recreationists. Yeah, it's true. You watch any OJ stuff? No, I try not to. Because it's just weird. You think there was something else there? No, I think he killed his wife. Yeah, and he killed Ron Goldman. He got away with it.
Yeah.
Some
It's
say that
just nuts.
go
It's just,
wedding.
it's weird. You watch him on like Naked Gun. You're like, that
Or
guy?
it says,
Yeah, that guy murdered his wife with a knife. Like, what? Yeah, they got away with it. And he just golfing.
It says,
Yeah, but the follow-up part that didn't really support
your friend says
anything
hello to you,
about what he had claimed.
you should try to say hello before your friend does.
Remember the Juices Loose? Do you remember that? Oh gosh, I think I willed that one out of my.
He had like a king's robe on and like a bunch of hot ladies around him.
Okay, it's coming back.
Yeah, he made a rap song.
Wow.
You're a poor person. You
Yeah, he was like embracing the heel role at one point in time after the guilty verdict or the not guilty verdict. And so he got into like rap.
I mean, probably just for monetary grab,
I would
right?
imagine. Let me play the Juices Loose. It's so bad. Is it off of YouTube? That would be hilarious. It was part of a TV show. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, that's right. It was like a prank show. He was trying to prank people. It was like
What does he say? What does he say? The Lord says he says it himself. It's actually the same exact word as the famous song just says himself.
Everybody would just run away from him and he oh my God, that was one of his scenes. Jesus Christ. You got also, the music video had a bunch of naked ladies dancing there, and I'm like,
your mercy should overcome your anger. The Lord's going to explain it.
Spice, remember that Spice Channel?
And your mercy should overcome your weakness.
Going from that verdict to trying going back to work.
Children with mercy. And then liberation. Liberation. And he shook his head and
I remember one time we were filming news radio in the middle of that North Hollywood shootout. Remember that? I do. Yeah, we were watching it live on TV. Yeah. While trying to do a sitcom. We were like, we probably should take some time off here. There's a fucking war going on in the middle of North Hollywood. Wow. Yeah, I think that involves a lot of cocaine and steroids too. From the brothers, from the guys. Yeah. They were definitely on steroids. Yeah. But I think there was probably some meth, something like that. I think something would counter. Yeah. Some people don't know the story. These guys, they robbed a bank. So what they did? They haven't waited. Yeah, like could have driven away. Could have left with all the dough. And they decided to get a shootout with the cops. Yeah, killed cops. Right? Yes, and they got killed. A bunch of cops got hit. And the cops were horribly outgunned. Oh yeah, the cops had their 9mm pistols. These guys had fucking machine guns and bulletproof vests. Yeah. Kevlar helmets and face masks. Yeah. And do you support that when the dude finally kills himself and it was a simultaneous sniper shot at the same time? I never even looked into that. Is that one of the conspiracies? Well, it's just a story. Yeah, that's what he got shot and shot himself at the exact same time. It's possible, but why would they? What does that serve? Maybe they were already going to shoot him, and he shot himself. They didn't think he was going to shoot himself, and they pulled the trigger right when he got it. That's what I would guess, if that's the case. But it sounds like they have to be let off the hook, because at that point, that dude has to be put down. Yeah, I mean, one of the guys had already been shot. He was shot in the leg, and they didn't give him any medical help. They knew he was going to bleed out. You know, I think that was the case. He got shot in his femoral artery. The first guy says he died by suicide. This is from Wikipedia. He died by suicide via gunshot to the head from his handgun, simultaneously being hit by rifle fire from LAPD officers who run route striking and severing his spine. Whoa. The other guy got shot 29 times. Died from blood loss. Wow.
And he got all three things according to
I mean, what are the odds that
he asked why Yisrael should have Shmita? He asked the Baruch should not have Shmita. He also asked
a lot of bullets flying in his direction.
Tzaddik Viralo, the good guy, who sometimes has a bad life, sometimes Russia
what is that way?
Bad guy has a really good life.
If you're carting that around and you've got a whole duffel of cash,
you must have a heavy truck.
Yeah. Tzaddik is not a Tzaddik. Tzaddik Gomer is really like, wow. What's the shot?
Imagine being in that neighborhood.
that Saudi is not Gomer.
Correct. 10,000 rounds are flying in
Russia
both directions.
How's like when it was gun school, right? Didn't they? I think like right when it started, they were like, whatever you got, give us your biggest bore rifle, whatever you got, we'll take it. Yeah. How much ammo you got?
I
mean, how long did that go on for?
Wow. Tell me about your armor. Ready for that. If it's coming to your armored vehicles, evacuate.
Covered his face. He was so committed that his face glowed. It's hard that which was fearful of Hashem. So he was fearful of him. But you were
I'm sure real conspiracy theorists, they said, MK tricked those guys into doing that so that the cops could
militarize it. Yeah.
Well, this is the problem with conspiracies. People who try to they attribute them to everything. Right. Really get down the rabbit hole. Everything's a conspiracy.
Still, well, things work. For instance, one said, I want to kill all fighters. And don't worry about credibility. I'll make them the great ones that can't really be,
considered for
Rabbeinu had, as the Torah tells us,
for how we know them to be.
Yeah, no doubt.
After all,
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, there's real ones. But I think that's also part of the reason why, some really silly conspiracy theories get pushed. I think they get pushed by bots. They get pushed by paid accounts to water down the real ones. Yeah, to make them look stupid. Attach a really stupid conspiracy to one that's legitimate. Right, and then it discredits the legitimate one.
See my son. They was saying,
from afar,
look at Esau. He said, are willing to complain. He said that Yaakov took it away.
Yeah,
I didn't dig deep into
my son
that.
really wasn't Yosef, yet just basic. Not only that, he wasn't jealous and tried to save Yosef.
But one thing I did see that felt like a
described that would sing Shiro's.
There was always, anytime they mentioned something that was just completely screwy, it was followed up with
a son, kids, rebellious, words, war of like your mother, big parents. You might ask a question. David Amelch is running away from his own son.
Yeah, that's a very easy way to bury truth. The QAnon documentary on HBO was great. Into the Fire, it was called.
He was relieved that if Rosie told me you're going to have a rebellion within your house, and he thought perhaps some moms who were Nevin, he's going to rebel.
It's really good. It's a multi-part thing on all the people that were involved in 4chan and the creation of QAnon. They think the original guy was, and they think another guy took it over after a while, and took over the account. And it seems like they were just kind of fucking around at first. But
he's on the down.
It's not definitive. It's got some really good evidence that points in that direction, but it's just hard to know.
But
and, everyone always thought there was someone inside the White House, there was someone inside the White House. It doesn't seem like this documentary believes that. The guy who made this documentary, he pins it on one guy in particular that's a tech nerd that seems to have all of the attributes of someone who could pull off a QAnon type deal.
Checks everything on.
Yeah, super smart, internet shit poster, running 4chan, like, that's the whole thing over there. It's like, get people to do stuff that's stupid, right? Like, they got women to free bleed. They start pushing this idea that it's the patriarchy's making you wear a tampon, and your menstrual cycle should just flow in your pants, and who cares? And this is like a sign of your strong femininity. It was just them being crazy, and then a bunch of women just adopted it.
Rabbi's not fast. Today must be one of the highlights of my academic career. I was thinking about the Gemara Tanya, Omer Shmuel ben Elisha, when suddenly one guy starts singing the famous Rabbi song, and then the entire group, 60, 70 guys together. It was an unbelievable feeling. If you want to be part of a Shrek Chevra, a fun, entertaining cheer, check us out on YouTube at the Vegas Fantasy. Understand why there are close to 2,000 subscribers. Now what it is, if a person has an illness, is sick, and he can't make it to shows, and he can't gather 10 people to his home, it's preferable that he should daven at the same time that he's davening in shul.
Our government daddies, people that we're supposed to
doesn't turn down the
tefillah
of the conceiver of the rabbi.
secure our standing in the world, or make sure we grow financially. And these motherfuckers did all that.
It's as if you're redeeming me and my children from within the nations.
Power, right? Yeah.
The Shlosh says he's a shul in the city and he doesn't go in. He's considered a bad neighbor.
They bring it back to
And
stardom.
because of him,
That's a weird power to get somebody.
Golos for him
Especially
and for
when
his
you're 21
children.
years old.
Rabbi Rothschild was under the impression that there are no extremely old people in Babel. Because it says in the possible life, you're being made that's referring back to Israel. When he found that there were old people, he said it must be because they come to shul early in the morning and they leave shul late at night, and that gives arichas yom. Rothschild says one should not sit right by the door, the entrance of the shul, because it looks as if he wants to run away from shul. Rather, he should give himself doors distance into the shul. The Gemara brings 4 pshatim for this pasuk. Outside, he spelled kol chassid elecha. Every chassid, pious person, should daven this le'ez. Right before he needs this thing and he'll get it if he davens for it. What is this thing? The first pshat is Rabbi says is referring to looking for a wife. It says the pasuk matzah isha, matzah wife, the matzah matches matzah yachas. The fact that I just saw they would ask, matzah or you might say, did you, after you're married, now that you find out the woman you married, is she a matzah, matzah isha, matzah chayiv, is it a good woman, or you might say that you married the mother as a isha? The Russian says it's referring to Torah. You should ask for Torah, and when you receive it, the Ritland says you should ask for Torah, for burial. The Rabbi Rothschild says it's talking about death. You should ask for a good death, a pleasant death. In fact, the Gemara says there are 903 types of death. The worst one is Askra. That's when this is the Shiko, like taking a tear out of milk. Askra is like taking thorns out of wool. It's very difficult. You should ask for a good misa. When Zutra says it's referring to a bathroom, you should find a good bathroom. The word says in fact, where Sutra seems to be the best of all of them. Says Rav Chizda. It says the Pasuk, Oyav Hashem, Shari Tzion, B'chol Yishkei Yisrael. What does Hashem love the most? He loves Oyav Hashem, Sha'orlam, Yisrael B'halacha. He likes the places that they come to the bottom of the halacha more than shuls above the level.
Pizza in a blender for breakfast.
The halacha is once a daven really learns. When a guy learns halacha, he changes the words. He still learn at home, and he'll daven in shul. But then he changes it to where he daven and learn in the same place.
Now he's back.
While they're resting, they had spiritual issues in Feria, that they chose to daven by their pillars of where they each word. It says, B'yom Shabbos Hamikdash, anywhere like the Baruch Hu Ela Daled Amos Shal Halacha Kovan, the time we're going to mention from organic for Amos Halacha. In other words, that's why I also decided to daven in the same place that he learned Halacha. That's why the Baruch Hu. Where it says, somebody who has Yerushalayim and earns a living is greater than somebody that earns that just has Yerushalayim graduating. It says in the Pasuk, Yagia Kapecha, Circle Ashrecha V'Toylach. We learn Ashrecha V'Tomazeh, V'Toylach V'Tomazeh, whereas just Yerushalayim only has V'Tomazeh, never has it. Is that love? That one should live right next to his Rebbe, that he supports his Rebbe, he accepts everything his Rebbe says. Otherwise, he tries to live next to your Rebbe. We see that Shlomo HaMelech didn't marry Noah Carey as long as his Rebbe Shlomo Gary was alive and lived next to him. So the person for Isaiah is Allah. Is that Allah? If the same person over the shul, you're not allowed to leave the shul. The Ravo will leave the shul, you can gather, you know what I mean? What about between sunnahs? There's a pause, can you sneak it out? And he remains with the people. If Shimon says, I will turn my back to Satan and learn, they're doing what they want to do and I'm doing my thing.
Which, you know, it's not like
the paragraph brings Arichas Yamin. You should say, Sukkim in one targum. What if there's no targum on the pasuk?
Yeah, it was felt like
it. Says Rashi, in that case, the word says, you should still say meaning. You should say the pasuk 3 times. Once, instead of the targum. One should not wait until you're kippur to say the targum because the targum kippur is the day that we eat. It's as if you're fasting. And do not say Shem Mikra the targum earlier than the week that we say that. The children, first of all, when you shut the bird, be careful that you shut all the breathing in the veins, make sure that all of the blood comes out. Be careful with the Talmud that has Torah, even though you got it out because of the highness, just like they put the broken roof on the Aron. This person is a broken Torah.
for you to
Love
achieve
about these
that.
children.
Absolutely.
Do not cut meat on your hands. Don't try it because it's a sakana. You might cut through it might cut your hands, or you might nick your hand. Some of the blood will go into the food, and it'll disgust everybody. Halacha is you're not allowed to sit on a mita around the a bed of the fire. One shot is it means referring to going to sleep without saying Krishma or Mita. The other shot is Rabbi was telling his children who were Kohanim do not marry a Geyores because they were praying to Tazah. And some say that it's a Goyim Mamish. Why can't you sit on her bed? The stories were a woman told him, a guy said, sit down. And he said, let me see what's underneath the bed. And she looked up the bed and there was a dead baby there. She wanted to blame him for his death. Lacha is, one should not go behind the shoulder. It looks as if you don't believe in the shoulder. What says, there's a number of conditions here. If the person is carrying something heavy, it's obvious that he's not trying to avoid the shoulder. He's wearing tefillin, it's obvious that he's Yerushalayim. If he's running, it's also obvious that he's trying to get somewhere. If the shul has another door, then people will think he's trying to go to the other door, and it's not a result of the shul. Rabbi Akiva loved three things about the nation of Moab: that they cut their meat, they don't cut their meat on a table, and they kiss each other only on their hands because of germs. And when they discuss private things, they would go into a field so nobody else could hear. Rabbi Akiva says, I like three things of Farsim. They would have sneezed in three areas: when they ate, when they went to the bathroom, or when they had relations. Nevertheless, the Farsim are ready to go with all this theist. They're ready to go straight up together. The halacha is like when we will in the Mishnah, they can say Kriya Shema all the way until Avodah Shachar. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai says that there's a possibility of saying Kriya Shema one after another. One will be for the night, one will be for the day. That is, you say Kriya Shema right before Avodah Shachar, right after Avodah Shachar. The one after Avodah Shachar will count for the daytime. Even though halachically, right after Avodah Shachar is considered night, since people get up then, so Kriya Shema Shachar is having a wonderful day.
It's really well done. Like the way it's put together. It's just so the stories are fucking bananas. It's so bananas. It's the whole thing was just so nuts. But like I said, everybody loves the story of someone getting their shit together, and that's a great accomplishment of being sober for almost 8 years. It really is.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Rothschild's got this. Where does the story
how I deal with that? That's fine. I just use my personal experience.
How do you deal with it?
Even though it's
I tried it for a long time. I for a combined 20 years. And just decided that I had to give this
all the way to the next. In fact, that's the halacha.
So you just do it completely on your own. You don't have any person you call.
As an hour mission we had, the son of Gamliel, they also went to wedding, but they didn't have a nervous. They didn't have a drug. And the ice from Gamliel, they could take Krishna. He said, yes, up and down,
does help
put a
some
shot.
people.
Because they weren't sure whether or not the were the rabbin argued with their father or not. They knew their father, they weren't sure if
you're just saying your truth. This is how you do it. I had a very good friend who was an alcoholic who quit one day. He crashed his car, ran from the cops, got arrested, and then he's like, what am I doing with my life? I'm done. He quit. That day, out there. Never had a drink again. I knew him for 20 years.
It happens. It can happen. Yeah. But I do have the experience of that time in and around the road.
Is the hastiness of Christ.
That's not to say that I don't still run a couple of nuggets, a couple of things that still stuck with me. That I still thought still see as valuable.
The Ula started so it's the one place.
There's a line in the book that it's hard to ask for help when somebody else is raised your hand for you.
Has the three-way contradiction. It says
intervention, right. All you're doing is counting the days.
Yeah, that's the part of the documentary with the first intervention when you come run into the room and everybody's sitting there waiting for you. You thought it was a party.
Well, yeah, that's a little suspicious because it's 9 a.m. Why is Dad having a 9 a.m. birthday party? Right? Unless we're going to Magic Mountain. Right? That's usually the time you leave. Right? That's usually for a 7-year-old. Right? Yeah, no, that was wild.
that is something that I can still see as it happened on the day. Really, turning that corner in the hallway into my parents' living room, and like, it's my brain is still trying to turn it into a birthday party. My brain never insisted that that's what we're there for. You know, that's funny. It's just when it starts to dawn on you. Like, if you've ever taken a sip of something that was in the wrong bottle, but your brain saw the label, so it takes your body like half a second, to catch up to that. Those don't match. Those don't match. Yeah. I have a story about that. But, yeah,
So that one didn't work. It didn't work that way. You have to do it on your own.
It worked for a year. But then, like, as it's in the dog, I'm in Case's house, and on the anniversary, on the 1 year, I find that beer in his fridge. I'm like, well, that's there for a reason. It's caused to celebrate. That's not an accident. Yeah.
It's almost forced to let. Another student says, well, I just really want to borrow. He felt that might be too heavy.
And now we're off the race. Yeah, wow. How did you get sober this time?
And therefore, they didn't want to buy supply soul sports. Like, not supposed to try. This is part of that. Once I saw bar from the music, everything does. It is as if there's a trap for an animal that has a big floor, but not supposed to be just like in the depths of the ocean. No fish. So to try and have no values left.
More than
sure.
So I had
what's this double mushroom? It's going to performance of it. Just like I was looking now, I'll be with them in the future goals. What's your reason? I just want to have something. Why should I tell them about future goals? Drugs. Right. Just tell them I'll be with them. What's the double mushroom that we all know? I need to have them. Famous story of y'all know the one with the
because there's never a time
so you had them try to consume weed with fire.
And when I make the decision that I'm just going to drink.
Fire from somebody to consume the weed. In fact, that's what happened. Maybe the second time was why you saw something. It's witchcraft. You should understand that traditional life.
It's very expensive. And it's very social.
He said,
yeah, it's normal. Yes.
Yeah, you want to smoke a joint in front of someone that might be like, hey, what's going on here?
Yeah.
You want to have a drink in front of someone. Everyone does.
Sure. But so, the bar says that
I knew the way my body was starting to react and the way I was starting to feel. I couldn't feel it how I used to. Even at like really powerful doses. That got depressing. That wasn't like, I'll just drink twice as much now. That was like, damn. The thing I relied on is now just like totally. Yeah.
Same sheer
our relationship is now different. So there was a day.
And I heard him say, it's when you can differentiate. You got your friend or an acquaintance, an associate from 4 hours ago. How about the one time you said Krishna? Once you listen to Vince Akhan, that's the
you're not going to get shit done the rest of the day. But that's when I felt money. That's when I just don't feel it in the morning, you know. So I'm on like my third account coffee or whatever. My daughter Sam calls me. She's at the house and calls and says, hey, what time are we leaving? To go where? Get a hair appointment.
Past this time, and he's still giving kind of this right? So,
Saturday. And I've never
because
mixed cops in the wheel. Never had any on it.
Ravuna says, that's pretty good. He said, I'm sure of picking out your friend 4 hours away. Rabbi says, no, that's only in regard to the feeling. But
very small. It's never going to happen.
It's a case like there was 4 days what happened is because these days,
the available transportation. Therefore, literally, the choices in your last available moment. So I called Tony. I said, Tony,
it says, how do we know this concept? It says, when you should have fear when the sun comes out. That's because the thing is, they rap, it's something that will not be said after the Joyce, the Rebbe, said in the name of whoever says, What damage that David seriously? What's damage? Where it says why? Because in the monetary laws, that's pay money to see. You're supposed to see even $10 things. Rabbi says, why is it that he had a smile on his face? I just want to say, keep up and say, more than one side says, the nation that it's not otherwise it's what we do. This is the honey of the deity. It's like part of what Ezra is doing. This is part of the party. What Ezra is because of the people who are doing that don't know how to confront it. Rabbi Rothschild is the capital of the best. That's why he said, Rabbi Rothschild,
that was complicated, you know? And I was like, what am I doing? And then I just sat inside. I sat inside of that for a while because it didn't feel good. And I thought, okay, what can I do to stop feeling like this? Man, it's pretty simple at that point, you know? And I wasn't going to do rehab. I wasn't going to do a big dramatic.
Rabbi is down here. The Lord tells us a story. The mayor had really bad neighbors. See, Donovan used to die. Rudy, his famous wife, told him that's not the way to do it. You're probably thinking, how can Chatayim and artists get rid of all the Chatayim? Yes, get rid of the sins, but don't get rid of the sinners. What you should do is David and the Tshuva, David and the Tshuva, and the Tshuva. Amen. Once asked Julia, how does the pasuk make sense? The Navi, Rani Akora Shabbai Rabbi. Because he didn't get birds, came out of the soil, and she said, shut up. Look at the end of the pasuk. Lots of love about the Geula. There are going to be many more Christ on the side than Edom. In fact, the word Akara is referring to that our children don't go into Gehenna, but your children. Rabbi Bo explained to Amin, why is it that David HaMelech, the parent of Avshalom, him and Avshalom, the third parent of Elam, and the parent of Hill and Shaul is all the way at Pergamon Zayin. It's not in order how it happened. So he told him, we don't know how to called Smuchim. When a pasuk is next to another pasuk, or a parak is next to another parak, we learn something. We learn from the parak good and Malgad, which is very big. If somebody might tell you, how is it possible that God is going to rebel against the Baruch? I'll tell you, look, my own son rebelled against his father. Jim explained the famous pasuk in Sheschaim. He was the Chachma, the Sar has chesed al Shaycha, so the Melech learned about his father David, that he had to look and finish later on in life. About 5 times that was in different worlds. One of them was the world in his mother's womb. He said, Shira, he said, broken up about it. When he came out and he gazed at the stars and the bazaars, he said another broken up. And when he nursed, he also said about he shot the deer because humans are different than animals. You nurse from a clean place, or you nurse not in the broken area. And he said, Shira, when he had the falling of the Rishayim, and when he spoke about his death. The Pazi says that it corresponds with Baruch in the Neshama, the 5 times. Baruch fills the whole world, the Neshama fills the whole body. Baruch sees it, but it's not seen. Neshama sees it, it's not seen. Baruch feeds the finest the whole world, Neshama is the finest the whole body. Baruch is pure in his heart, so is the Neshama. Baruch sits in the inner rooms, and so does the Neshama. So therefore, the person that has the Neshama within him should come and praise on his Baruch. Baruch Nafshi, it says, my inner. Because Baruch is not like a human being. If an artist paints a picture on the wall, he can infuse it with life and a Neshama, where that Baruch not only can he infuse it, he can infuse something within something, the baby that's within his mother, can infuse it with life. As Chana said, ain't something with and we learn ain't Sire. There's no artist like our God. In other words, there's Baruch who could create humans, and nobody can do anything similar. We learn the aim Levaloisla. Aim Levaloisla meaning Baruch who outlives everything he creates, whereas an artist, usually his art outlives him. The Lord tells us what happened in the story between Chizkiah and Yeshayahu, who were both tzaddikim. Chizkiah was the king, Yeshayahu was the Navi. They didn't want to visit each other. Each one held that they had more honor than the other one should come to them. So they made a compromise. He made Chizkiah really sick, and he told Yeshayahu, go visit Chizkiah. So he went to visit him, and he said, he makes an acto, you're going to die, the Lord and you're not going to live, which is a double loss. The Lord explains, you're going to die in this world, and you're not going to have oil above because you didn't do true and you didn't get married. This he said, because I saw it on Hakadosh that I'm going to have descendants. They're not worthy.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
So,
yeah. But it's interesting.
Yeshayahu told him the famous line, "Bahadi Kashu the Rahman Allah." Why are you getting involved in the Rebbeinu Shalom's business? Let him do his thing, you do your thing. So he said, okay, so give me your daughter, and our two Chosim will be something that I won't have bad descendants. So he told us two guys, they were already happy. So this we got himself. He said, I feel fair coming up with Shabbat Shalom. I even asked me when I rock him, even with sharp swords on your neck, you should never stop davening.
The reason why people do it is because it's fun.
And
like it can ruin
the
your life,
but that immediately
it's also really fun. That's why
they
people
went to the
do
wall.
it. Sure.
What's the wall? The wall is hard. He said the pin is hard.
You don't want them
or
to think
maybe
you're lying to them.
He said
and for them
something that has to do with the wall. He said if Isha
sober and happy,
with the story of Elisha,
go,
is amazing to her son. In the schos, because he gave them a wall, as the Mormon discussed later. So my grandfather,
there's a scene in the documentary where you're talking about the first time you smoke crack.
This
I was giving you a blowjob while you're crack. Like,
what did he do? Says the amazing thing.
That hasn't been taught.
Lady says it means
I should say that. I don't care. I don't care.
Medicinal remedies and barrier. As one says, let's give it 6 things. 3 things.
I haven't.
Gives this ode to crack.
Snake, the
that made me want to immediately go smoke crack. Yeah, because Hunter Biden's a very smart guy. I don't think he's that way because the light tells him.
To show people that this is what happens when you have a desire.
Articulate. So when he's explaining the effects of crack and how different it is,
the water
how incredible it is, and the euphoria of it,
create that
literally saying
they should have water. They didn't get to that. They said,
while he's sitting there sober, working on his sobriety, trying to keep it together, and for all publicly shamed, right, for being out of control, and talking about crack, like a lover that he lost in a drowning accident. Wow.
Somebody
uses
other people's personality. Says, he's answered in his own supposed to this kid used his own supposed to say, answer me my supposed to say, etc. So he used the supposed to now going back to the story of Isha Shumanis and Elisha, he said, let's make him a wall. So where did you put Elisha?
Did you ever try it? No, I never even
did. You had to build a wall to find a sound.
No, when I was in high school,
and then,
I have a good buddy of mine, his cousin was selling coke. And his cousin was super normal, I knew him forever, great guy,
she had to build a roof. So why is it called it here, a wall?
All of a sudden, he became weird and pale and lost all his weight. And it was like he got bit by a vampire. And him and his girlfriend were selling coke, and they would just watch TV and do coke. And they had like this attic apartment, and it was like he had gotten bit by a vampire. That's how it felt like to me. It was like he lost his whole life to coke. Then I saw some other kids that had coke problems around me where they're just dying to get coke. And I was like, this is bad drug. And back then, I think it was actually coke. You know, I don't even know if they were like 80% of it. Yeah, in the 1980s, I don't know if they were cutting it with anything, but I made a decision at one point in time in my life. I don't want to have nothing to do with that one. That one seems to rob people's lives. Yeah, it just seemed to me like that one would make you a loser.
First one is that you shouldn't stand in a high place when you're down. Your there should be no haughtiness when it comes to that. You're supposed to put your feet together like we do. That's right.
I didn't know anybody who did coke who like kept their life together. Everybody who did coke was like barely together, barely hanging on, always off the rails.
The creation I said until 3 hours into the day.
One guy out there, some superhero, keeps together.
After this man says it, we're Mekayim. You should say British Krishma before and after.
We don't have anybody else. Well, maybe I might not be public about it. Right, you know.
Someone says Krishma. The right time. It's a bigger source. Have you heard this shit?
You heard these stories?
No.
Oh yeah, that he had a doctor that carried his coke or distributed it, and only gave him just what he needed.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
That's some movie star shit right there.
Exactly.
You get a doctor with a fucking leather satchel.
Yeah.
Carry your coke around.
Yeah, it's just close.
I'm making where.
Somebody's not good out. As we learn, Pasuk says, you must say Krishma B'shach B'chol K'vava. When people go to sleep, and when people get up. We try to take it a step further, and they say, just like when we go to sleep, we're laying down. So when we say Krishma Sh'ardas, you have to be in the laying position. When we say Krishma Sh'chakras, you have to be standing up. Otherwise, the Pasuk would say, Mabakir Mubarak. And some say, wait a minute, Pasuk says, when left from there, you must say Krishma even when you're walking on the way. Walking is not laying down. It's not even standing. Therefore, so you say Krishma when you're sitting, standing, laying, and even while you're working. Both Mishram and Shami agree that from the words of Shakma you can learn a big thing. And somebody that's facing the mitzvah, he's preoccupied doing another mitzvah, he's coming from saying Krishma. When we left the Chalader, and not only a person that's actually doing a physical mitzvah, but even somebody who's part of his machshava, his mind is preoccupied. He's also part from Krishna since he's about to marry a psula. If he's marrying an almana, he's not occupied, therefore he's tired. He did a combination of food. He didn't be preoccupied, and he has to be with the mitzvah. So therefore, if somebody's about to lose his shit singing, that's not enough to give him a tour from St. Krishna because it's not a mitzvah. And although he's preoccupied, he just lost a loved one, and it's very bizarre. He's also chayiv in all mitzvahs. Besides tefillin, there was tefillin say prayer, and since he has apron on his head, and he's bizarre, he's punished. Even though they still use the left of there to teach us this concept that basic the mitzvah is punished. Nevertheless, they learn the physical words of left of that it's talking about the person that's walking and not laying down. You know, there's a story of Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah. Rabbi Shmuel was laying down and Elazar ben Azariah was standing. When the time came to say Krishma, Elazar ben Azariah decided to lay down like Bishamai. And Rabbi Shmuel was laying down, jumped up, and said,
and I was just like, so I can't really ever describe my heritage without hearing his voice, you know. Start a parade or start a war. That's fun. I'm just like, wow. Just left me with that gold, you know.
We have his handwritten notes at our comedy club. In the
you do?
Yeah, for one of his Tonight Show appearances, we have his handwritten note.
So we're in the elevator. He says, hey, kid, what are you, Puerto Rican, right? Yeah, no way. It's that building in the book called the Wilshire on Wilshire. Oh, wow. My gosh, it's cool as hell. And you're always kind of looking like, all right, who's the bagman? Who's his guy? Right. Where is he, you know, or who's the bagman for that night, you know? Yeah. Like, was it a team of doctors that rotated?
Dangerfield partied till the end. He did. He kept that trailer rolling.
Yeah, he did. Down. We lived in the same building for a while.
You in Dangerfield?
Yeah.
No way.
It's that building in the book called the Wilshire on Wilshire.
Oh, wow.
My gosh, I maybe saw him twice. I got in the elevator with him one time. And we'd seen each other out, but never really had like an elevator moment, you know? He goes, hey, kid, how you doing? You look great. He's like, he goes, hey, what? He goes, look at that. Yeah, that's innocent. Yeah.
Wow.
But in the elevator,
look at Rod. He looks funny just in his photo. Just in the photo, you start laughing.
Doing nothing.
He was so good, dude.
I can't tell you what happened that night. I don't know where we were, but it looks like the jacket is definitely, I think, circa 89, 90. That looks like a backstage something that's on my jacket, right? Yeah.
Probably at a Poison concert or something.
Perhaps. So we're in the elevator. He says, hey, kid, what are you, Puerto Rican, right? And I said, no, I'm Spanish Irish. And he says, you don't know whether to start a parade or start a war. And it's like, doors open and he just walks out. He just had that on standby, or built it in the moment.
He probably built it in the moment.
Yeah. And I was just like, so I can't really ever describe my heritage without hearing his voice, you know. Start a parade or start a war. That's fun. I'm just like, wow. Just left me with that gold, you know.
We have his handwritten notes at our comedy club.
You do?
Yeah, for one of his Tonight Show appearances, we have his handwritten notes framed, all the stuff he's going to talk about.
Okay.
It's pretty cool.
Wow. And when would he stick to?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like his jokes, and he had like the punchlines, like accented bold letters.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah, he wrote it all out darker.
So he was like super organized.
Yeah, super organized. Yeah. Well, he stopped doing stand-up for a long time, and he was selling aluminum siding. And then he made it again when he was much older in life. He came back, and the thing that happened was from the time he stopped doing stand-up to when he went back to having a regular job, he never stopped writing jokes. Like his brain just worked that way, so he was just always writing jokes. So when he came back,
on a treasure trove.
yeah,
Wow.
yes, and he just fucking stormed the gates. When he came back, everybody's like, "Where's this guy been?"
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then he became huge. Back to School and Rodney Dangerfield HBO comedy specials, and
Epic. Yeah.
oh, he's one of the all-time
So
greats.
he came back doing stand-up.
I think he was in his 40s.
Yeah. Got some heat again.
Uh-huh.
And that activated the films.
Yeah, well, the stand-up, he didn't have any heat before, but when he quit, you know, he was just like kind of like getting by, doing all right, and got a job, quit. Wow. I think he might have quit for 10 years.
Wow.
Yeah, and then the whole time he's writing, and then he's like, fuck it, I gotta do this, and then got back into comedy.
Wow.
I hope I'm not fucking that story up, but I think I'm accurate with that. See if you can find it, make sure that's true. I'm 90% sure that's true, but I know that he didn't make it until he was in his 40s. And I told this the other day, but I'll tell it again. I used to work at Great Woods Center for the Performing Arts, Mansfield, Massachusetts. I was a security guy there, and I was backstage, or by the outside of the backstage. And Rodney Dangerfield would go on stage completely naked with a bathrobe on. That's what he would wear. And he was wearing a bathrobe backstage with slippers and just walking around. I was like, this guy's wild. Wow. And then like he goes on stage like that. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Was it partially closed at least? Or it was just one? Yeah, it was closed. Oh, okay. He wouldn't let everybody see his dick. But if you went to the green room, you were seeing his dick. Because he's sitting there. He'd just sit there. His dick would be hanging out. I didn't care. He struggled financially for 9 years, one performing as a singing waiter until he was fired before taking a job selling aluminum siding in the mid-50s to support his wife and family. He later quit. So in the 1960s, he started reviving his career. Yeah. So somewhere close to 10 years. Still working as a salesman by day. He returned to the stage performing at hotels in the Catskills Mountains, but still finding minimal success. He fell into debt. About $20,000 by his own estimate, couldn't get booked. Dangerfield came to realize what he lacked was an image, well-defined on-stage persona that the audience could relate to, one that would distinguish him from other comics. After being shunned by some premier comedy venues, he returned home where he began developing a character for whom nothing goes right. Isn't that crazy? Wow. Wow. Oh, look at this. During Roy's comeback bid, who's Roy?
When he was 19, he was Jack Roy.
Oh!
Wow. Rodney Dangerfield.
Oh! Wow.
I'm going to use that checking in at hotels from now on.
Wanting to distinguish himself from longtime patrons who might have remembered him from the 1940s, Roy asked club owner George McFadden to change his name. He came up with Rodney Dangerfield. Wow, he didn't want people to remember him as Jack Roy from back in the day. He didn't like his old act. Wow. Wow. He said, I don't know where it came from. McFadden may have taken it from the Jack Benny program on NBC Radio, which first used Rodney Dangerfield as a character's name in 1941. Ricky Nelson also used the pseudonym in a 1962 episode of The Adventures of Ozzie and Harriet. Wow. That's crazy. Wow, that's when he popped again. That's amazing. That's nuts. Wow, go get him. Yeah.
Maybe he didn't know whether to start a parade or start a war.
He was a fun guy. I knew a lot of people who knew him. I didn't get a chance to meet him. I saw him once at the Laugh Factor. I ran into him. I said hi, but that was it. I never really got a chance to talk.
So you did have a moment.
Yeah, I had a moment.
Okay.
Yeah. He was just leaving the stage. He was outside, and he had some hot milk with him.
Thank you.
I'll let you go, Rodney.
Why not? Why not?
It was probably his wife. His wife is who donated us these handwritten notes and also the photograph of it too. It's pretty cool. It's just there's a few guys like that you know, without them you always wonder like where would comedy be? Like where would it ever turn up? Like so many people like Pryor and him and Lenny Bruce, so many people that just like changed everything. Carlin, yeah. So many people just changed Kinnison. Sure. They just changed the whole thing. But Dangerfield was one of the rare ones that introduced new comics to people. Like those, that's where everybody found out about Kinnison. That's where everybody found out about Dice Clay, Don Herrera, Lenny Clark. All these guys, Robert Schimmel, they all started out on the Rodney Dangerfield HBO comedy specials.
Wow.
Yeah.
So he would have
he would like have his favorite comedians. He would just have like a show where he would like introduce his favorite comedians.
But he'd have to scout them at the clubs.
Yep. He would go see them.
So he'd just go out.
And he had his own club in New York City, Dangerfields.
Okay.
Yeah. But he was, he was interested in promoting comedy too. Just a fucking amazing guy. It's such a cool moment you have with him.
I can see it. I mean, there's nothing tricky about that memory.
What was it like being with your dad while he was filming Apocalypse Now?
It was a lot of that in the book.
How old were you?
I went there as a 10-year-old. I had my 11th birthday there. Spent a combined total of 8 or 9 months there, and that was going back and forth. It wasn't just another country; it was another planet. We'd seen different parts of the world traveling with him. Mexico, Italy, Switzerland, Germany, places like that. But then you get to the Philippines, and it was just got a sense that wow, this is all going on at the same time that we've been in Malibu, like kind of having fun and just doing cool shit. And so you visit a place like that, get in the middle of it, and engage in this entirely such a surreal reality. And then, wait a minute, they're here to make a movie, and it's about a film that it's a film about a war that barely ended like a year ago, right?
Yeah.
14 months ago. When did Saigon fall? 75, right?
I think so.
Yeah, it was like right at the tail end of it. And so, it was we were able to do enough stuff like recreationally. There was a lake and you could water ski, you could fish, you could do those kind of things if you didn't want to go to the set with Dad. But once you went and saw the set where Dad was, you didn't give a fuck about water sports or fish or anything, because what they built and what they were trying to create was mind-blowing. Because Coppola built Kurtz's compound out of practical materials. It wasn't like like plaster covered chicken wire and rebar. These were like 2-ton boulders.
Yeah,
they brought in and started stacking in the jungle. And then a lot of it would start sinking. You couldn't build a foundation in a riverbank, right?
Right.
But then just the mix of people and the talent, Dennis Hopper and Brando and Duvall, and it was every day felt completely unique. There was no. You'd go to the set and you were going to see something completely different than what you saw the day before. It was wild. Wow. Yeah, and I gravitated towards this gentleman named Fred Blau, who I mentioned in the book. He was the key makeup artist, FX guy. So he was building all the prosthetics for all the carnage you see in the movie. So I'd walk into his shop and there'd be arms and legs, heads. But I knew it was all fake, As a 10-year-old, when you start seeing how it's made and so gore, I think I write in the book, was never gore in movies was never emotional. It was technical, but still it kept me really curious about how it was done and just the artisans behind it that could create those effects. How long were you over there for? A total of 8 months. Wow. Maybe 9. Yeah, and it was 3 years old. Yeah, it was 3 at first, and then before at first, and then we went back, and Dad has the heart attack, and then we went back and stayed for like another four months. Yeah. So, yeah, it was, and people say, so, you know, growing up on sets, you must have like dreamed about being an actor. I'm like, yeah, until I got to the set that almost killed my dad. You know, that's not a job you're just gonna like wrap your arms around and say, when can I start? You know? Yeah. But it also, it just the scope of the filmmaking was really exciting, and you know, I didn't really understand it as a 10 or 11-year-old, but I knew there was something about it that required a much, you know, closer look, and I had a very keen interest in just, you know, what would it take to like build this, you know, this reality, this fake reality. Oh, but wait, the subject is based in reality, but everything else around it is fake. So
that's a very strange experience for a 10-year-old.
It is, yeah.
On such a grand scale.
Exactly.
When it becomes what Apocalypse Now became.
Right.
Because it was like a culturally defining moment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a movie that it kind of eclipses all other war movies.
It does.
It really does.
Yeah. I don't think there's been a film like it before or since. I think
no, it's a true masterpiece.
It really is. Yeah. And there's no computers. Nothing generated. It's all had to be there on the day. And when you watch that, you know, when Kilgore takes the beachhead, that chopper assault. I mean, when you look at just what they committed to bring that to the screen is just it's impossible. And then you see some of the documentary stuff about it was like those were on loan from the Philippine Army. And then like midday they had to go fight the rebels somewhere else. And they told Francis, "We got to lead them with the choppers." And he's like, "I have 18 cameras set up. The river is filled with bombs. Where are you going? We'll see you tomorrow." Wow. Stuff like that. Yeah. Wow. Pretty wild.
Yeah, but that must have like. For you, like, to eventually become an actor in Platoon, that had to be kind of surreal.
How does that happen?
Right.
How does that happen?
How does that happen 11 years later?
Yeah. Yeah. Right? Or 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I did Platoon at 20.
Right.
Yeah. So how do I go back to the same country
10 years later?
10 years later, with the same subject, right?
Right.
Narrate the fucking thing. And then it's elevated to be on par with the one.
Yeah,
that's how does
only
that?
Films that gets mentioned in the same breath as Apocalypse Now and war films.
Yeah, yeah. I'm a much bigger fan of Apocalypse than Platoon, and that is primarily about just the scope and the complication and just what you know. Difficulty factor.
Yeah.
Difficulty factor.
Well, it took
forever. Yeah.
How many years did it take?
It was like 8 or 9 years, right? I don't know when Francis conceived it. It came out in 79. Did it come out in August of 79?
Let's just Google how many years
August 79.
How many years did it take to make Apocalypse Now? I think it went way over budget.
Oh, right? It did? Oh, yeah. And by today's standards, that's like that's like a Fox Searchlight budget.
Right.
You know?
And Lawrence Fishburne was like, what? How old was he?
He started the film at 14. But
and it came out in 79?
On Coppola's 38th birthday of April 77, so 2 extra years.
Wow. And imagine.
So when did the project start?
It's at varying times of the discussions. Casting started February 76th is when Steve McQueen dropped out.
So it's not as many years as I thought it was.
They shot with Harvey Keitel for a few weeks as Willard. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. And And Francis just what he made the wrong choice. However he was doing it, whatever he could. Francis just saw it differently. And had met Dad during the Godfather auditions. Said, "Let me meet with Marty." Wow. You can tell people that don't really know my dad that well call him Marty. I run into people on the street, and they're like, "Hey, give Marty my best." And I'm like, "What the fuck is Marty?" People call him Martin. No, they know him better.
Well, people that pretend to know someone always like to throw a Y on the end of it, makes it like it's tight.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So I would be like, Chucky.
You're still Charlie, right? But I would be like Joey.
Joey.
Yeah.
I could never think of you as Joey.
Yeah.
No. But imagine this with Apocalypse. So I spent that much time. There's all that shit that happened. I even brought home like props and things. These, severed hands, ifing out jewelry, and all this cool shit, right? All these great stories, and then didn't have anything tangible to back any of it. I mean, Mom took a lot of photos, but like nobody could go to the theater and say, "Oh yeah, Charlie talked about that. Oh yeah, he was there that day."
Right.
Everybody had to wait when you're that age. Waiting 2 or 3 years, like waiting a decade, right? So that was kind of a trip. But when I saw it at the Center Avondale, 70 millimeter, and it's like, man, when those choppers, when you hear them, they're all around you. A film will never open like that again and have that kind of an impact. Did you see it at the Dome when you first saw it?
No. I don't remember where I first saw it. First saw it, I think, on a regular TV at home.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Because I was too little to watch it. 79? Is that what it was? Maybe I saw it when it came out on HBO or something like that for the first time. But when I really got into it was when I got a home theater and I got surround sound and I got Apocalypse Redo. Apocalypse Now Redo, the newly mastered one.
Got it. Okay.
It's fucking sensational.
So you finally had that experience.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's so good. I was like, this movie is wild. It's so well done, and it's just so epic. Like, for you to have been there live while they were putting that together, and then to see it all pieced together. I mean, that had to be an insane experience.
Well, and a lot of it was a surprise seeing it on the screen. Because like I talk about in the book, not so much in the doc, it was hard to get close to the action on Apocalypse. Because the way the sets were constructed, because the way, Francis had everything lit, it was super claustrophobic, like, Kurtz's Temple and Compound and places like that. And it was also fucking dangerous to be on that set.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Snakes and shit. And just like a lot of weird people. And so, Francis was just like, come on. Wow. But yeah, so then it's like I wasn't there for any of the choppers solved. I could see Hopper at a distance in that outfit with those cameras, walking with Dad. I couldn't hear what he was saying. So to then see that scene, Dad first steps off the boat at the compound, and Hopper has that incredible monologue.
Yeah.
You got the cigarettes. That's what I've been dreaming about. And it's just like, so to have that kind of that to have been there that long and still be a completely fresh cinematic experience was a trip.
Did you ever get imposter syndrome, like when you were doing Platoon? Did you ever get like, how the fuck am I here? Because it's so quick between you being 10, being in the jungle while they're filming Apocalypse Now, to you starring in Platoon. Had you settled into that, or were you ever like, how the fuck do I deserve this? One of the things that John Cryer says in the documentary,
Right.
He might be on something.
It's very insightful.
Yeah.
Very insightful.
Yeah. He said that you probably feel like you don't deserve all this, so you fuck it all up.
Sure. He's not wrong. Not wrong. But, and then I had a comment in some interview the other day, and I said, well, what the fuck, John? You could have, laid that on me, a couple decades sooner, man. Great advice. However,
a little late.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't tell anybody.
film work. Not like super memorable films, except maybe parts of Red Dawn. I think are pretty memorable. Just what the film kind of what it's about. I think parts of Bueller were kind of memorable. Ferris Bueller, right?
Sure.
But yeah, so it was just sort of getting more comfortable in front of a camera, more comfortable sort of being able to think on film and actually breathe on film. I know that sounds kind of like actor schmackery, but it's actually a thing. Because you talk about controlling your breath in every other area of life, sure, right?
Yeah.
And the same is true as an actor, for sure. You've been doing the show. You've been doing 2.5 of that first scene. I was usually off. I was usually like about to make an entrance from somewhere, and I'd be back there and chain smoking up or red, just trying to figure out the first scene. But then when you hear the stage go quiet, right? Someone else, speeding, sound, market, and then if I could get that last breath to go to the bottom, I knew this first take was going to be awesome. When the breath stopped about like at the sternum, I was fucked.
Shallow breath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you can't. Then you're chasing the thing, and then that first take is just a pancake, which sucks because that's the first time the audience is going to see it.
Right.
You don't want that one to be. There's a cute girl in the crowd. That's the one you want her watching.
Yeah.
Not the second one where she's already heard the fucking jokes.
Right.
Now you're just doing whatever.
Right. Now you're like, oh, this show sucks.
Exactly.
Yeah. The live performance thing is weird because they don't really do it anymore. I mean, I don't think there's very many shows that still do that kind of a sitcom in front of a live audience with cameras.
There's very few. I think Tim Allen's show still does.
What is that on? Is that on Fox?
I think it's ABC. Yeah.
So he still does traditional camera.
Yeah, because
live audience.
Guy I worked with, a friend of mine, is on that writing staff.
God, they used to be all over the television.
I know.
There used to be tons of them.
Oh, I think Chuck's new show on Netflix. It's called Leanne. Yeah. I think that's a live audience.
Okay. So they're still doing some of them.
Yeah.
They're fun. It's fun when it works.
Yeah.
It's like it's a missing genre in today's culture.
You're right.
Most of what was on late at night,
exactly.
Or at nighttime when you got done having dinner, you would sit down and watch Friends, or you would sit down and watch Seinfeld, or 2.5 Men, or
comfort.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we my family binge watched Big Bang Theory. I'd never watched it when it was on the air. We binge watched it.
Seriously,
it's a good fucking show.
Yeah,
they were a funny show. I dismissed it. I was like, it's a corny sitcom. Bullshit. It's a good show.
Right on.
Solid show.
Right on. Yeah. That kid, that young man.
Yeah.
Jim, right, had some of the most complicated dialogue that anybody's ever been saddled with ever.
Yeah, he's the first autistic star of an action show, or of a sitcom.
There you go.
Yeah. Where you're kind of celebrating his emotional disconnection.
Yeah, but delivering it like Rain Man, just
he nailed it.
Laser precision.
Yeah, it's a really well written show. It's very funny. That guy Chuck Norris, how many fucking hits? That guy's had a ton of hits.
Yeah,
maybe more than anybody.
Probably.
Sitcom world.
Probably. Yeah.
Glad you guys are friends again.
Yeah, so am I. No, that sucked having that out there. I did finally actually remember that fucking thing, and I'm not gonna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the other component to that freaking tour, to that meltdown, to that thing. There was a moment when I was only in rehab for 3 weeks or a month. It wasn't like one of those extended stays. It was just like a quick little like a spin drive, whatever they call it. And I got the call. We want to renegotiate the giant contract for season 8 and 9. And I was on the phone. I said, I don't think so. But then they're like, what? You don't think you're going to get paid? I'm like, no, I don't think we should do it. I think 7's like, Mantle wore 7, some other cool 7s. I don't think I think 7 is like plenty. I think we've told all the stories that we can mine from that Malibu house on the beach with those people. And they're like, no, you understand, man. This is when it all like this is when it turns into like a legacy play for your fucking kids and their kids and that. And the part they always leave out is and our cut.
Yeah.
And our fucking cut.
Yeah, that's the big part.
Yeah, and I said on the phone, and Mark and I have talked about that. Talked to Mark Berg, my manager, and I said, Mark, if I go back there, man, it's gonna go really fucking bad. I just know it. He's like, well, you're projecting that. I said, I'm not projecting shit, man. I'm just smart enough to know how I feel about it now. Got a little bit of clarity in this month. I'm in the thing. I said, if I go back there, I got a bad feeling, Mark.
Why going back to work would send you off the rails?
Just that I had run up against a thing that I had lost passion for the show. I lost passion for the process.
Okay, so that if you went and just did it just for the money, you would find some ways to stimulate yourself.
Exactly. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I would have to do something to enhance.
I said that about a lot of guys that got caught on shows that sucked. I knew a lot of guys who got caught on shows where they were getting paid, but they did not like the show, and it was like a bad sitcom. And those guys all went crazy. Those guys all started doing a lot of drugs, or they started spending too much money, or something. They did something to distract themselves because they did not like what they were doing, and they didn't feel satisfied.
Right.
Yeah, but they were getting so much money. Right. So they're like, what am I going to do? I'm getting $100,000 a week. I'm like, oh God.
Yeah.
You can't quit.
I was making $54,000 an hour. That's pre-taxes. So was I?
You said no to season 8 and 9. I'd be like, do I have to dress?
Right. Well, I'll work.
What do I have to do?
I'll work Dangerfield's robe at that point.
Yeah, let's go.
No, but that was after I got kind of crowbarred into it. You know?
Right.
Well, not crowbarred. I had to ultimately say yes. You know that. You know?
Yeah.
But I was just the wrong guy in that moment, in that pocket of time to like give that much fucking money to, man.
Right.
You know.
Right.
And like I'd buy a bunch of cars and then invite a bunch of girls over, and then just say pick one.
And then you did that other thing where you had that other show after that you got paid like a ton of money in advance for, right?
You talking about anger management?
Yes.
No, I was supposed to get it was called a 1090.
Yeah, it was a crazy scenario.
How they suck you into that is they say, look, you're not going to get a ton on the front side, but you're going to be, you're going to own a third of the show. You're like 40, 37, 38% of the show in perpetuity. So we're going to do 100 episodes, and it's the South Park model. That was the first 1090 that really just blew it up. Everybody got fucking rich. So you do these 10 episodes. You do a 10-episode pilot, and then if the average number of those 10 episodes comes in at like I don't know, like above a 4 or like a 5-1 or something, that it's like a share, right? Then it activates the next 90. So then you're doing those 90 to have a sellable syndication package that will just go all over the world and do what syndicated sitcoms do. So you've done it, and when you say not a lot on the front side, you're still getting $150 an ep, 200. That's pretty good money, right? But it's not. But you kind of eat it on that side, knowing that it's an investment for the other thing to pay gangbusters.
So you did the 10 episodes, and then you got to do all of them.
Yes.
So you wound up doing 100.
Yes.
But you did them in a short period of time.
2.5 years.
That's crazy.
I know. Yeah. I was not ready to go back to work. Yeah, and that's the thing I thought about in the book. The only reason I did it was I wanted to show those guys across town that I was terrible again.
Right.
And that is not any mindset to like lead the troops. And it, again, it started pretty cool. Did the 10, it was great. Doing some pretty good work. The shows were smart and funny. And then we got into that 90, and it was about 20 no, what am I saying? It's probably like 9 or 11 into it, I started feeling exactly the same shit that I felt
on 2.5 minutes.
Going past that point, I knew my enthusiasm and passion had an expiration date.
You couldn't manufacture it?
I tried, but I couldn't. I didn't like the show enough. I loved the people I was working with. From the writers through to the actors, they were terrific.
You didn't like the final product?
I didn't. Yeah, and I stopped caring. But I still, had enough dough to keep the lifestyle and all that other fun shit going on, and just stayed way too fucking high to really engage in this thing. I was doing this thing, Joe, where I was partying, hitting the fucking pipe, either girls or porn or both, or whoever showed up, hey, come on in. There's plenty to go around. And then there's this thing, I think I felt like I was time traveling from like 1 a.m. to like 7. Felt like 11, 15 minutes. Whereas, 9 to midnight felt normal. Wow, we had plenty of time to do everything. And then like the hours I really needed to settle in and enjoy, those just vanished. And then you're back to work. No, I got someone banging on my fucking door. Dude, you're late. What the fuck? And I'm still fucking sideways. Wow. So I pop a couple of shots or like half a Xanax or something, and I said, I just need. And I would literally do this thing. It was a 15-minute, 20-minute nap where I would just hit the pillow. I'd try to meditate with a body just vibrating from crack all night. Trying to meditate? Wow. At that point, I'm trying to fucking time travel. I'm trying to levitate, right? But I could feel, okay, I generate some calmness, and then I would hit the shower, and I'd be in the shower, and I'd say, okay, I only have to navigate from this shower to the next shower, and that's about 11, maybe 12 hours, shower to shower. Isn't that commercial like in the 70s? Wasn't there a fucking, like a deodorant or
something shower to shower?
Yeah,
like it lasted from one shower to the next.
Yeah. So I'm trying to last from one shower to the next, man. No shit. And then when I get to work and then have that midday drop off, and I wasn't hitting the pipe at work, but I needed to keep some fuel in the engine. So I started drinking, and then people look at sitcoms like, oh, they're out there having a fun time. Man, it is super fucking complicated. Well, you've done them, right? It's like a dance, isn't it? It's like a choreographed thing, and so it is hard enough to do and to do well, completely focused and with all your shit intact, right? You start getting over here and trying to be that specific, just with marks, with jokes, with timing, with other people. And then a lot of my energy is going to trying to disguise like the condition I'm really in, and trying to make excuses.
Right.
Oh, I had a med mix-up today. Med mix-up? I'm on 2 pills. They're the same fucking thing at the same time every day. There's no med mix-up.
Right.
It's like, what are we doing? And so, and then that turns into that thing where you then they start getting behind, and I would just be like, sorry for the overtime, I'll just pay for it. And, they should have not taken the money, they should have said, we're shutting down, you need to fucking go get well, or go get just a little better than what you're showing up as. And so that show kind of never really had a chance to be anything special, because I didn't really care about it. The thing that sucks about that, looking back, it's like, think about all the energy and the hard work that all those other people put into it and committed to it because I said yes.
Right. And there's a bunch of people that were rooting for you because they saw what happened with 2.5 Men, big public disaster. You leave. Is his career ruined? Oh no, look, he's got another show. Oh, Charlie's back.
But did anybody even say, okay, so hold on, what did he do between that after that last swan dive into the volcano that we all watched, and then he's back on another show, like what did he do between then and there?
Well, the narrative on you was as an outsider was that you were one of the rare guys who could party like that but still pull it off and have a career. Right. And I think your ex-wife had said that she never worried about you. You would always land on your feet. Because you were very talented, and you were also very loved. Thank you. Which is one of the reasons why people embraced you when you were talking about how much crack you were doing. You know, when you were saying all that, people they weren't mad at you. They're like, he's fucking partying. You know, it was a very odd time where so many people who don't admit that they party, you know, because of their job or because of whatever, right? You know, they try to like keep it hot, hidden under wraps. And you were doing a live interview with this lady, and you're talking to her about smoking rocks, and she was flabbergasted, like you could tell. Yeah, she did not expect that kind of candor, right, with discussion of illicit drugs. Right. It was just like nobody ever done that before. She asked, I mean, right, but nobody ever embraced it. Right. Everybody else is like, well, you know, it's a terrible time in my life. I got so low, I was doing crack cocaine. Right. It comes from a place of shame. Yeah. And you didn't have any shame. I didn't. No. Because I watched something like a couple days before I sat down with Andrea Canning, and it was this old interview with Charlie Gibson on some special they did for ABC, right? I don't even think, it wasn't a GMA piece. It was like a more in-depth, one of those exposés they do, you know, and it was me coming out of rehab. And I remember watching myself and just being I was like, that guy's a fucking sissy, man. That guy's a fucking pussy. What's wrong with him? Look at him, all that shame, all that embarrassment. I'm like, no. We're not doing that anymore. That got locked in. Oh, yeah. Wow. I remember how I felt watching me doing it their way. Yeah. Like, no. And, you know, I got the brain full of, you know, fucking nuclear crazy cream that I'm fucking, you know, covering myself in. And that's with 2Ks. That's like the donuts, right? And yeah, man. And you know where the material came from, right? Those slogans and all that stuff. No, was Brian Wilson. From the Beach Boys? No, the Brian Wilson pitcher for the Giants. That guy they called the Beard. Oh, yeah. I was on the phone with him like a couple days before that, because Tony Todd and I were watching baseball highlights. I'm like, wow, this guy's a fucking trip. Tony, get him on the phone, right? The next day I'm on the phone with him. I think he was just trying to give me a pep talk. He was like, hey man, you know, I just know that guys like us, you know, we're not like everybody else. You know, we're different, man. We got tiger blood running through our veins. We got fucking Adonis DNA. We got, you know, we don't know how to lose, man, because we're always fucking winning, right? So I hear all this, and he's probably thinking, cool, man, I just kind of inspired him, maybe just to get to the next moment. Yeah. You know? That stuff went in there, man. And it stayed on a fucking loop. And I sat down, and the interview doesn't start like that, which is a trip. I'm trying to keep it together. I'm trying to give her the stuff she needs to, like, maybe, I don't even know, what was the thrust of that story? Being fired or some shit? I don't remember. So, well, there's a moment that's not on film. And Andrea can't deny this. She makes a crack about these two girlfriends that I'm living with, right? And expects me to just like let it just you know, brush it off and then answer her next question. And I said, hold on a second. I said, that was really rude. She's like, which part? I'm like, well, how you just address them. You owe them an apology. She was like, okay. I'm paraphrasing some of this, right? But this is the tone of it. And so, how did she address them? I felt like they were dismissed as just like porn chicks, you know, because one was a porn chick, the other was not. Like natty, so she kind of got rolled into that, right? Unfairly, you know. So then they, you know, Andrew's like, oh my God, okay, you know, I'm sorry, I didn't mean anything by that, you know, but I'm over here, you know, with the thing, and I'm not letting it go. I asked her to apologize. We should have been past it. Now I'm stewing. Right? Yeah. So you're ramped up now. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's when it turned into. And then I start hearing Brian's stuff, and I'm like, I don't know, man, I have fucking tiger blood. And then it all just, and then it got away from me, and I couldn't pull it back. Pull it back. And then everybody's like, okay, well, that was different. I mean, it's kind of fucking interesting and unique and whatever, man. Well, let's just have a quiet night and we'll see how that plays out, you know. And I wake up into a world of not the world I said goodnight to 6 hours earlier. And my friends are banging on the door. People are, sending me, videos and stuff. And it's like, dude, the world's on fire with your shit, man. Like, all right, what does that mean? And there's folk songs and rap songs. People like marching in the streets. And there's already T-shirts, and it has just gone. It exploded.
Yeah.
So it's not like I could jump on my roof with a bullhorn and say, all right, everybody, okay, let's just,
UFC fighters were saying they had tiger blood. They were joking around about it.
See? Yeah, I mean, it got away from you. It penetrated me. Yeah, it achieved penetration.
Well, no one had ever done an interview like that before.
I wasn't thinking about that in the moment. I was just fucking pissed. I wasn't going to be sissy Charles from the 90s, Right. It's like this whole convergence of all these elements and all these emotions and all these feelings and also the resentment I had in myself, and just like, all right, I'm just going to pick some targets. And it would have been nice if it had been sort of, if I could have just sort of been herded, just kind of, away from it,
Have you ever thought of what your life would be like if you didn't do that interview?
I've started to. I've started to try to walk into that village, right? But as soon as I take a look around, none of it really makes sense because I can't really imagine it. What do you think it would? I mean, what would? It's hard to kind of even put those pieces together.
I wonder if you would have gotten sober.
Interesting. You mean today's sober?
Yeah. Today's sober.
Yeah.
You might have had to have that complete chaos, tailspin, free fall crash publicly to just eventually gather your shit together and go, okay, all right, time to learn and grow. Obviously, that wasn't smart. Let's do it differently. Let's get it together and step by step, day by day, and look, here you are, almost 9 years later.
Almost 8 years. Yeah.
That's you always wonder, maybe you have to have. That was your rock bottom moment, and it was public. The whole world got to see it. Yeah, just a purging of all of it, and and still you have to battle with this reinforcement because now everybody is loving the fact that you're winning and that you're talking about how much crack you smoke and how crazy it is, and you got all these hot girls and everyone's like, he's winning. And so now there's no incentive at all to get healthy, which is kind of nuts. And not only that, financially, it kind of helps you to be a little off the rails. And so you're kind of known for that, and then you have this big tour, and everybody's coming out to see you, which was crazy for you to do. The first one where you did it without comedians was just bananas.
Yeah, it was a complete train wreck. Yeah, it was a disaster.
But you guys pulled it together, and that was kind of the story of your career when things have fallen apart. People want you to pull it together. So even though you had that disaster show and everybody knew it was a disaster show in Detroit, people were still coming out to see the other one.
Right. Yeah, I had the option after the Detroit massacre of flying to Chicago or taking the bus, the tour bus, right? And I said, I need those 7 or 8 hours on the bus. They're like, why? I said, because I'm going to rewrite the entire show. And I think Daddy was on that trip. I think maybe Rick or Shady was on. Anyway, and I just there was a place, room and back in America to myself. The pad of paper and a pen. I just went to town and just sort of started trying to reshape it. And when I got to Chicago, they were expecting all the special effects we needed from that all that garbage. I said, we traveled with none of it. I said, here's the new show. They're like, sure about this? I'm like, just trust me. And that, unfortunately, that's the night where it got applauded and kept the train on the tracks. Was Chicago, But isn't that weird? Had the wherewithal, like in the middle of all that, and they still had enough of that thing to just. Yeah, maybe that's just pride at that point.
Certainly, it was also that's the impact of public humiliation.
Look at this athleticism right here. This is real unprecedented. Unprecedented athleticism. Look at this move. That's what it is. What's up, this dude? Come on. What's on up there? Nothing. Look at this move, though. Hey, Mr. Great Pair, how about you suck his dick?
If you've got an itch for the unknown, you really need to tune into Beyond Belief with George Noy, where he dives deep with top experts in UFOs, hidden conspiracies, and mysteries that spark your curiosity. I think they're in season 28 with over 600 episodes. That's absolutely astounding. It's a thrilling journey, and I encourage you to head on over to beyondbelief.com and uncover the secrets beyond belief.com. Back to my conversation with Sean Maxwell, co-author of
Like,
thank you.
Like, yeah, enough. How about that? Time to get this thing back on track.
Yeah. And it's just
Is
the curtain comes up and there's two chairs, and I have a moderator. And it's just a conversation. Imagine that.
Yeah.
Didn't reinvent anything.
No.
And I wrote a letter is what it was. Dear Chicago. It's like this whole thing, including them. So I kind of got them back on my side, and then we sat down.
Yeah. Well, people realized also you were figuring this tour thing out on the fly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was essentially, it was 21 cities in like 24 days with no act. That's what it was, man.
So I know you had Jeff Ross.
Jeff Ross, yeah.
Who's great at that. The master at off the cuff.
Wow, he showed up and really.
Oh yeah, yes. Perfect guy for that.
Put a shape on it.
Yes. And then you had Russell on some of them too, right?
Yes.
Who's also a master at off the cuff.
Yes. And
yeah.
He was so relieved that the two chairs had shown up, because that's when he joined us in Canada. Yeah. No, he was terrific.
Yeah, Russell was awesome.
Yeah. The first night sitting with him, some dude, like, what's like the Canadian version of like a quarter? Right? What's their dollar? A loonie. Okay. Yeah. That's a dollar?
I think so.
Okay. Is that the heavy one?
Yeah, someone threw it at him?
No, at me.
Oh.
Like, we're in the chair for maybe 5 minutes, and I get hit from the balcony. I get hit with one right here. And it was like getting punched. Like someone with a skinny metal hand, And I just had to kind of pause into that. They got the guy thrown out. But I just thought, wow, I could have lost an eye.
Yeah.
Russell could have lost an eye. And it was just like, wow, all right.
Also, pretty good shot.
Really good shot.
Guy throws a loonie from the balcony and hits it in the head. That's impressive.
It is.
Because that's not an aerodynamic thing.
It's not. No.
How you throwing that?
You have to kind of factor in.
Yeah. A lot of flipping in the air.
Yeah, it's kind of like a boomerang or something.
Yeah, it's a frisbee. It's a little tiny frisbee.
Yeah. So anyway, there were just moments like that I guess just little cosmic reminders that not everybody was on my side.
Right. Yeah. Which is important too.
Can I hit the bathroom?
Yeah. We can actually wrap it up. We're getting close.
Okay.
You want to wrap it up?
Can we just touch on a couple things before we do?
Absolutely. Let's take a leak. Okay. Should we bring this up? I guess we have to. So this just happened. We just found out that Charlie Kirk got shot.
That's fucking awful.
And is he dead?
That's what was just...
One of the guys out there just said, spoken from
in the lobby was just...
I haven't seen it.
Whoa. Murdered for having a different opinion from somebody else.
Yeah.
Different ideology from somebody else.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
Beliefs that didn't align.
I'm sorry.
Rest in peace. Fuck. Jesus. 27 years old, maybe? 30?
Do they even have a suspect?
That's why I'm literally trying to track it all on Twitter. It's all.
Fuck. Nobody deserves it. You don't deserve that. Nobody deserves that.
I don't know what your circumstances were prior to me.
So, were you saying that MSNBC had a crazy take on it? What was their take?
I'm literally just reading Twitter, so I didn't see the video. I just saw people talking about tweets on it. I'll pull it up.
Fuck. It was a tweet or a video?
I'm doing the show while I'm trying to figure
Right,
it out.
no, I understand.
I think they were live on the air and they were talking about. It's not a tweet, it's on their Twitter account.
So it's someone's hot take.
Live at the moment.
Yeah, that's a crazy take. Crazy take is that. What was the take that they deserved
I
it?
that's why they're not there.
Right.
Dave Portnoy.
You found it right here. Put it.
Something like this happens.
You can put the headphones on.
Yeah, and again, this is what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea. But
That's what they're saying.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, it was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration.
What? Someone shot their gun off in celebration and killed him.
You shoot celebration guns in the air. Just,
what a crazy take. Like, it might not have been someone assassinating someone for the wrong opinion.
oh, fuck. Well, why does something like that have to be spun?
Their ideology.
No, I know what I'm saying. It's like,
I mean, they want to try to pin it on a Trump supporter with a crazy Trump supporter with a gun,
right,
going wacky. We don't know if it was a supporter shooting off a gun in celebration. Because, they do.
Right.
A lot of folks are just constantly out there shooting off guns at large gatherings in celebration.
Yeah, 4th of July, you can't leave your house.
What the fuck?
No, that is, that's a, wow.
There's got to be a lot of people celebrating this. It's so scary. It's so dangerous, too, to celebrate or to in any way encourage this kind of behavior from human beings. It's not a violent guy who's talking to people on college campuses. Wasn't even particularly rude. He was tried to be pretty reasonable with people.
Everything I saw seemed reasonable.
He's a very intelligent guy.
Yeah.
Whether you agree with him or don't. There's a lot of stuff that I didn't agree with him on.
Sure.
You're allowed to disagree with people without celebrating the fact they got shot.
But you can't disrespect his passion.
Yeah. Well, what you're supposed to do with a guy like that, if you're opposing him, is debate him. Right. Have a conversation where your argument is more compelling than his. Sure. That's what people should be celebrating, discourse. We used to do that.
Do some homework and bring it to the table.
Yeah. It's horrible. It's horrible. This podcast has been a lot about violence, man.
It has, but not this kind.
No.
I'm sorry, not something is so in the moment right now from someone that this current.
Yeah.
That we see and are aware of daily, right?
Yeah. I mean, he's one of those young influencers, right? This time from the right, who is all over social media, always doing these various shows, and debating people, and talking to people, and giving speeches, and sure. Yeah. No one deserves this, folks. No one that has different opinions. No one deserves that. No. This is horrible. No. But I know people are going to celebrate it because this is a fucked up time, and people have really fallen into this trap of us against them.
But it's also going to make people not want to be as courageous and not want to be as forthright with the things they believe. It's going to put people on guard.
It could. It also could.
It could do the opposite.
Yeah.
I get that, but there's also going to be that sort of ingrained thing now.
You're correct. Yeah.
And just going through the whole New York thing. Sometimes there's a crowd that's all love. It's all love, and all they want is your signature or a photo or this and that. But there's so much of those moments where you're spent looking down. You're looking down the entire time.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody wants to shoot me up. I don't think that's kind of out in the world, right?
No.
But it's the type of shit that just lives in the back of one's mind.
Yeah.
Because how could it not?
How could it not? Yeah.
And a thing like today, you're like, okay, that's why it's in the back of our minds.
Yeah. Well, it's, when we were talking about assassinations earlier, whether it's Kennedy or RFK or, you think of them in the past. You think of them like, you don't, when something happens in the current, like right now, this one with Charlie Kirk, it doesn't seem real.
No.
It seems very surreal.
It does.
It seems like it's going to take a long time before we reference this as something that happened. Like remember he got shot and killed? Oh yeah. Like right now, it just doesn't seem real. It seems so crazy that it's not registered.
It's not. No. Is he a friend?
No. I met him once. Okay. I met him once at a gun range of all places.
Wow.
Yeah. He was a nice guy when I met him. It's a fucked up time. People are so divided in this country. They're so divided, and there's so many people that love it. They love that we're divided, and they profit off that division, and they stoke the fires, and they do it for their own profit. And it's so fucking gross. It's so gross. And to encourage this kind of thing is really one of the most horrific things that you could do after someone dies horribly like this is celebrate. It should be a wake-up call for everybody. Like this is nuts. This is nuts.
No, it's unforgivable that to spend things like that, because the people they're never thinking about is that person's family.
I think they just that's just like default with those. They gaslight you by default.
Right.
So immediately they try to find some reason why whatever the thing is in the news is someone else's fault.
Right. Of course.
It's just all gaslighting. And that's what they're paid to do. They're paid propagandists masquerading as the news. So weird. Fuck.
No, it's a dark day.
Yeah. It is. Well, two things is going to happen. Either people are going to realize how fucking insane this is, and we have to have a conversation about being able to have conversations.
Right.
Or it's going to get a lot worse. That's what's scary. 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 This can spark off some kind of a real violent conflict. That guy had a lot of fans.
Yeah.
A lot of people love that guy.
Yeah, I know.
And if they find out that he got killed for something that they vehemently oppose in the first place, it could send people over the edge.
It could. Yeah. There's always that flashpoint moment in any, in previous times like this.
Yeah.
But there's always that tipping point moment.
Like the Rodney King film.
Yep.
Right? Something. Just like that's it.
Yeah. This also highlights just little bit of perspective, like how lucky Trump was.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's just like Charlie didn't get the benefit of a head turn or a couple of microns or millimeters, or you know, and it's just like wow, who decides that?
Yeah.
You know, that is just
the Trump people.
Yeah.
But they talk about slips his ear.
Yeah. Because he makes a reference to something, and then it's just
and then it clips his ear. Where if he didn't turn his head, he'd be dead. And it would have been on live on CNN.
How do we know more about an assassination
in 1963?
Yeah, we do from one about 8 months ago.
And that story is fucked. There's a lot of weird stuff in that story. There's a cell phone that was traveling because the metadata, cell phone was traveling from offices outside of the offices of the FBI in that area, all the way to this guy multiple times. He was 20 years old. His apartment was professionally scrubbed. There was no silverware in it. He had no social media presence. He, was regularly training with like military guys. He was regularly training and shooting. Like one guy remembered him from a range. Right. Like what? He was in a BlackRock commercial 2 years before. Right. Like what?
His chosen rooftop is just kind of between the two quadrants that they're assigned to cover.
Not only that, it's just a blind spot. The excuse for why they didn't have officers on that rooftop was it was too sloped. The slope was too steep, which made zero sense. Because he climbed up it, he was fine. Yeah, he did. What the fuck are you talking about? It didn't make any sense. Not only that, the one where the snipers were perched had a steeper slope. Made no sense. No. It was fucking nuts. They found that guy walking around the grounds a half an hour before the event with a fucking rangefinder. Yeah. Yeah. If you're not on a golf course with a rangefinder, then you're gonna shoot something. Yeah. That's what they're for. But it's just, man, it's it sucks that to say things like, these are the times we currently inhabit, and that there's nothing that is an absolutely factual statement. Yeah. It sucks to have to, to exist inside of that. Yeah. It's very strange, man. It's very strange. Very strange. Very strange. It's very strange, and we've talked about it a bunch of times, but it bears repeating. I think a lot of it is highlighted by bots. A lot of it is people are being inflamed online by people that aren't even real accounts. Interesting. See, I don't study any of that. There's a lot of that going on. I think it's a giant percentage of all online discourse where people are hating and saying mean things about people's political beliefs or anti-Israel things or anti-Palestine things or whatever. I just think a giant ton of that is foreign governments who are running these bot farms. Wow. And it's been proven. They know for a fact. China actually got caught recently. What was this? The Chat GPT thing. They were using OpenAI software to block a bunch of accounts from multiple countries that had suspicious activity. Yeah, and they were commenting on like blocking of U.S. aid money and a bunch of different like political subjects. And what they're basically doing is just getting people to fight. Just that's what they want. They want constant fighting, constant input, constant like we have to take action. We have to, it's constantly stoking the flames. Right. Wow. So it's not even organic. Some of it's organic for sure, but a lot of it is being enhanced by foreign governments for sure, and probably some of it by our own government. What they did with the Manson family, do you think they stopped there? Do you think that some of that kind of stuff isn't going on right now that we don't know about right now because there hasn't been a Tom O'Neill to write a book about it? Sure. And then we also never know which stuff was the beta test for that specific type of program or that specific type of op to be rolled out. Yeah. And like where okay, let's see how they react to this. Yeah. Oh hell. Yeah. That worked like a charm. Okay, activate more of those. Yeah. Jesus.
How do we wrap this up on a positive note?
I don't think we can.
No.
I think it is what it is.
It is what it is.
I think we just have to deal with that.
Yeah.
Well, listen, man, it was great to finally actually meet you.
This was amazing.
It was a lot of fun.
Thank you.
Really enjoyed talking
Thank
to
you. Yeah, no, I think you'll notice now, I always need a few minutes to get warmed up.
Yeah.
Get settled in.
No, you seem cool right off the bat.
No,
man.
thank you.
Some great
Thank
stories,
you.
too.
Jesus. Thank you. Sometimes my brain, like we talked about,
Yeah.
it wants to go somewhere else when I was trying to.
It's amazing your brain works as good as it does, considering all the things you've done to it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Right? You think about it?
Yeah. Yeah. There's that part.
Yeah.
There's that part. Because people are like, hey, man, you should get some laser work on your face. I'm like, dude, I'm lucky this thing is still fucking attached.
Yeah.
So go fuck yourself.
You actually look way better than you've looked in a long time.
Oh, right on. Thank
you.
you.
The sobriety suits you. It really does.
Thank you.
You look really healthy.
I took a page out of your book, a very specific page, and even if it's a rumor, it worked. I use a sauna blanket, right? This thing called Higher Dose, and I'm not sponsored by them. I just bought one, and I fucking love it. I use it at home, and then I hear, hey man, fucking Joe travels with his, right?
I have one of those sauna blankets.
But you travel with it.
I do if I know that there's not going to be a sauna.
Okay. So I was
a lot of times I'll just try to find a place that has a sauna.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was like, well, fuck it. He's traveling with his.
You definitely can, though. They're great.
I'm going to travel with mine.
Yeah.
So I've had it on this trip. I traveled with it. It's a pain in the ass. I'm lugging this rolling duffel and shit. Who cares? But so thank you.
It's worth it, though.
Thank you for the idea. Yeah.
Those are great because those sauna blankets are great because they're portable and you can always just get it in.
Right.
I really genuinely prefer a real sauna if you have one because I like to stretch out in the sauna.
Sure.
It's the best time ever to stretch.
But as far as time with the portable blanket is like I tell people it's like a Bikram class without all the yelling and pain. Right?
A little bit.
Well, do you get drenched in that thing?
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
that's a lot of what Bikram is. A lot of it's heat shock therapy.
Right.
It's also the yoga and the exercises, which are great, and also the fact that you're more pliable when you're really warm and heated up like that, which really helps. But a lot of what there was actually a study that they were doing at Harvard. I don't know if they completed it, but they were doing it a couple of years back about the benefits of hot yoga and whether they're comparable to the known medical benefits of sauna, which are pretty well documented.
And what was the conclusion?
I don't know. I have to think it's got to be similar because I've been in both. I've been in a lot of hot saunas and I've done a lot of hot yoga, and because of the exercise, I think you reach very similar body temperatures.
Got it.
And your heart rate jacks up because you're so hot. Sure. You can barely cool yourself off with a glass of water when they let you have a sip. Like in between things, you're allowed to take a sip of water.
Yeah.
But it's real similar, and it's 90 minutes, which is fucking brutal.
Yeah.
You can get through a real good Bikram hot yoga class. At the end of that, man, you're good.
You're gonna have you give a different day in front of you.
100%.
Yeah.
If we all did that every day, it was like how everyone started their day.
Yeah.
The world would be so much more peaceful.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right.
It really would.
Yeah, it really would.
It'd be a much, much, much better place. And you don't have to fucking do anything hard in the gym. You don't have to lift weights. You don't have to punch the bag. All those things are great, but just do a hot yoga class for 90 minutes every day. You will live in a different world.
Yep. 13 up, 13 down.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You'll live in a world of kindness and sweet people and hello, friend.
Right. Because you've already put yourself through something.
Yeah.
Nobody else can deliver the rest of the day.
Yeah.
They can't deliver that kind of pain you just inflicted on yourself.
And it's a constant battle to see if you can use 100% effort.
Exactly.
You're constantly battling. Can I hold this pose for 15 more seconds?
Yeah. And there's no cheat zone.
Exactly.
There's no, you can't.
Right, because you're always doing it 100% of what you can do.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No, I was going to his studio on like Rexford in the early 80s.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, man. We were with that original crew. crew.
Wow.
Yeah. There's one thing that was really cool. Kareem was in there. Yeah.
Wow.
And you know, a lot of the stuff with the arms above the head, he could only go about here because the ceiling. Yeah. I would come in late sometimes, and Kareem would already be in there, and so his shoes would be like next to his locker. So I would put I'm still wearing my shoes inside his shoes, just because I just had to. I mean, it's cool as fuck. It's Kareem, right? And so, but then Quincy Jones was also in there, right? And so the mirror, you could see the front desk where you check in behind you. Like you could see it, but it was behind us, all facing forward. And for about a 6-month period, Quincy's in a little Speedos. He's giving it his all. He'd be in the middle of like the standing bow or the freaking head to knee or something like a triangle or something really complicated, and he'd stop. And he'd leave the class, but you'd see him going to the desk and writing shit down, fucking sweating in his Speedo, right? He's writing shit down, he's sweating all over the paper. And he'd come back and try to, resume what he was doing. And then this went on for a while, and we came to find out later. Guess what he was working on? Think about the year. You think about how his mind was being expanded, right? He was producing Thriller. Whoa! Yeah, and he was getting inspired during the bedroom yoga. Wow! You're kind of watching in the mirror the best, I think, the largest selling album ever, perhaps. Right? Probably. Yeah.
It's got to be up there.
Being built behind us.
Wow.
Kind of a trip, right? Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. That shows you how hyper dialed in he is.
Yeah.
Even in the middle of a yoga class, he's got to run out. He's probably thinking about it with every pose.
Exactly. Yeah, or something.
And just had to write it down.
He had to write it down.
Wow. Because most people aren't allowed to leave the class. But Quincy Jones has to write some shit down for Thriller. You got to let him leave.
Yeah. Yeah. He gets that pass, doesn't he? Yeah.
He gets the pass.
Yeah.
He gets the pass. All right, brother. Thank you so much.
It was an absolute pleasure.
It was an honor. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Best of luck for you and everything.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Bye now.
Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
Great finally meet you, man. It's great to meet you. It's a trip, and walking in, and I'm thinking, how is it possible that our paths didn't cross all those years? I mean, it's conceivable we were in the same venue or the same building or at the same party or probably something.
I kind of avoided parties. I avoid basically everything. I avoided parties. I avoided premieres. Anything where there was a red carpet. Like even if I was in a movie, I wouldn't go on the red carpet. I'd go in through the back door.
Seriously?
Yeah, I don't like. Wow. I don't like all that fucking look over here. That is just too fake for me. It just whatever allergy I have to that flares, and I'm like, I'm going in through the back door. Fuck this.
Yeah. No, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. They stopped showing me where the back door was because I support a similar entrance thing. It's just too weird. But it's look over here. It's that thing. Something happens in that moment.
Yeah.
And I think it's like it brings you as close to possibly sterilization as you can get without surgery.
I think it's bad for you.
Yeah.
I think it's legit. I think it's like radiation.
Yeah.
Like you can take a little bit of it, but you don't want to be working the X-ray machine your whole life.
No. And then there's always that one lady who keeps calling you back to her.
Right. Charlie.
Right. Far left.
Yeah.
And you've looked at her like 7 times already. And then I'm out there thinking, if it took me this many takes to get a scene right, nobody would ever hire me.
Yeah.
You wouldn't get past the first day.
Well, they want to get a million pictures just to get that perfect one with just a little bit of side eye to you, just a little something.
Right.
Oh, purse of the lips, a little something.
That's the one. Responding to something.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. But then they choose. Which one do they always choose? The one that's absolute dog shit.
Yeah, the one with your mouth open.
Exactly.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I what I really don't like is the people who like it. Not that I don't like them, is that I don't want to ever see that in myself. And so when I'd be around them, I would just go, I got to get out of here.
Right.
Right. Freaking out. The trappings.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, is there? Because it feels like that system's been in place for over 100 years, right? Is there another way to do it?
Probably not. Now people like it. You know, photographers like it. The press likes it. It's a big thing. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of lights flashing. It seems legit.
Right.
Yeah.
I just I can never feel relaxed when everybody's yelling.
Right.
You know, that's just
totally unnatural.
It's completely unnatural.
The only way that would be happening in real life is if, like, you were on trial. You know, like you were being paraded in front of a bunch of people. It's him. There he is. Look over here. You know, it's odd. It's very odd.
Yeah. It's a form of perp walk, isn't it?
A little bit of a perp walk,
yeah.
And just a little bit of a mental illness exhibition.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. I just had it for the first time, last Thursday.
The first time ever?
No, the first time in maybe over a decade. At the Netflix premiere.
Yeah.
It was kind of cool. Like the first, 34 seconds. I was like, okay, I remember this. And then it was like, I fucking remember this. Wow. Damn. And then the sun just beating right on my floor. And it's just, I can feel myself start to sweat. Now I'm questioning the whole outfit. The underwear choice. All of it. It's just like every decision I made leading up to that was completely wrong.
Yeah.
And it's all being documented. You know?
Oh, it's so odd. Yeah. What's really funny when you first walked into the studio, you brought up a tweet that I had sent in 2011. I think this is when you were going crazy.
Yeah.
And I think this is also when my friend Russell Peters was doing those tours with you.
Oh, that's right.
And it said, I need to get Charlie Sheen on my podcast. And it was a long shot, but a boy can train better. He knows him. Help me hook it up. Well, here we are, 14 years later.
It takes what it takes, right?
Yeah. It's funny because back then, I had no guests. I think I had Anthony Bourdain was the only real guest that I had
Seriously?
by the time. Yeah, he was 2011 as well.
And how many shows had you done by then?
Not that many by then. I don't know.
So were you just doing solo shows, just like covering topics?
I would do it mostly with my friends, mostly with other comics.
Okay.
We would just sit and talk shit. And then
at
eventually,
your house?
Yeah, it was at my house back then.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it looked nothing like this?
No. It slowly had to get out. It's like I had too many weirdos that I had to bring by my house, and I have young kids at the time. They were really young. I was like, this is too strange. Bring these weirdos by my house. And, it was just too odd. I was like, maybe some people should know exactly where I sleep.
Right. Yeah. And it's interesting because driving here, I was buried in my phone just, for the right reasons. So I have no idea where we are.
Good.
So it was kind of like a version of being blindfolded with a sack over my head,
Yeah, that's probably how we should do it.
Can you imagine that, I'm the guy they're blaming for introducing this?
Just put everybody in a blindfold and put it with the back of an SUV and drive to an undisclosed location.
And make the guy drive a few circles around in some neighborhood right over there.
Yeah. But we did it. We're here. Those things that you did with Russell Peters were so fascinating. The whole thing was so fascinating. I watched the Netflix thing. I watched the first episode, and the whole experience of watching the guy from Platoon, the guy that everybody knows, this is like this gigantic, super cool movie star, hot shots, all these different things. To watch you not just go off the rails with drugs, but be super open about it. You were the first guy super open about it, and everybody just embraced it. Instead of it being oh, Charlie Sheen's doing drugs, that's so sad. It was we love him.
Keep going.
It was kind of crazy. All the Tiger Blood stuff and winning. Everybody was saying winning all the time. And what was that like for you? Was that was it the worst kind of reinforcement, or did it let you, were you surprised by it?
That's a great way to describe it. It is, the worst kind of reinforcement. Yeah, it was unintentionally or otherwise celebrating the guy's demise.
Right.
You know, and I guess the train wreck was so spectacular that there was such a spectacle that they couldn't turn away. But they were also being invited in to follow it down the tracks.
Yeah.
You know, and somebody asked me about it, and I don't know if I was the conductor, if I was riding the caboose, or both simultaneously. It was a trip because thinking back on it, it's, some of it just kind of exists in just Polaroid snapshots that kind of drift past through the mist, Other moments are in high def, but kind of seen through a tunnel vision. Like, and there was an energy, there was an energy I tapped into that felt like I was playing a role, but I couldn't figure out what the plot was. Who my co-stars were. Where somebody show up with like a page one rewrite.
Right.
That's what we fucking need. And it got away from me. And had it not been encouraged, I think it could have been curtailed. It could have been shut down a lot sooner.
Right. I mean, you become kind of captured to the image.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there was something that just recently, something I stumbled onto. I was in some way, I was being a bully. It had a bullying kind of energy about it, and I've never been that guy.
How so?
The way I was attacking people, the way I was challenging people. I was a tough guy on the block, and had all these soldiers. I had this cool cadre behind me, and it was like, inviting people into the ring. I've never been in the ring. What are we doing,
You're on coke. That's total cocaine behavior.
Among other things. And I think there was a whole testosterone component as well. That was out of hand, just out of control. Because there's, what do they recommend, like a quarter-size dollop and like every other day? And no, there's a line in the book where I say I was slathering that shit on like a fucking Pond's commercial.
Oh, so you're using the cream?
Yeah, which is hard to measure.
It's not just hard to measure, it gets on other people. Oh. I read this story about this guy who was on TRT cream, and his child started like showing signs of premature development. Oh. And they realized that this kid's testosterone level was through the roof because it's through the dermis, right? It's through the skin. So he's getting it on his arms, and then he's hugging his child, and the kid is getting juiced.
Like, what were the kids' numbers? Do we know?
We don't know.
Like,
I don't think they released that, but they said that it probably permanently affected the kid's development.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
wow.
Because this kid is like experiencing puberty at 3. You're getting bombarded with testosterone while your dad is holding you.
Insane.
Yeah.
Insane. Is that part of the reason they recommend like an inner thigh application?
I guess then the only person would get it is the person you're having sex with.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Or your horse.
Right.
Yeah.
Your horse.
It would be good for the horse. Right.
So there was testosterone and cocaine together at the same time. That sounds like a combination of hubris.
And a lot of rage.
And a lot of rage.
But the rage, I think, it's interesting because when you finally get to the distance,